you might have stumbled upon a phylloxera, infested leaf from a healthy vine. 2. Even if this contamination is real and has some extent, should we publish it? Les Demi-Vierges Prévost, Marcel, this a text was prepared by Walter de Boeuf, Project Gutenberg volunteer, Tepi Digibooks, Ibergeek. Comme Marcel Prévost Les Demi-Vierges, while this study appeared in a Paris magazine, some of those who were willing to read it presented me with 2 fundamental objections, as one says at the palace, which moved me deeply. It only affects a minority, you say. Respect for the young girl, among so many abolished respects, remains more or less intact in us. Here they are, formulated as clearly as I can. 1. You portray, under the name of Demi-Vierges, a certain category of young women, a minority, of course. The danger of an observation made on a minority is that the reader's distraction or misanthropy may imprudently extend it to the majority. Another sign it is admitted that a young girl may amuse herself in the company of men. Such is, in my view, the restricted world where the type of the demi maiden meets otherwise than as an exception. What are the characteristics of this world? It is that religious and moral ideas are never guiding ideas there. They are not approved or condemned in the name of a superior, infallible principle, but in the name of conventions, of the opinion of contemporaries. Generalization would therefore be really too simplistic to say. All the girls in the world in Paris are demi-maidens. Why insist on destroying it, adding to the social mess we live in? Of these 2 objections, the first especially has some strength, but it seems to me that answering this is also about preventing the reader, warning them against reckless generalizations, about circumscribing and defining as precisely as possible the corner of the world to which the observation was applied. In fact, I did not speak of the world in general, but only of the idle and hedonistic world, particularly Parisian, or at least having an important part of its life in Paris, a world with vague boundaries, adjacent by some points to the country of Cosmopolis, bathed elsewhere by the ethereal waters, but also touching, through long borders constantly crossed, to the wealthy bourgeoisie and the amusement aristocracy. Flirting is Anglo-Saxon, and however much we scold the word for all the innocence and poetry we wish to attribute to it, we have the truth about flirting. There are no demi-virgins anywhere less than in France. The second objection remains. Then, all Parisian girls. Finally, all French girls. For French girls, injustice would be all the greater, since the demi-maiden is a type much more prevalent abroad than in France. I would not even be surprised if it were an importation here. Since, after all, it's a minority, even in Parisian society, what need is there to publish this misery? Isn't there more danger in spreading it than in keeping it secret? No, because evil tends to grow, and grows quickly. For the honest bourgeois girl, the demi-virgin exerts the charm of a free spirit on the schoolboy. This is undoubted, and could not be otherwise, as the morals of an idle and hedonistic world become increasingly the morals of everyone, and even the simplest bourgeoisie begins to conform to them. Now nothing is more contagious than the demi-virgin type. The demi-virgin goes through life in a brilliant, festive way. She competes with young women and disputes their suitors with the audacious advantage of her youth and novelty. And that is why it is important to tell mothers. If you do not have the courage, you who are raising your daughters, to live exclusively for their upbringing, and to guide them intact in heart and body to marriage, that is, to start over for them, to live the life of young girls, please do not associate them with your worldly life. Do not accustom them to living like women. But they need to learn about life. No, madam, they need to learn duty, honor, and resignation. Do you seriously believe that a young girl is well prepared to face life's challenges because she is informed about certain mysteries? Marry them young, but exclude them from the world until marriage. Nothing is as valuable as a serious family as an educational milieu. Nevertheless, a well-run boarding school is always better than idle family open to all books and all Passersby. We are also informed, and yet we still make foolish choices sometimes. And then, this is the great and profound reason, Christian marriage, which is ours until further notice, is founded on the concept of virginity, the absolute integrity of the bride. Remarriage is not in question. A Christian woman who remarries is supposed to have learned her duties. Between the Christian conception of marriage and the type of half-virgin, there is an irreconcilable contradiction. Modern education for young girls, however, increasingly tends to develop the half-virgin type. Therefore, it is necessary to change the education of young girls urgently, or else Christian marriage will perish. That's a summary of my opinion in 2 lines. I only add one word. The charge of immorality, said Balzac, which never failed the brave writer, is the last one left to do when one has nothing more to say to a poet. If you are true in your paintings, they throw the word immoral in your face. Having related the customs of a perverse milieu, I affirm that I have made every effort to say only what seemed indispensable to me. I would be little concerned with modesty, written or spoken, sufficiently intelligent to quarrel over it. This manoeuvre is the shame of those who employ it. Marcel Prévost, the half-maiden's part one Ayasmod, sat down before the desk in the small drawing-room and wrote rapidly a blue telegram. Her mother, Mrs. de Rava, stretched out nearby on a long chair, in an ankylosed posture of a rheumatic, took up her English novel and began to read. The desk too low for Maud's tall frame was one of those dark mahogany, strange, and peculiar pieces of furniture that London manufactures and Paris is beginning to adopt. They were chairs with curved legs, lacquered white or pale green, oversized armchairs in mahogany marqueterie with islands wood, featuring simple flat cushions in leather instead of the downy feather and silk pillows. Similarly, the furnishings in the small drawing room and the larger one beyond, visible through a large bay window without curtains, bore the mark of this amusing and somewhat fox-trans Manchi taste, where modern elegance, jaded by too much familiarity, retreats to the pure and delicious French styles of the last century. The hangings and door curtains drooped friezes of their straight folds in monochromatic coral, light crepe with large orange, purple, or grey flowers. A shaven, mousy yellow tone extended across the floor a kind of unified lawn, the freshly mown grass of a British park, and the apartment, like its decoration, testified to a resolute taste for modernity, informed by yesterday's furniture, determined to use it. It was the second floor of one of those colossal houses that a Paris architect has recently provided several avenues adjacent to the Arc de Triomphe with. This one faced Avenue Kleiber, just near Place de l'El, toilet 15 facade windows, the area of a large hotel on the same level. Each of the 3 inhabitants, Mrs. de Rava, divorced then widowed, lived with her 2 daughters. Maud and Jacqueline had her independent home opening onto the Longerie parallel to the facade. On ball days, a massive mobile hall, occupying the entire inner courtyard of the house, rose using elevators at each floor level and doubled its extent. Maud de Rava did not look out of place in that frame, which she had wanted and combined with modern elegance. Alone, the mouth slightly marred the harmony of the features, small, furnished with wonderful teeth, but rather rounded than cut, with lips where a curious doctor studying degenerate stigmata would have noted vertical wrinkles, barely perceptible. Despite her round hips and full bust, she appeared slender due to the flexible length of her waist, the graceful falling of her shoulders, the small pale head crowned with rare, unnameable brown hair, like a piece of gold cloth that had been darkened and would reveal, beneath the patina, the luminous red of the metal. These heavy brown hairs, pulled back in Japanese style, revealed a narrow forehead accentuated by sharp eyebrows, like a brush-stroke, by eyes moderately large, with an incomparable blue sparkle, and the nose was still charming, thin at the top, widening at the nostrils, with that slight upward bend that gives the face an air of haughty rebellion and decides, at the conservatory, the vocation of great coquettes. And he would have undoubtedly drawn this clue closer to the shape of the cute ears that, at the bottom, attached to the head almost without a lobe. But who knows? Perhaps these slight disharmonies, breaking the monotony of conventional feminine beauty, are the suggestive allure, the lure of mystery, by which such women become dangerously loved. She, leaning over the leather-bound book, covering a square of paper with long, rapid writing, fixed an invincible gaze that might have glided, with indifference, over more classical forms and features, de Roover's chronic rheumatism adding to her natural Creole indolence. From her simple grey crepe dress with a silk belt, without a ruff or jewel, her long, ringless hands, the freshness of camellias on her skin, and something indecisive in the lines of her arms and the clasp around her neck, she appeared to be still a young girl, not a child, but barely into her 20s. And the broad hips, the mature corset, and the fixed, dark eyes she now lifted from the paper, chewing on the quill of her pen, with a furrowed brow searching for a rebellious word even in her posture and gaze, there was something uncertain, unfinished, even a touch jaded, which would have made one pause and ask, "Is she a woman?" Indeed, according to the days, according to her attire, she was sometimes called Miss, or Mrs. in shops, where for a long time she had often gone alone, Mrs. Nothing resembled Maud less than this poor, invalid mother, lying at the moment on her chaise longue, her face anxious from the intermittent pains of her malady, and no longer reading her Tauchnitz, which had fallen from her hands onto the carpet. Not a trace of that beauty remained now, in this body wasted by arthritis, or in this face incredibly wrinkled, hollowed out, as if boiled, which she powdered outrageously, adding to the regal appearance that few Spanish women escape after turning 40. Elvira Hernandez had been beautiful once, as miniature portraits from her youth testify, when François de Roover, a Girondin gentleman seeking his fortune, arrived in Cuba around 1868 and won her love, marrying her and thus finding the rich adventure he sought. Deported from grace, it remained with her, even amidst suffering, the frivolity, the careless optimism of youth, with a persistent taste for adornment, bright fabrics, large gold jewellery and coloured stones, and it required Maud's despotic authority to prevent her from wearing, on days out, the parrot. Green toilet she had secretly ordered. On the other hand, when rheumatism held her, she neglected herself excessively, keeping the clothes worn in bed until evening. Today, for example, though it was Tuesday, her reception day, she was still trailing around at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, wrapped in an old brown dressing-gown with Havana-coloured ribbons, unbrushed and unwashed, under the flour that had bleached her cheeks. Maud finished her telegram, signed it, dated it, 4 February 1893. Then, dampening her finger slightly, she ran it along the erased edge and wrote the address. "Who are you writing to?" asked her mother. "A. Aaron. He spends the entire afternoon at his desk. I send the blue," to the Catholic counter. Mrs. de Roover turned in her chair, whimpering. "And what do you want from this scoundrel?" "I want a box at the opera tomorrow for the premiere. I told him to bring it tonight. I received him so badly last Tuesday that he dares not show his face again. My little note will set everything right, and will see him arrive at 5 o'clock, doing obeisances." Maud held the telegram in her fingers for a moment, playing with it. She went on, "Director of the Catholic counter. That will sound good for the Chantels." Mrs. de Roover exclaimed, "For the Chantels!" "I think we need not show them this false Alsatian, false Catholic, who exploits priests, nuns, and religious communities, and goes about saying he is in love with you, as if a de Roover maiden were to marry a Frankfurt usurer, and married too. Mrs. de Chantal, the first time she sets foot here, she'll find something better. Our Tuesdays are quite popular." Maud let her mother speak with a smile that was half sad, half ironic. "Yes, very popular," she murmured. "Too many ministry people, too many from the open receptions." "Just so," interrupted the young girl. "It's talked about a bit too much. If she meets the Chantels here, we won't mention the Duchess of La Spezia." "Do you think we'll get both Lee Tessiers?" asked Mrs. de Roover after a silence. Cabinet attaches like Lestrange, parliamentary secretaries like Julian, the remnants of Papa's circle connections, and our acquaintances from spa towns that won't impress old stagers like Maxime and his mother.
And Mrs. Uselli? Oh, that one? What?
That one. The friend of the Duchess of La Spezia. Paul, it's not certain. There is an important discussion today in the Senate on the privilege of the Bank of France. He has to speak. But Hector will certainly come, as he does every Tuesday. Well, I suppose if Maxime and his mother meet here, a senator, a future minister, like Paul, some kind of princess, like Mrs. Uselli. A director of a large Catholic financial society, like Aaron, interrupted Maud sarcastically. And a well-bred gentleman, a very prominent sports figure, like Hector. Maud stood up and pressed the electric button next to the fireplace. "Oh," she exclaimed, "I don't know who the Chantels receive at Vierzeiris." "They'll have every reason to be satisfied," concluded the young girl. "God willing." "Do you really think they get to see that kind of thing every day? I'd love to attend one of their receptions. They're in Poitou, at Vierzeiris. It may be very dull and ridiculous people, but I am convinced that it is the most noble, the most respectable, and the most solid in the country." Mrs. de Rouver replied, "Bah! No one is so simple as Madame de Chantal. Remember last summer, at the mud of Saint-Amand, how well we got along together. Our afternoon chats, our walk side by side in the pushchairs." "It's true," Maud thoughtfully agreed. "You made a very good match, both of you." "Both are pious." She thought, pious with a touch of exaggeration. Each has the same illness with different accidents, and believes the other sicker than herself. And then all this is mysterious. Why did Maxime like me? She sought, without quite understanding herself, what invisible threads could have so easily bound, in the solitude of a small northern resort, the old-addled bird that was her mother with the stiff provincial, a sort of strict Catholic and noble Puritan. That was Madame de Chantal's mother. Standing by the fireplace, she recalled the 4 days that Maxime de Chantal had spent near her mother in Saint-Amand, during which she had felt him drawn to her, bound to her, against his will, and almost without her help. I'm not forgotten. And here he was, indeed, accompanying his mother, who wanted to consult a fashionable doctor. Miss Desires, it was the maid, called by Maud's doorbell. "Here, Betty, have this sent by telegraph." Suddenly he had left, fled into the solitude of Vierzeiris, where he ran a vast agricultural enterprise. For months news of him came only through letters from Mrs. de Chantal to Mrs. de Rouver. "Maud." "Whatever?" "He loves me. You can light the fire in the drawing-room, but first shut off the radiator. We're beginning to suffocate in here." "Very good, miss." "At 4:30 you will go and fetch Miss Jacqueline from her class yourself. Ask her to dress at once and come and help me serve tea in the drawing-room." "Yes, miss." "Is that all?" "Yes. Wait. About 3 o'clock someone, a young girl, will come to ask for me. Let her in here directly, without passing through the drawing-room, and warn me. Even if there are people. Even if there are people. But there won't be anyone at that time." "Who are you going to receive?" asked Mrs. de Rouve, laboriously sitting up on her haunches. "You don't know. She is a convent friend whom I have not seen since my departure from Pippas." "What does she want with you?" "But I don't know," said Maud with a touch of impatience. "I only know that she needs to see me. And what's her name?" "Duroy. Etiennette Duroy." Mrs. de Rouver reflects for a moment. "Etiennette Duroy. No, I can't remember." "You never remember anything," replied Maud. Breaking off the conversation, she went to lift the curtain. She looked out at the slightly dusted avenue despite the clear winter sun, at the cars with raised windows circulating, and passers-by bundled up hurrying by. "There's no rush, is there?" "No. Stay in your room until Mr. Chantal arrives. I'll have you notified." "Fine. Come on, Betty, take my arm." She was making her way through the grand salon, leaning on the maid-of-all-work, her left leg heavy and dragging. Before leaving, she turned around. "Maud." "What, mother?" She joined Mrs. de Roover, trying to control her irritation. The maid, still standing on the threshold of the small drawing-room, asked, "Won't Miss have need of me any more?" "No," answered Maud. "You, my daughter," said Mrs. de Roover, as she finished getting to her feet. "You'll drive me home."
"Say, Maud, Mom."
The patient searched for her words as if embarrassed by what she had to say. "This aigrette," she said. "You know, in ancient strass that we saw the other day at Old Japan. Wes. Well, I forgot to tell you I wrote." On the desk, she carelessly picked up a thin wooden dip pen, a souvenir from the beach, but her fingers were so trembling that she broke it. She threw the pieces into the fireplace. Betty appeared again. "Miss, it will be brought this evening." Maud suddenly turned pink. The furrow on her forehead deepened, and her blue eyes darkened. "But it's absurd. Let's see," she added, mastering herself. "What need did you have?" "Need? No, of course," replied Mrs. de Roover. It made me happy. "I don't have so many distractions, do I? The bill will be brought at the same time. We're not counting on 300 francs more or less, I think." Maud did not reply. As her mother walked away with Betty, she entered the small drawing-room. "Is it this lady you're talking about?" "No, miss," replied Maud. "It's Mr. Julian." Maud struck her hand against the marble of the fireplace. "Stop saying Orsi mid Julian without adding Monsieur de Suberc's. Betty, especially in public. Why doesn't Monsieur de Subersox enter?" It was Joseph who opened. He didn't know where Miss was. Then Mr. Julian. Julian de Subersox appeared at the threshold of the small salon, a man barely 30, dressed with extreme care, in the style of an 1830s dandy. Monsieur de Subersox went into Miss's room without asking. Betty simply stated her sentence. Maud did not seem surprised. "Well, tell him I'm waiting for him here." Left alone, she gazed at herself in the fireplace mirror, without any preening, driven by a socialite's instinct that for the first time that day, a man, be it a brother or old friend, would see her. He was tall and muscular, yet thin, with a dry, leathery face like the Basques, almost no moustache, but admirable brown hair worn slightly long. Maud turned and regarded him in one sweeping glance, that enraptured lover's gaze that once again finds charming and elegant the man she loves. He took her hand as she offered it, and kissed it ceremoniously. "Hello, miss."
"How are you?"
And the expression on this angular face, with its narrow jaw, fine lips, rigid nose, would have been harsh, even menacing, without the clarity of his clear, blue, linen, flower eyes, eyes of tenderness and indecision, eyes like a woman's. With a glance, he inspected the room where they were and the nearby grand salon. "No, nobody," Maud whispered half-heartedly. Then he drew her to him, holding her close, pressed against him, caressing her lips on the fabric of her corsage, the swell of her throat, the mysterious crease of her armpit, then ascending to her collar bone, her eyes, her cheeks, giving long kisses that she returned when they touched his mouth. Standing, she rested her hands on the back of a chair opposite him. "Maud, dear Maud," the young man murmured. She looked into his eyes deeply, with a low, distinct voice, barely moving her lips. She said, "I love you." They separated, both trembling. Maud, a hint of pink on her pale skin, returned to the icy fireplace, and with a few finger strokes tidied her hair and smoothed the slightly wrinkled folds of her corsage. Subersox, who had fallen onto a chair near the mahogany desk, watched her. The indecisive halo of virginity that had enveloped her just now, as she wrote beside her mother, had faded. She appeared as a woman, with that hot flame in her gaze, that certain something defeated in her poses, betraying the virgins who have fainted once under caresses. Julian responded, "I needed to hear you say it. I've had bad hours since our last meeting at the Reversiers." She sat down in the chair, her eyes calm. She asked, "The game again?" "No. On the contrary. Here's my knight." "That's fine. It doesn't matter. You're wrong. You promised me." Subersox made an indifferent gesture.
"Pa!"
"Who cares? I'll never be more down than now, and I need to live, right? But it prevents me from thinking." She took his hand, smiling. "What do you want to forget?"
Ah!
He plunged his hand into the inner pocket of his long overcoat, ample in chest and skirt, cinched at the waist like a dress. He pulled it out half, way to show Maud a wad of crumpled bank notes. Rue Royale? Asked Maud. No. At Les Dexmunders, against Aaron. Against Aaron? True. I would if I could, replied the young man, quickly withdrawing his hand. But immediately forgive me. I'm nervous and sad. You're causing me so much sorrow. Maud interrogated him with her eyes. He continued, You're causing me sorrow. You're no longer mine. I don't feel you in me any more. Without speaking, the young girl showed him with her eyes the place where they had embraced like lovers just a while ago, and the memory still made Julian shiver. Always reproaches. Always. I do what I can. Nevertheless, I assure you. Subersarks, slowly tamed and calmed, lowered his head. It's been so long, he murmured. So long that you didn't come. He had said these last words very softly, as if he feared to be heard by the very one he was speaking to. And indeed, Maud suddenly stood up, her eyes darkened, her brow furrowed, her pretty face altered, as when her mother had spoken to her about the old rhinestone aigrette. Julian was already close to her, imploring. Oh! Please don't blame me, Maud. Yes, I know it hurts you when I speak of it, but I can't help speaking of it. It's all my life, this memory. These 2 times, I swear to you, they would tell me. She will come back to your house. You keep her for an hour, and you don't want to any more. She slowly turned around. How unfair! Don't I receive you here as much as you like? Are we being watched? Do they prevent you from staying in my room? My mother has finally found it natural, and the servants are trained, when you came on January 3rd. Oh, how beautiful you are, Maud. There's nothing like you. The scent of your hair, your arms, lingered on the bedspread. I didn't want them to open that bed, and I didn't lie in it until that smell was gone. Alone with you, just like before. And then they'll kill you, they'll shoot you right away. I'd accept it, bless those who killed me.
It's just that I love you.
She remained leaning against the fireplace table, letting him speak. He continued, his voice broken, especially last time. No, said Subersarks. It's quite different from having you with me at my home. You say that the servants are trained well. I, who am not afraid, is that not so? It still bothers me to greet her. I enter more freely when I know she is not here, and Jacqueline. Oh, Jacqueline, a child. A child who sees everything, and who knows how to make us understand that she sees. Maud approached Julian's face and pressed her lips against his, which he gently touched. I love you. That should be enough. Do you want the comforts of bourgeois love when you love a young girl? I who scoff at a ball or a sword stroke, I am troubled upon arriving here, in front of Joseph and Betty's suspicious looks. Your mother has her eyes bandaged. She will never see anything all right. Look at me, can't you bear a little for me? Julian murmured sadly, I never had you. Don't say that. It's ingratitude and bad love. I gave you all I could give. He pleaded. Just tell me you'll come back. Where? Rue de la Baume. You laugh. I'm not someone to be scared for nothing, you know. Both times I went to Rue de la Baume, she knew. At least, she suspected it. I'll change apartments. No, believe me, don't ask the impossible. Trust me to see each other as often and as well as possible. But don't trouble me. Right now, more than ever, I need to watch myself. Julian questioned, surprised more than ever. Why? Is something happening? Perhaps, said Maud. At my place. She made a gesture of impatience. Again? I've already told you that I'm watched, spied on. That miserable Uselli who courted you and you refused. She hates me because she knows you love me. She's surely following me with her Italian police, her Princesco between. He grew very pale and for a moment remained silent. Then, feigning calmness, is it? Can you tell me? What's going on? Yes, answered Maud slowly, looking into his eyes. I'll tell you everything if you want to be. What I have a right to demand of you. Julian signalled that he was listening. Both had unconsciously regained the tone, an attitude of indifferent worldlings towards each other. Well, said Maud, Here it is in 2 words. Last July, you see, it's been a while, we met at the mud baths in St. A man, a lady from the province, Mrs. de Chantal, who was there for treatment. She was with her daughter Jean, a girl of about 15, quite pretty but completely clueless. Her son Maxime came to spend the last days of her cure with her. She paused. The bell just rang, I think. "Yes," said Subersoaks. "I heard the clanging of the knocker." "Well, let's open the door. Visitors already." "No, it's a young girl, Beau. But, by the way, you must know her. She's little Duroy, the daughter of Mathilde Duroy, and the sister of Suzanne Duroy, your former passion." "Oh, passion. Don't you think? People say you were the instigator. Is that known for a fact? With these girls, one is never first," retorted Subersoaks. "It doesn't matter, though. If you'll excuse me, I'd prefer not to run into her sister." "Why on earth are you receiving her?" "She was with me at Pippa's, and people say she lives with her mother honestly. Besides, I don't know what she wants. But we were good friends, and it will be nice to see her again." The cunning expression of Joseph appeared at the door of the drawing-room. "Miss, this is the young lady," said Subersoaks. "I'll leave you now. Go through the grand salon. Until this evening, isn't it? Around 5:30, come back. Mother will be downstairs. Have Miss Dury admitted directly here, through the gallery, Joseph." And as he conducted Maud to the door of the grand salon, she told him, "He'll be there. I want you to come." Down below, when he had passed through the threshold, she repeated it through the crack in the door, "I love you." The visitor was already in the small drawing-room, a cute blonde, slightly plump, with grey eyes, round and delicate features, oatmeal hair, nestled like a quail among the feathers of her palm cuff and hat. On seeing Maud approach her, so tall, so bloody-like, she stammered, "Show day, good miss, I mean to say," but Maud kissed her joyously. "Miss, will you kindly take back those nasty words, Tiennette, and speak to me as if at a pension?" Etiennette, with animated cheeks from a reaction of pleasure, returned the kisses. "Oh, it's kind of you to remind me." Me, who was hesitating to come. "I was afraid of being badly received. Figure that out." "And why should that be, great God?" replied Maud, making her old friend and sitting herself. "Because, my God, the convent is an old memory. Over 4 years, that's enough for many people to forget. And then," she added, lowering her voice, "I suppose that knowing now my situation—" Maud smiled. "Do you think I didn't know at the convent? A situation, as you say." "How did you know? Was it told to you?" "By whom?" "But the Lee Tessiers. We lost him 2 years ago." "Ah, was it your father? That I didn't know. I only knew that he went to your mother's house with Mr. Lee Tessier and M. de Subersoaks. M. de Subersoaks was Papa's secretary. He—" She stopped abruptly, overcome by her earlier shyness. "The eldest, Paul, who has been a senator since last year, was connected with that deputy from Aude, with Mr. Howe." "Miss Asquin," asked Etienne, and on a nod of confirmation from Maud, she added, blushing a little but without affecting the embarrassment, "It was my father." Maud de Rover took her hand. "Come now, Etienne, trust me. I tell you I know everything. Yes, everything. I also know the story of Julian with your sister Suzanne." "Oh, I think so too," replied Etienne, wiping her eyes. "Everyone in Paris knew it. He should have left Suzanne alone. And since his split from her, would you believe he hasn't even come home? He knows that my mother is ill, and she was so good to him. Finally, I don't like him. Forgive me," she said. "I didn't know. Is he your friend? See, I'm hurting you the first time we see each other. Don't you blame me?" "I don't blame you," Maud replied, lowering her forehead. "Now tell me, why did you come?" "My sister is such a fool. She presented herself with Subersoaks, as she has done with so many others since. It doesn't matter," she said after a while. "Julian didn't act well towards us. My father loved him dearly. My mother received him like our brother." Miss de Rover replied seriously, "Don't say bad things about Julian, Tiennette. He's one of our friends. with one of those mischievous and affectionate gestures that made her so captivating, Etinette wrapped her arms around her friend's neck, almost on her knees. "Oh!" I'm not that old, but I've seen life close up to be sure of one thing. It's terrible for a woman to depend on men. They courted me, you understand, in the circles I lived in. I believe so, as pretty as you are. I hope it's to ask you for a favour. Etinette blushed. Yes. It took me really needing you to dare. I've already suffered so much because of Mom and Suzanne. Finally, you're kind, thank you. Here's what brings me here. Do you know that you've become a love? She thanked with a smile, but compliments obviously left her indifferent. Among other things, she continued, someone you know well, don't repeat it. I'm telling you this myself. Mr. Le Tessier. Hector. No, his brother. The senator, the Under-Secretary of the Bank of France. He used to come over a lot when Dad was alive, and he loved me then like one loves a child. Since I grew up, madam. I think he likes me otherwise. Well, said Maud, let him marry you. Paul Le Tessier can't really be Suzanne Duroy's brother-in-law. I'm the son-in-law of Mathilde Duroy, thought Maud. She's right. Poor dear, she said aloud. So, I'm left with being his mistress. Etinette smiled sadly. Oh, come on. It's not possible. Because of his fortune? No. I believe my lack of money wouldn't stop him. But there's everything else. Let's not talk about it any more. It saddens me. You understand? Because out of all those who have courted me, he is the one I like best, because he is good. A bit selfish, all men are. But he is good. He suffers seeing people he loves suffer, that's a lot. Only, I'm going to sound stupid. I can't decide to take that step. Am I born with a sage petit bourgeois temperament, or is it everything I've seen around me that has given me a taste for regularity? I don't know. I don't condemn anyone. I don't judge anyone. So I learned to play the guitar. I do quite well, as good as any artist in Paris, I believe. My voice is small, but just and pleasant. I made a catalogue of songs from 1830. That's where we are now. I think it could be liked. I'm not at all sure of ending honest, because it's not easy, after all. But finally, I want to try to live independently, have my own room and bed, be sufficient for myself. She stopped for a moment, seeking Maud's approval with her gaze. Continue, said Maud. It's quite curious what you're telling me. So, here it is, continued Etinette. I went through the conservatory after Picpus. You know, I got an accessory in singing and 2 first prizes for piano and solfege. Giving piano lessons doesn't earn enough, and is too painfully. Certainly it would be liked, exclaimed Maud, immediately charmed by the artistic side of the project. Pretty as you are, with your hair. You must have an adorable throat. They dress you up for engraving Tony Johannot, Sugar Bun Chignonale Anglaise, puff sleeves, crinoline, you'd sing low, Sir Puget on the guitar. Everyone would want you. Etinette laughed with a clear laugh. Oh, it's not that easy. You need connections, people from high society who introduce you. Yes, there are the Le Tessier. Paul had thought about it, a country party in Chamblais, their magnificent property on the Northern Line. But, definitely, presented by bachelors, it still seemed too cocotte, too little woman.
My goodness,
said Miss de Rover, laughing. What a passion for respectability. Everything or nothing, my dear, in these matters it seems to me. And it wasn't convenient. Since my childhood, I've only seen men at home, or women, who would have recommended themselves even less. So I thought of you. You're rich. You have beautiful connections. Maud interrupted. First, I'm not rich. As for our connections, we know a lot of people. But it's still not what I want. When we returned to France in '84, we had some fortune left. We know a lot of circles, foreign ladies, people from boys' beaches and spa towns. All of this will change when I'm married, I promise you. Papa, who was from good nobility, could have made us frequent the best society. He preferred to lose his money in gambling dens and scatter it among young women. We're still carrying the burden of that past, even after the divorce and death. I am, like you, wary of the world I have seen at home, and I will only marry a man from the real world who was true style, rare style, consisting of an old name, a large territorial fortune, a family without flaw, and impeccable connections. That said, I would not mind, in your absence, putting my connections at your disposal. These are rich people who love pleasure. They will not be of no use to you. Etiennette's face smiled with the gaiety of a boarder. "Oh, thank you," she said. "What a good person you are. We'll arrange something," Maud continued. "A party here. One can give splendid ones in a mobile hall as large as the Continental salons. Count on me. I will think about it. You already had a pretty voice at Pippas. It must be perfectly cultivated now." "Yes," Etiennette answered. "It is quite pleasant. If you wish, we can try. Do you have some old-fashioned romance?" The piano was right there. They rummaged through the boxes together. "Look!" exclaimed Etiennette. "This is modern, but I'll sing it." It was a Chaminade romance titled The Silver Ring. "Can you accompany me?" "Yes," said Maud. The wealthy person, whose Roman mask and black eyes did not quite match the artificially blonde hair, opened his arm to Miss de Rouvre and kissed her forcefully on the neck. "Mrs.?" As she finished the second stanza, applause erupted behind the young girls. A powerful female voice cried out, emphasizing the Italian word brava. "Brava!" "All right. Ah, Mrs. Uselli," said Maud. Uselli was not alone. A woman, either young or middle-aged, brown and thin, with an odd ugliness, accompanied her. Miss Sire Silamber, a good friend of the Duchess and mine. "Isn't it, Sire Shaunamaya?" she added, gently patting the girl's cheeks. She sat down at the piano and played a prelude while Etiennette, leaning over the music with one hand on the piano, sang "The dear silver ring that you gave to me, keep your promises enclosed within its tight circle." Her voice was soft, but pure as crystal touched by an arrow. The artist handled it, guiding it expertly as a musician. She is in Paris for a few weeks at my place. I took the liberty to bring her along. She sings fin-de-siècle songs perfectly. In La Spezia she delights the Duchess and her court. Maud reached out welcome, miss. "But you, my dear," said Mrs. "Miss Amber simply says, 'Yes, madam is very pretty and sings very well.' Maud introduces Miss Etienne Duroy, one of my pension friends. Are you at the theatre, miss?" "No. Madam?" "Not yet." "We'll make her known, won't we, madam?" said Maud. "Uselli have discovered a great artist." "Yes, miss," she continued, addressing Etiennette, who hid the lower part of her face behind her feathered cuff. "You have a pure soprano voice, the voice of our castratos of old. And how charming! Isn't she? See, Sile. She looks like an angel from Siena. She accompanies herself admirably with the guitar." "Oh, dear, the guitar! I love it so much. But right away we must do this, a concert, a great concert. I will sing. And you too, Cecilia, isn't that so? When shall we give it, Maud?" "We were thinking about it," replied Maud with a smile. "It will be in March or April next year. We'll inaugurate the Grand Hall, you know. The Mobile Hall." "I believe so. An admirable hall, Cecilia. Half the sculler," Maud, in a low voice, told Etiennette. "I hate it, and actually she hates me too, because of Julian, who had to force her out of his house one day." "Yes, my dear." "Ah, she has a real temperament. That woman, an equally dominant spirit. It's built with an elevator. It's an apartment. Prodigious, wonderful. Look, see a Sile. And how well arranged. I like English." They started speaking Italian. Mrs. Uselli showed her friend the peculiar, very modern taste in tapestries and furniture. "She hates me. She corrupts my people to spy on me. More than once I've caught her here talking with Betty or Joseph. Anyway, if she can really sing at the party, it will attract a lot of people. You pleased her because you're pretty. Don't see her too much, you'll get into trouble quickly." "You're adorable," Etiennette replied. "Thank you. I'm going away very happy. Thank you from the bottom of my heart." "What a pity I can't do anything for you." The two visitors in the grand salon felt the light silk of the glass curtains. "Come see me often," said Maud. "That will be the best way to please me. I have no confidence, and sometimes my heart feels oppressed. Go on." And then, after a moment's reflection, she added, "Maybe I'll ask you for something, too." Could you receive me at your home? Your mother's? Let me use a room in the apartment from time to time. But the whole apartment, if you want. Dear, he replied. Especially since Mom is unwell and hardly moves from her recliner. She has rheumatism in her heart. You know, I'm really in charge of the household now. It's up to me. It's just that, continued Maud, overcoming her hesitation and strengthening her voice. I would also need to receive someone there. Someone you know? Julian. Does that bother you? Compromise you? Oh, replied Eachinette sadly. Is it me they're asking to commit? Do as you please. The house belongs to you. Thank you. Count on me. It's a little treaty of alliance worth signing, isn't it? You'll see that I'm not a bad friend. Miss Cecily and Miss Amber embraced each other, arms linked. Excuse me, dear madam, said Maud. Miss Duroy, who is leaving us, gave me a commission. Are you leaving, miss? Asked Miss Uselli. Our best wishes. You'll have great success. Come see me at 21, Lisbon Street, every Thursday evening. We make good music in intimate settings. Eachinette thanked and greeted her. By the way, continued the Italian, we'll see you tomorrow at the Valkyrie, won't we? Eachinette replied, My goodness, madame, I don't have any seats for the first row. Oh, you wouldn't go, cara, replied the Italian, taking her hands as if to an old friend. Such an artist. And so peccato. Come into my loge. Bath 15. There will be Miss Amber, Count Rostoli. Anyone else? Perhaps Mr. Look Lestrange, a friend of the ladies from Rover. The door to the grand salon opened, pushed by the footman, gloved in white, who did not announce. A man of around 35 years old, blond, with a pretty face slightly faded and worn, very proper, advanced, smiling. I heard my name. What was said about me? He kissed his hands. Mrs. Cecily exclaimed, Ah, Signorina! Here is someone pleasant. We were just talking about you. And there you are like a ghost. Eachinette took her leave and went out, accompanied by Maud. When she returned, they sat around the fireplace. The fireplace was white marble, in neo, Greek style, almost bare, decorated with a single Tanagra statuette, a vestal holding an incense burner, and 2 slender vases in which 2 orchids were dipped. In the fireplace, a large log burned without flames, all black with a coal hot. Yet they resembled each other. Maud introduced Mr. Look Lestrange, Chief of Staff to the Minister of the Interior, Mrs. de Reversey, Mrs. de Reversier. But actually you know each other, I believe. Isn't Mr. Lestrange acquainted with all the young girls in Paris? Said Mrs. Uselli with a laugh. No, he replied half-heartedly. I only see certain specialties. How is your dear mother? Asked Mrs. de Reversier as she sat down. She's a bit unwell. We won't see her much before 5 o'clock, I think. And Jacqueline. Almost immediately the door opened again, admitting an elderly lady accompanied by 2 young girls dressed alike, quite pretty, with an exhausted air. They were named Martha and Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdalene was more alert, happier. Martha was quieter, often absent-minded, with fleeting eyes and a quick blush. Jacqueline went to her literature class. But it's 4:30. She should be back by now. You'll see her. Mrs. Uselli, who was talking with Lestrange, interrupted. What is this class, Maud? The one on St. Honoré Street, where a 30-year-old man teaches morals to young ladies. To both ladies and gentlemen, dear madam, corrected Maud. It's for both sexes. Mixed. The class is code. Well, said Lestrange, I'll have to go take some moral lessons there. You won't be allowed in, scoundrel. You have a too bad reputation with families. You're compromising the young ladies. Nonsense. It's them who compromise me, I assure you. Maud changed the subject. Who's going to the opera tomorrow for the Walkyrie? I have a seat, said Lestrange. Mrs. de Reversier declared. We've been given tickets. I don't think the Walkyrie is a suitable spectacle for my daughters. We protested. Miss it? De Reversier deemed the second act horribly inappropriate. Mrs. Uselli loudly protested in the name of art. Madeleine and Martha de Reversier joined the discussion, offering their opinions. But Lestrange asked Madeleine, since you know the libretto perfectly, as I see it, What is the inconvenience in taking you to see the play? What do you have to look at me like that? I'm looking at your lips, Lestrange said, and I think of follies worse than any I've ever said to you. Madeleine de Revasier smiled. Well, wait another moment before telling them. There are not enough people. The women kissed her. She shook hands with Lestrange. The inconvenience is that it's in public, my dear, and that others see that we are listening. Would you dare say a lot of the foolish things you tell us privately, to my sister, to me, to Jacqueline, to all of us? Well, answer me. Mother is listening. She's suspicious of you, you know. Oh, your mother is very reasonable, says Lestrange. Besides, here comes some company. No, it's the tea. The valet entered, carrying the table with the samovar, cups, and cakes. Behind him appeared Jacqueline de Rouvre. They greeted her. When she sat between Luc Lestrange and Mrs. de Revasier, the latter said to her with a smile, They were talking about your morality class, Jacqueline. What topic did the young master cover today? Jacqueline lowered her eyelids and replied in a comedic tone of innocence. Love in marriage, madam. Here is a fine topic. What did he say about it? Oh, I could repeat his speech word for word. She was a very small person, red-haired and plump, the opposite of Maud and her mother's portrait, slimmer, more graceful, more Parisiana silk skin, glassy eyes, always half, hidden by eyelids that seemed heavy with a languor of pleasure, mature forms, a wife's breasts and hips, with the cutest waist and a wilful childishness in gesture, speech, and dress, short skirts that rose at every instant, revealing round, firm calves. Finally, an extraordinary and perturbing being, designed to kindle men's desire and inject madness into their eyes and blood. She rose, sprang nimbly behind a chair like a swallow, and began composing her face, raffining her voice. Marital love, ladies and gentlemen, consists of two elements, as closely united in it as oxygen and hydrogen are in water. These elements are tenderness, and for a moment he allows the effect to linger, and sensuality. You all know what tenderness is. The paternal home, when your mothers rocked you in their arms. Etc. long speech I'll skip. There's sensuality. Jacqueline interrupted Maud. You're going to say something indiscreet. Not at all. I'm sent to class, so I take advantage of it. Juliet Avrezac. Who was my neighbour? They have such a developed sense of touch. Everyone laughed, including the little Revasier and their mother, who seemed to have forgotten the strict principle stated just before. Mrs. Uselli couldn't help but go embrace Jacqueline. It's a flower. I continue. Sensuality, ladies and gentlemen, is more difficult to define, especially in front of such an audience. Let's acknowledge the human being's generous call towards beauty, the allure of form for the eyes. At that moment, someone interrupted, and the blind. The young master pretended not to hear. But a flower. Maud regained her seriousness. Come on, Jacqueline, enough of this foolishness. You'd be better off serving tea. Madeleine and Martha will help you. They all three bent down around the table, the two brown had heads and the red head, their flexible bodies making graceful curtsies as they offered the cup. It was a new fashion in serving tea in Paris, preparing it directly in each cup, in a saucer topped with a small porcelain strainer. People admired it. You, Maud, discovered this? Well, it was our friend Aaron who told me about it in London. He spoils us with gifts. You're lucky, Mrs. de Revasier naively said. My daughters, flirts, never give us anything. Ah! Maud exclaimed joyfully, here they are. Both of them. That's kind. The visitors who entered, so well received, were two men, one young and the other greying. Mrs. Uselli, as she extended her hand, repeated both of them. On a Senate day? Ah! Mr. Paul Letessier, you wouldn't be seen so faithful at my place. Peccato. It's this enchanting Maud. Who's to blame? We were hoping, dear madam, Paul Letessier replied, to find you here. As for me, I'm actually free by chance. Our colleague Brad died this night. As the government was not prepared for my intervention, the session was adjourned. He spoke in a strong, even voice, casting a peaceful gaze on his interlocutor. His robust figure, slightly stocky, his fresh face, his square beard, blonde mixed with grey strands, and his clear brown eyes that he moved little, gave him an air of security and serenity. "As for Mr. Hector," said Mrs. His brother resembled him, though beardless, with rough hair, thinner and more lively, but still possessing the same sturdy build of a wrestler, alleviated by sports and an active life. And the eyes, brown as well, had at their bottom some gleam, I don't know, more joyful, ironic, sceptical. Mom will be down, she'll be sorry. But the Italian had errands and visits to make. Satisfied at seeing her leave before the Chantels' arrival, Maud did not insist further. "What's this beautiful mute she's walking?" Paul Lee Tessier asked after the two women left. "De Revesier. He is a faithful attendee of the Tuesdays at Rover." "Yes," interrupted Jacqueline. "He likes young girls and knows that one can find not entirely stupid ones here. We even found one who is too witty, Mademoiselle." Hector replied in a low voice as he approached Jacqueline. Lestrange had isolated the little Revesier girls in a corner, and they were laughing, a bit nervously, at the things he whispered to them. Mrs. Huseley stood up. "Indeed, Cara, I give up seeing Mrs. de Rover." "Oh!" "Stay, dear madame," Maud interjected. "She's from Nice," Maud replied, "a lady in waiting to the Duchess of La Spezia." Pretty recommendation. The circle tightened around the fireplace, everyone now feeling a closer intimacy. But the side conversations continued. "We are waiting for the first visit of people with whom I want to make connections," she replied. "I wanted your presence to decorate our salon, that's all." "God, how flattered I am." Maud smiled. Hector hinted, "a husband." Mrs. de Revesier recommended Paul a charity, to which she wanted to interest the government. Jacqueline was making little flirtations with Lestrange in order to take it away from the little Revesiers. Hector spoke in a low voice with Maud. "Why this special convocation today?" he asked. She did not answer the question, merely saying, after a pause, "Are you a friend, Hector?" The young man was touched by the serious tone of the question. "Certainly," he said. "My dear child." "Don't joke, dear," she replied. "You've never had a weakness for me, I know. I don't hold it against you. But I believe you incapable of trying to do me any harm." He gestured in protest. "Well, I know. Remember that I might need you." Lauter interrupted her. "My brother has been your father's friend, but I have known you since you were little." And, realizing that he was softening at the prospect of revisiting the past, he mastered himself immediately and joked. "You know well that I had a weakness for you around age 15. They were listening to Jacqueline, she said. "No, I assure you, he doesn't have the same approach with all his clients. With older ladies who call him Dr. Cross, he sits sadly, out of duty, turning away his head water falls where it may. With attractive, slightly mature women, he jokes, tells silly things, enjoys making them squeal by squirt-chatting them, tickling them with his jet, scaring them. But for young girls, he has the virgin shower, caressing, modest. Barely does he touch you, never a harsh word, never a brusque movement. And he talks to you about music, literature, balls. While you are completely naked in front of him, nothing is more comical." She stopped. "Shh! Let's be quiet. The bell has rung. It's the barber's." Before the door was opened, she was already seated near the tea-table, serious and correct like a boarder, the watchful eye of the supervisor. The servant announced, "Mrs. the Viscountess de Chantal, Miss de Chantal, Mr. Maxime de Chantal." A little ceremoniously, almost silently, the greetings of welcome were exchanged. Jacqueline whispered in Marthy's ear, "Well, are they not from their province enough? Madam, her boy and her young lady." "No, but look at them." Certainly, the entrance of the Chantal family into this ultra-modern salon among these elegant men and sparkling women dressed by Dowsett and capped by Reebocks was quite pleasant to look at. "It doesn't matter." Mother de Revesier answered Jacqueline. "They all have noble blood." Was she right as well? Dressed like provincials, they still had the air of true nobles from the provinces, a landed aristocracy untainted by any mixed blood. "Mrs. Jane had the same abundant, black, shimmering hair like the jet on her corsage, taller than Mrs. de Chantil, less emaciated, her paleness turned pink at the slightest word. Her shyness vanished. The three Chantils were dressed in black, one of those innumerable mourning dresses that darken the grand houses of the provinces each year, and this poorly cut mourning attire still distorted their figures, making the two women appear smaller, and aging Maxim with the outdated cut of his uniform coat of plain cloth, and the tight black tie tied beneath his turned down collar. De Chantal, thin, small, and dry, showed a nun's face, white as a host. The shape of the hat covered almost the whole of her barely greying hair, but her black eyes smiled with an unexpected sweetness, at once innocent and passionate, just like those of her daughter Jean, who, by the way, resembled her. "Go tell Mom they've arrived," Maud whispered to Jacqueline. "Let her put on her black grenadine dress. No yellow, no green. And let her wear a corset." "Aye, fine. I'll tie her up myself, if necessary," replied the young girl as she darted away. And Maxim, with his provincial reading-goat, his ancestors' pants, his shirt whose collar covered the thin tie tied in an X shape, Maxime thin and solid, with thoughtful features, eyes burning like those of his mother and sister, evoked a provincial officer, but a noble one in bourgeois attire. De Reversier and Hector Letessier, Maxim very pale, was biting the left tip of his short moustache in a familiar tic. A rather cold silence had fallen in the salon after the Chantils' arrival. Maud had Mrs. de Chantil by her side. They complimented each other with a touch of embarrassment. Jane, next to her mother, remained still, her gaze fixed on the ground. Sitting across from Maud, between Mrs. Hector Letessier observed the newcomer and probed him with his gaze. A Parisian schooled in the undercurrents of this world of easy manners, where he moved without settling, he divined the plot unfolding here, in this drawing-room, around that fireplace and samovar, and as a dilettante guessed the chances it had of turning into a comedy or a tragedy. The unburdened one, without a sou, behind the facet of luxury. Maud, tired of her society, resolved to settle into the world with a solid marriage. The provincial packed tightly, ready to take the leap. Yes, but Soubesocks, he's in love, she's in love. He forced himself to look at the furniture, the curtains, the house's fittings, but his eyes kept returning to Maud, irresistibly to Maud, who had casually shaken his hand, who was no longer looking at him, and whom he found so beautiful, of renewed beauty, recreated in this setting chosen by her, decorated by her, to such an extent that he no longer recognized her, wondered how he had dared there, among the solitude of a small forest, ringed water town, to raise a thought from his heart towards her, and since buried within himself the seed of memory, allowed it to germinate, grow, flourish into the most dangerous flowers of love. This face isn't unfamiliar to me. Madame de Rouve entered. She was dressed in deep crimson, and the colour made her look younger, more beautiful. But between her breasts, in the pointed gap of her corsage, the old crystal feather sparkled. "Why did you let Mom put that?" Maud whispered to Jacqueline, who was following her mother. "Ah," the little girl replied, "I tried, but if you think it's easy." Upon seeing Mrs. de Rouve, "Mrs., even their somewhat animalistic way of loving each other makes them sympathetic despite their adventurous tempers. A beautiful subject for a play. Fortunately, I'm only an indifferent spectator." Maxime at that moment completely forgot himself, his eyes glued to Maud, who didn't look at him. It's strange, thought Hector. De Chantal had risen, filled with genuine joy. She approached her. They embraced and immediately began talking, forgetting their absence, their sickly charter seamlessly flowing into the past. "Oh, dear friend, how are ye?"
Hélas!
"I'm doing well, my good friend. I spent my day lying down. But you? Your shoulder. Much, much better?" Imagine that I discovered Dr. Levert's pills. They sat in a corner, each eager to speak, not listening to the other, completely absorbed in confiding their miseries. Hector had drawn closer to Maud. "How do you exactly call them?" he asked. I misheard their names when they were announced. Chantil, Countess de Chantal. That's right, then. I knew Maxim de Chantal. Maud asked sharply, Is that true? Where? At the regiment. 8 years ago. He was my second lieutenant at Chilons when I was a volunteer in the Dragons. Indeed. He went through St. Cyr and stayed 3 years as an officer. He had to resign at his father's death to take care of his lands in Poitou, which are immense.
Didn't he recognize you? Oh, it's only natural. I wasn't such an eminent dragon.
And besides, at the moment, it seems to me that he is unable to recognize anyone. Should I remind him? Maud thought for a moment. Have you forgotten your promise? No? Actually, if I can be of any help to you... Yes, you can. Remind him where you met. Tame him. He's a wild one. You know, for the time, Hector, I believe he would gladly give 15 days in prison to his former rider.
Look!
Indeed, Maxim, with his ravaged face and knotted features, watched over the conversation between Hector and Maud, their familiar air. I'll calm him down, said Hector. He took advantage of the commotion caused by Painter Valbille's entrance. He tall, athletic man with a colourful complexion and greying hair to approach Maxim. Sir, would you allow me to invoke some old memories? I had the honour of serving under your command in Chilons. Sir Hector Laetitia. The subtle irony in Hector's phrase escaped Maxim. His face relaxed, brightened. He will be Hector's right hand. Sir, I am delighted. I remember quite well. Laetitia, around 83, isn't it? Pour 83. Hector corrected. 83. Are you from Diocese of Rez? Yes, sir, from Parthenay. Maxime replied, recognizing the excellent officer he once was in the strength of his memory. Not very romantic chance, observed Paul Laetitia. Mr. de Chantal has been an officer for 3 years. He has met approximately 2,000 recruits. He must have encountered many more in his lifetime since.
Oh!
The full arithmetic teacher, exclaimed Mrs. de Rouver. I loved my job, Maxim said. His voice tinged with a little sadness. Paul Laetitia approached, then Mrs. de Chantal and Mrs. de Rouver, surprised to see the two men in such friendly relations. Admiration was expressed for the chance that had brought them together after a decade, always with figures and evidence that what happened was meant to happen. I say it is an extraordinary meeting, and proves that these gentlemen are friends. So it is. I accept the augury, madam, declared Hector. And if Messire de Chantal stays in Paris for a while, I hope he will make use of the 2 old Parisians that we are, my brother and me, though natives of Parthenay. Will you do us the kindness of having dinner at the cabaret with us tomorrow? She came alone, leaving her maid in the antechamber. Maud pulled Jacqueline aside.
Well, it isn't so bad, is it?
Yes, but there shouldn't be too much friendship between Chantal and the Laetitia family. You know, men among themselves are allies against us.
Oh!
Maxim accepted. Their conversation continued, in a sincere tone of camaraderie. Both, as they spoke of the past, relived a little of that unrepeatable youth, already regretted, on the brink of 30. Other visitors entered. Mrs. Duclerc, wife of a fashionable pastry chef, who was never seen with her, playing at grisette in ways made piquant by her virgin face adorned with bandanas, novelist feminist. Henry Espions, from the south, bald, stubborn and loquacious. Mia Vrezac and her daughter Juliet, 2 brunettes, thin and pretty, who seemed like sisters. Finally, a cousin of Maud's, Dora Cavell, a little Cuban with lemon-coloured cheeks, almost blue hair, and a rasping voice punctuated by fiery glances. I'm sure of Hector. And Paul. You're right. But Paul, I've got him. She signalled to Paul with her finger to join them. Dear Senator, she said in a cheerful tone, you would have missed my most beautiful visitor today. Paul smiled. I know. It was me who sent her. Come on. The little schemer. She didn't tell me. She was too afraid to come. I assured her that you were a good and loyal comrade. For those who don't block your path, he added with a smile. And I promised to get her started here and to summon all of Paris to her debut. Do you know she's adorable, and that you're a lucky senator? Oh, said Paul Laetitia, as the operetta kings say, for this young girl I'm only a father. Who would want her advancement? Jacqueline said between her teeth. After all, my sister is kind to your daughter, isn't she? On the contrary, continued Maud, lowering her voice, I ask for your alliance for projects barely sketched out, but whose success touches my heart. Paul fixed his gaze on Maxim. Him? Yes, Hector is my ally. And you? Me too, of course, especially since this soldier-farmer won't have any reason to complain. Look! Aaron with Julian. Subersox, correct and impassive, entered, followed by a small, round man, rosy-cheeked, belly, sweating, the air of a usurer from Frankfurt, despite his English style clothing, the red gardenia in his buttonhole, despite the bright shine of his hat and boots. He was introduced with pompous formality. Baron Aaron, director of the Catholic Counter. The big man greeted right and left, shook hands, seemed to roll across the salon carpet like a ball being passed around. Miss, he stammered as he approached Maud and pulled an envelope from his pocket. Here is the loge for tomorrow, for the opera. Ah, thank you, it's simply Maud, and she placed the envelope on a console. We had dispersed in the 2 drawing-rooms according to our preferences. Espions had led Mrs. of Rezac into Maud's boudoir. We saw them no more. Only, from time to time, one heard a suppressed laugh, immediately followed by an arpeggio on the piano keys. Juliet of Rezac, isolated near Subersox, spoke in a low voice to her, with abrupt gestures of nervousness that seemed to emphasize reproaches, and she listened indifferently, her eyes fixed on a sketch by Turner, a gift from Aaron, freshly hung on the wall. Around the tea-table, Valbel and Lestrange were joking with Dora Calvel, to the great delight of Jacqueline, Marthy, and Madeleine, and the little Creole, her brown blood staining her lemon cheeks, cooed like a dove, joyously responding to both men among her laughter. A wild one. Mr. Valbel, you want me to pose as a little wild thing? Ah, no, thank you, but you're polite. No, understand, said Valbella, she's not like the others. It's Raraho, poetry, love. Finally, entirely your type. And the dress will suit you divinely, observed Lestrange. How is the dress? Oh, you're mocking me because you know I'm silly. I'm sure there's no dress at all. But yes, there are leaves, many palm leaves. It's very appropriate. You can wear as much as you want. Of course, said Jacqueline. I would immediately ask Mr. Valbel if I had the type. To Martha's ear, she added. You'll see, Dora will say yes. She's adorable. Dora, after reflection, objected Mum will never agree. Oh, said Lestrange, there's no need to tell her. You'll be accompanied to the studio by this good Miss Sophie. It was Dora's companion, famous in a certain Parisian party world for her docility and mutism. They would seat her in a chair in the antechamber, and she would fall asleep immediately, moving only when awakened. Little Calvel pondered. Finally, she uttered this response that sent her friends into paroxysms of laughter. Well, I suppose. But promise me we won't see my face. Maxime, left alone by Hector after being introduced to his sister Jane, watched and listened, wondering, am I dreaming? Was I born into a different world? Is this the custom and language of modern society? These barroom comments, which seem even better, I think, than certain whispered conversations. These gestures of brushing past each other, without the bother of concealing them. And that loathsome word that keeps echoing like a call to libertinism. My flirt. She flirted. We flirted. It's a flirt from my daughter. There she was, Maud, surrounded by the libertine crowd that had gathered around Lestrange and Valbel. That's what she saw, that's what she heard. And Maud hadn't spoken to him yet. And she retreated towards the corner of the room, forcing the young man to follow her. At that moment she looked at him, too close for his comfort, the way he felt, circling the libertines who surrounded Lestrange and Valbel. He sensed her irritated bewilderment. She came straight up to him. "What do you think? Monsieur de Chantal," she said, fixing her gaze on him. "So," Maud asked slowly, "how are you going back to Via Xeris?" "Yes." "I accompanied my mother to Paris because she cannot travel alone. She will stay there for a longer or shorter time, depending on the doctor's orders. As for me, I am of no use here. I will leave and return only to bring her back. Paris is too vast for me. Even when I am there, like today, I feel absent from it. I think, Maxim replied, very serious, that my solitude in Via Xeris is the asylum one should never leave behind when one is, like me, a provincial and a peasant. Unwillingly, he had infused all the bitterness he had tasted into his words, comparing himself, in front of the woman he loved, to these elegant, brilliant-spoken men like Lestrange, Lutetia, Subersoaks. My native land, with its gentle hills and mysterious plains, is closer to my heart.
Ah,
said Maud, slowly lowering her eyelids. Maxime continued, becoming more excited as he spoke it. These solitudes have made me what I am, in their image, you see. I have the same heart as my shepherds. Immobile from dusk till dawn gazing at the horizon, my feelings are slow and deep, so deep that, once experienced, their mere memory is enough to fill my thoughts for many months. Here, one experiences quickly and little. Speech is swift and brief like the sensation. I am slow to speak, because one cannot express so distant sensations quickly. Forgive me, I don't know why I'm telling you these things. On the contrary, talk to me, Maud said. Nothing that's being told here, she gestured towards Subersoaks. Jacqueline and Lutetia groups could interest me as much. You're kind to tell me so, at least. See, I'm not even master of myself enough to hide this emotion from you. Anything that reminds me of something past, a happy thing, stirs me up like this, and my presence here, after months, vividly brings back our 4 days in St. Amand. Maud interrupted. I haven't forgotten them either. They fell silent. When she looked up at Mr. de Chantal, the young girl was frightened by their flame.
Enough romance for today, she thought to herself.
And, cutting short the words of passion she sensed were pressing on Maxim's lips, she said aloud, in a way to be heard, We must go to the opera tomorrow. In our loggia. Is that agreed? How did you tame her? Asked Maxim, tracing his sister's brown curls. I spoke of you to her, sir. At once this new soul had aroused Hector's curiosity. Jane will come too, won't she? Where is our Janet? How? She talks. She's becoming tame. Jane de Chantal was speaking shyly with Hector Lutetia. Maud's sentence suddenly halted the conversation, and the child, blushing, came to seek refuge by her brother's side. There was some laughter. He sensed her so different from the little souls, worn down by their mask of virginity, that he watched through the salons of Paris, not out of a taste for debauchery like Lestrange or Subersoaks, but with a particular dilettantism of a collector. He had questioned her gently, almost paternally, speaking to her of that brother he had known, of that Poitou, their common country, and soon the child confided herself, casting aside the timidity once she was reassured. In a peaceful voice, tempered, as it were, by the habit of silence, she recounted her childhood, her youth there, without Tess, without companions, brought up by her mother, taught by Maxim.
Oh, dear,
said Maxim, embracing the young girl on the forehead. Well, said Maud, somewhat impatiently, what shall we decide for tomorrow evening? Mr. Allen and Mr. Subersoaks have their places, as well as you gentlemen, she added. Addressingly Tessia, you are all from Paris society. Mrs. de Chantal and Jean share our box. Miss de Chantal will kindly see these ladies. I am dining with your friends, miss, answered Maxime, displeased that Maud had broken off the conversation just now. Well, you will join us with them after dinner, that's all. It is understood, isn't it? She fixed him with a softened look. He bowed. Subersoaks pretended not to see them, and seemed to be talking intently with Paul Lutetia. Mrs. de Chantal stood up. Aaron kissed Miss de Rover's hand. It was nearly 7 o'clock. Everyone took their leave. Subersoaks approached Maud. She told him, Well, a good point. You're forgiven for your bad mood earlier. You've been agreeable. Is he? The young man asked disdainfully, gesturing to the back of Maxime de Chantal. Yes. He looks quite provincial. Maud replied dryly. He's a very gallant man, my dear. And better than me, Maud retorted. Than us? Now, she added, hurry up. Don't hang around here after everyone else leaves. See you tomorrow. No, declared Hector Lutetia. He was finishing dinner with his brother and Maxime at Joseph's restaurant. The world in which we met yesterday, my dear Chantal, is not absolutely an exceptional world. Those young girls you saw spinning before the men, laughing at dubious jokes, answering in the same tone,
and yet they stood before you,
are not so very exceptional young girls. It is the idle contemporary world, and that is the contemporary young girl of that world. Dora Calvel is without doubt a little. You certainly know the excellent origins of the Rover family. Jacqueline was very well educated. No, it's not at all from mixed society, from the demi-monde. They are not de classe. Mrs. de Reversier is the wife of a brave Berrichon, slightly noble, former prefect of moral order, correct interior, pretty fortune. Mr. Avrazac, during his lifetime, manufactured chemicals on a large scale in Vesnet. His widow is rich. Colonialism, the others sample in just proportion the young Parisian hedonist, the one with comfortable and unpretentious parents who go to the woods, balls, theatres, aches. Trouville, who engage in hydrotherapy, tennis, rally games. You will see represented all degrees of the social scale between the grisette and the heiress of historical noble families. Hector Lutetia's words so precisely targeted the secret anxieties of his heart. I see no questionable girls among those frequenting this salon, except little Dora. Well born, in fact, and a certain Ciarsile Ambre, whose mask would have inspired Baudelaire's dreams, but she is received everywhere as the honor guest of an Italian princess. All of them, and others like you will know, are naturally the product of Parisian libertinism and hedonism, just as this exquisite champagne is the result of white wines from Charente. Neither one nor the other displeased him. He added after swallowing what remained in his small glass. Paul Lutetia chose a cigar with great care. Here is Hector on his obsession, he said. As for the young girls, he never ran out of them. Maxime, who had spoken little during dinner and did not smoke, replied, but I find him very interesting. From that visit the previous evening he emerged shaken and bewitched. Maud is beautiful, who had words so profound to remind him of the communion of their memories. Indeed, this one he found faultless, just as he desired it. But the others, those flirtatious cats, whose titles and virgin attire made their speeches, their demeanour more disconcerting. They were sisters, they were Maud's companions, a little younger than her, only. Maud heard them, responded to them, thought in agreement with their thoughts, perhaps. To imagine this, the old dragon felt a ferment of anger rising against these people, against Paris that had perhaps corrupted the white soul of the woman he chose almost the day after seeing her, loved since with the intense ardour of strong souls, where solitude, absence, far from abolishing them, ignite passions. But perhaps also Maud, among these impurities, remained pure, ignorant evil, traversing the world without understanding it, like her own sister Jean, who had been shocked by nothing the previous day.
"Oh, the cruel mystery! How be sure?"
asked Maxim. First, the crack of modesty. Our time is comparable to Latin decadence or Renaissance in terms of love. From time to time his elder brother interrupted the conference with some friendly and paternal ironic remark. He listened to Hector with a kind of contracted attention, the desire to learn and the fear of knowing. But Hector guarded his words about Maud. He discoursed on generalities, the easy, alert verb, the salon and dinner talker, accustomed to favour from those around him. It is that, you see, continued Hector, in Paris, for the past 15 years, there have been events too, serious events, two cracks, as my brother would say, of which you have not even felt the most attenuated repercussion here, in your land of Vieilles Iris, my dear, among your stallions, your dogs, and your partridges. And what is it? There are professionals of deflowering in Paris, in the world, men on the lookout for innocencer, such as this Lestrange that you glimpsed yesterday, who is embarrassed to speak in front of them about yesterday's scandal. To what plays don't they go? What novels haven't they read? And yet conversation, the book, the theatre. It's all just words. Our young girls, I mean, still, those of the idle and hedonistic world, no longer serve naked at the Medici table. They do not adorn their necks with generative emblems, but they are just as knowledgeable about things of love as these Florentines and Romans. The first lesson is given to young girls on the evening of their debut ball. The course continues throughout the season with the arrival of summer. The promiscuity of seaside or beach towns will allow the professional deflorator to put the final touch to his work. To the right, Paul observed, as I suppose he started from the left, "So all's well that ends well." "No," Hector replied. "There are no more innocent young girls, but neither are there any rich young girls." The boy left, stunned by Paul's demand for the bill. Hector waited until he was gone to continue. "The second crack I mentioned just now is the crack of the dowry, as harmful to the modern virgin as that of modesty. The deflorator doesn't often settle down, and what is truly admirable is that young girls know this better still. They don't want him to settle down at all, because usually he's an adventurer with little fortune, like Lestrange or Subersox. And the modern young girl wants money through marriage. Therefore, the young girl has never depended on man to this extent, and as she only has one weapon to conquer him with, love, mothers let them learn about love as early as possible, out of maternal devotion. The millionaire gives his daughter a dowry of 200,000 francs, that is to say, a yearly income of 6,000 francs, which is nothing, not even enough to rent a carriage for a month. Against this word of devotion, Maxim made a gesture of protest. Hector insisted, "But yes, by maternal devotion. And this is not the only effect of this devotion. In my opinion, the universal change in the young girl, type of olden times, is primarily attributable to the mothers of the present generation. Once the virgin was raised in a convent, usually in perfect innocence, because I don't think you take seriously what the dining-room philosophers say about the immorality of convents. Moreover, coming from the most aristocratic cloister in Paris, the bride found comfort and elegance even in the humblest household. One was shielded from both famous crashes. What happened? She left there to marry a man she barely knew, but whom the parents had chosen. Thus, conflicts of interest, almost all marital discord, were avoided. The husband was truly the initiator, a considerable fortune to be loved. Some hysterical members of this happy generation, some Janes of Cimaros, found sudden and unpleasant the surprise of the alcove, cried out betrayal and rape. They cried so loudly that they persuaded others. There was not a single peaceful bourgeois who did not sigh, "Raising a child outside the family!" The young girl no longer suffers from isolation or the discomfort of the cloister, but she becomes accustomed, at 15 years old, to the wide freedom that her parents took 40 years to achieve. She will not marry ignorant any more. Oh, marrying an ignorant virgin? What crimes? And they promised not to commit these crimes against their daughters. You see the result. But she does not content herself with learning the theory of love. She strengthens it with preparatory experiences for greater security. And now it is the bridegroom who experiences surprises in the nuptial bed. The 3 guests remained silent for a while. The boy returned with the bill. Paul Laetitia paid and said, "Shall we go out? It's 10:30. I have a report to correct, and I want to go horse riding tomorrow morning." "You're going to the opera, Mr. de Chantal?" "I will, if your brother accompanies me. Otherwise I'll simply wait for my mother at the exit." "But I'm accompanying you, it's agreed," replied Hector. "And even if you want, we can leave. It's time. We will arrive for the ride." They put on their overcoats and got out. At the entrance to the restaurant, the senator found his carriage. The night opened up a slice of pure, frozen sky over the empty site of the old opier, Rue Comique. A thin layer of hard snow, polished by the soles of passers-by, gleamed on the ground the lights of gas lamps, and the glow of electric globes shone steadily in the condensed air. It was, over the city, a beautiful winter night, clear, serene, resonating. get into my carriage?" asked poorly Tessier. "If you want, I'll drop you off at the opera." "No," replied Hector. 2 minutes of jogging will do us good." "Go ahead with your reports, Senator." As the carriage turned, Hector and Maxime made their way to the boulevard. Hector had lit a cigar. Maxime walked with a distant look, his thoughts far from the spectacle, yet bright and rare for him, that his eyes witnessed. "Are you dreaming, my lieutenant?" questioned Hector. Maxim stopped dead in his tracks, like a horse under a kick. His lean, tense features more so than usual, his eyes with a flickering gleam, the twitch of his thin moustache betrayed the disturbance in his nerves. "Listen, Tessier," he said. "You spoke just now about the young women who frequent Misty Rover, and even her sister using terms that distressed me. I have an absolute regard for her, though I've known her for a short time. I must tell you. Think how bewildered I am here, ignorant of Paris, ill at ease with your life. I am a farmer, but a farmer who thinks and willingly relies on the expressions on faces to judge souls, as well as on the appearance of the sky to predict the weather." "But, my dear," replied Hector, "didn't I even mention Misty Rover's name?" Maxime was already condemning her abruptness. "Forgive me. I'm wrong to speak to you like this. I have great confidence in you," added Maxim as he laid a hand on Hector's arm and resumed walking. "I know you are exactly the opposite of me, and yet I am sure that you are worthy to be my friend. You will be, won't you?" "Of course, my dear Maxime," replied Hector, moved. He thought, "Such words are not often heard between Favart Street and Vaudeville. What Danube is passing through Vieziris?" "Miss Maud de Rover," he continued slowly as they walked towards the Opera House via the Chaussee d'Antin and Rue Meyerbeer. "Miss Maud de Rover is beautiful, with too much sparkle to have not sparked envy and slander. You will hear people talking badly about her. I warn you, be patient and fortify your heart. You certainly don't need me to give you reasons to trust a woman who has deeply seduced you, right? Here is the translation of the provided text from Otto to English. Nevertheless, here are 2 significant observations I present to you. Do not judge them trivial before considering them. The first is that in the idle world of Paris there is no pretty and fashionable young girl who has not been accused, if not of having lovers, then at least of engaging in vile games. You see, the truth is so often repeated that one must excuse gossip. The white-told dresses, blue, pink, or soft purple, that you will see soon on the balcony of the boxes, cover so few entirely intact bodies. There are so many half-virgins among these virgins. Honest people suffer from the dishonesty of others. My second observation is that in fashionable Paris it is almost impossible to know if a young girl is honest. It is no less difficult to determine if she has seriously failed. Adventure usually happens without witnesses, especially when it concerns a young girl. She does not tell about it, does she? So it is the partner who betrays, the lover or the half-lover, and how untrustworthy he is. In short, nothing is no innocent or perverse, reserved or provocative. The young girl, especially for those who love her, is a sphinx. They had reached the court of the opera, in a segment of a circle, bordered by the streets Gulki and Canhailo-Vai. They slowly roamed this isolated corner, whose deserted, semi-dark silence contrasted with the luminous trembling of the equipages, the carriages already snorting along the sidewalks. And then, as Providence is a more fanciful one, some will also marry an honest man and become model wives, doubled for their husband into expert mistresses. Nonsense! The risk is too great. I will never take a wife in Paris. If Maud heard me, thought Hector, suppose she would have been pleased with me. I didn't say anything against my conscience. Maxime murmured to himself, but what husbands will they find? Those you call half-virgins. Half-virgins. They will marry barons in toast, important industrialists threatened with bankruptcy, handsome men ravaged by deadly diseases, all sorts of facade husbands who collapse a month or a year after the wedding. For it is a strange punishment for these little deceivers to be led astray, almost infallibly by marriage, which they wanted to twist. It is madness to want to look for the white partridge there. Too many black partridges are dyed white. I will be content with a less rare bird, whose colour is more solid. Which one? A little white duck, born and raised in a corner of the province. Hector received the reward of this sentence immediately. Seeing Maxim's face lighten, he caught the gesture's outline, quickly restrained, to take his hand and squeeze it. Am I guilty? He thought, treating this boy like a doctor with a patient. And realizing that Maxim's face was wrinkling again, he added, unless he meets a girl superior, like Miss Maud de Rover, a character of rare metal, above all calumnies. If I told him the truth, he'd kill himself or someone else. And do I even know the truth myself? You never know anything. Besides, he might be happy with her, though deceived, and as Werther says, is it a deception for happiness? The court was filled with the buzz of the intermission. Shall we enter? Hector asked. If you wish, his companion replied, heading through the stairs and corridors with the assuredness of an accustomed route. This monumental frame, this mist of clarity on the marbles, that bustling crowd adorned, he felt confusedly hostile to all of it, sensing he was entering danger in the enemy's camp. A woman pursued and caught here is not what I need. Also within him, a rancour from solitude festered, despite its awkwardness, against the alert, affluent society of the city, even against Paris itself. Shall I then bind my life to this milieu of artificial intoxication, so far from the dream of seclusion? Yet the need to see Maud again, to speak with her, to confirm the faith he wanted to preserve for her, pushed him despite it all, against everything. And when he caught sight of her in the orchestra, at the edge of a box facing him, between Jacqueline and Jean, he thought for the first time, with the energized fervour animating every one of his decisions, he want her. A few minutes later, they both entered the box. Aaron, charming and deferential, left at the same time. They found only the two mothers and the three young girls there. Maud immediately left her place, which Hector took between Jean and Jacqueline. She joined Maxime de Chantil in the neighbouring salon. Every folly is excusable for a woman like that, thought Hector, following her with his eyes. Happy are those who have the courage to be mad. Indeed, this evening, Maud was stunning from her black hair touched with red to her feet, whose shoes revealed the racial arch. She appeared regal, meant to breathe from above the anonymous and unanimous tributes of the crowds. Sitting next to her on the red couch, Maxim admired her jealously, his admiration shaking him. She wore a pink bodice, almost purple in the light, lammy with gold-threaded lace. The same toned muslin dress was entirely plain. Nothing is more chaste than the cutout collar, barely hinting at the birth of the breasts, but the right shoulder showed its near, nude roundness, the narrow epaulette attached by a single pin, an ancient turquoise carved in scarab form. In the artificial light of incandescent lamps, the hair turned red, the dark blue eyes ambered, and her skin burst out with a more mate whiteness. Maxime contemplated her, tormented, jealous, yet happy, to tell her what he felt, to crawl at her feet and cry in the dust,
"I love you! I love you! I am yours! I believe in you!" And he had doubted her just now.
And he admitted to himself, one cannot not love this woman. She spoke to him, that inaccessible queen. She spoke to him with a will of kindness, the mark of a choice. She thanked him for being there, for adoring her and allowing him to join her.
Ah!
He had briefly entertained the suspicion that she might give another man rights to this intangible beauty. He now abhorred that suspicion as a sacrilege. Maud, while talking of things far from their thoughts, the room, the spectators, the rigours of winter felt the warmth of this powerful fire of admiration and desire close at hand. And yet she boasted of her unexpected, sudden conquest, unlike any other. He simply said, "I went for a ride before lunch. I ate at the Hotel des Missionnaires near St. Sulpice, where I left with my mother and Jean. Afterward, I did some shopping, visited an old comrade from the regiment, and—" She had, in a few words, recounted her day, she concluded the tale by saying, "And you, what have you done in this great Paris?" He did not confess to her that he had, early that morning, passed under her windows on horseback. Before the walk in the Bois, where he tried to cool his fever and shake off his inquietude with a frantic gallop, he paused. "But why are you telling me all this? My life doesn't interest you. Let me just say that for the entire day and all night before, I had only one thought." Maud stood up, smiling. "Here come the musicians to the orchestra. Stay with us, we'll chat on our way out. Stay too, Hector," she said to Laetitia as he gave back his seat. For the rest of his life, Maxim de Chantal would remember the moment when, under the dim chandeliers, to the sounds of music so otherworldly, in the atmosphere of a fairy tale setting, he felt his destiny intertwined mysteriously, bound by a spell comparable to those that, in drama, determine the hero's fate. The room was not so steeped in shadow that he did not recognize the faces encountered the previous day at Mrs. de Ruvus, the blonde Uselli with her D.A.A. colletage down to her waist, revealing her bosom beneath C.A. Sile Amber's enigmatic eyes. Mrs. de Reversier and her two daughters, in a nearby lodge crowded with black garments, looked Lestrange, way back, his pale bed brushing Madeline's slender neck, and above all, at the orchestra, turning restlessly, at every moment, towards the Rovelot Julien de Soubesaux, handsome, strangely elegant, the focal point of 20 women's squints. Maxim realized once more that he was embarking on an unknown and perilous path, but this time, too, he seized his willpower like a blooded beast, then hurled it forward by grasping her hand in mid-air. What did obstacles or chasms matter to him, if he was walking towards Maud? Maud's eyes, at that moment, he was sure, thought of him, wanted to attract him, keep him. She will be my wife, or my life will shatter. Denier Maud, while Jacqueline exchanged with one of the Loge's breastplates. Reversier, the almost imperceptible signals of a mysterious language that London had sent to Paris. Jeanne de Chantal, motionless, her gaze elsewhere, watched the scene. Purple waves, from time to time, flooded her young face, without apparent cause, driven by the magnetism of an inner fluid. These were the emotions of this sudden entry into a new world, the proximity of men so different, in their dress and manner, hosts of Vieilles Iris, perhaps the secret satisfaction of having captivated one of them. Yesterday and today, for just now, while Maxim and Maud isolated themselves in the Loge's salon, it was Hector Laetitia who had spoken, first to her, before Jacqueline. Her burning and fresh heart was astonished by an unfamiliar temperature, but like Maxime, more than Maxim, a heavy melancholy penetrated her, a sadness of an exile, seeing herself surrounded by people foreign to her moral life, to her tastes for scrupulous decency, solemnity, and piety. To reassure herself, she was forced to repeat, "Since I am here with Mom and Maxime, it's not bad to be here." And among all this crowd whose clamour of the Valkyries frayed her nerves, these two simple beings, Maxime and Jean, perhaps were the only ones who thought, who truly felt, consciously, sure of their thoughts and hearts. De Ruvre, haunted by ghosts of memories, childish coquetries, and the fear of suffering. The others, depressed and worn out by this hideous Paris that falsifies, blunts, and numbs, were only uncertain wrecks, ignorant even their desires, not knowing if they enjoyed being there or if they would prefer all this music to fall silent exhausted by the monotonous day, frightened by the sleepless night, deranged, distracted, hoosed up. The soul deaf and paralyzed, the senses false or failing, thought that poor empty-headed missus. Did they think, these nervous dolls, Jacqueline, Marthe or Madeleine de Reversier, Juliette de Rezac, Dora Calvel, weary from sterile jolts, a deserted heart, their minds filled only with men's love-talk? Thought they those men with cloudy, suspicious eyes like Lestrange, seized by abnormal desires for a sensuality they were not entirely sure they could satisfy, reduced to the task of frustrating women as a monotonous chore from which pleasure is excluded, that, in the long run, almost becomes an anxiety? And neither he knew where his thoughts led him, what he desired, What he felt, this Julian de Soubesaux, probing his darkened heart, surprised to see jealousy side by side with the adventurer's rancour, the sceptic's deflowering. This Uselli, worn by unnatural debauchery, in whom all sensations, even those of art, were translated into the excitement of the senses, thought she, her hand clenched at every call of the Valkyries, on C.A. Sile Amber's thin arm, who with her other hand sought the Prévost's syringe, always within reach, used several times a night, under the dim light of the Loge, at the theatre. And among them were other groups of mundanes, young girls, Meidlers, all of the same race, leading the same deranged and directionless existence, weary of life and clinging to it, sensual and inert, intelligent and childish. And scattered among them were the artists, the active genius of the city, yet so many groped in the darkness, uncertain of their ideal, seeking money, blinded by jealousy of others' success, drunk with their own success to the point of madness. Of all this crowd, the best were perhaps those who resigned themselves, like Etiennette Duroy, whose pretty face smiled peacefully behind Mimi Uselli's shoulders, or Hector Lutetia, a curious dilettante in the passions of others, judging and condemning the world they lived in, sure that one day they would leave it, sure that their path would lead them elsewhere in the future. The play was over. Women hurriedly put on their ample coats. Men quickly settled the tip for the doorwives. The entire room emptied through 100 sudden leaks. Maxime descended the lucid steps of the grand staircase, Maud's bare arm resting on his. The words that had almost escaped his throat earlier, "He love you! I want you!" now couldn't find their way out, his throat constricted under the radiant light, amidst the turmoil of the crowd. Yet so many times before in the solitude of Vieille Xeris, he had dreamed of Maud like this, at his side, facing the world. The dream was coming true, and yet it almost felt like a suffering. Misty Rouve suddenly left Maxime's arm under the peristyle. Julian de Soubesaux was behind them, draped in a long black cape with a velvet collar, his face so troubled, so tragic, that Maxime, utterly incapable of deciphering such complex souls, suspected a drama. He departed with an affectation of indifference, yet bitten by jealousy. Maud approached Soubesaux under this festive vault. Amidst the decked crowd, moving and bustling, they crossed glances. "You're mad," she murmured. "Hold on, if you don't want to lose me." "Maud," he stammered. She captivated him with her gaze. "Tomorrow," she whispered, "at 4 o'clock at your place on Rue de la Baume. Wait for me." And leaving him spellbound, suddenly fastened by the enchantment of these few words, she took Maxime's arm again. "Poor boy," she said immediately in a natural tone, without waiting for questions. "He is in love with Madeleine de Revesier, who doesn't love him, and seeing Lestrange constantly flirting with her. He is as crazy. I told him 2 words to calm him down. He's an old childhood friend. We used to play together at the Tuileries. You see that in this sceptical and frivolous Paris there is still room for sincere passion." Maxime believed what Maud said. He was reassured. And this faith, as his heart, garroted by love, would have had. At the foot of the steps, on the right side of the monument, cars, one after another, turned nimbly, carrying their elegant loads of macfarlanes, pelisses, and mantles embroidered with ermine. Mrs. de Rouve's car, one of those beautifully harnessed coupes, like the Paris chauffeurs keep a few at hand for rich foreigners, received Jean and her mother, whom the Rois were taking back to the Hôtel des Missionnaires. Maxime, however, left alone, on foot. He had lost Hector in the crowd and no longer cared to reconnect. He wanted to savour his intoxication in complete solitude. He walked aimlessly through the city, where the theatre exits resounded, gradually becoming calmer, rarer, toward the deserted districts of the left bank. In his cold and conventional ecclesiastical hotel room, collapsing in a chair, he expressed his heart with these words that he pronounced aloud. "Ah!" Even though he had joined the hotel very late, he did not, as usual, kiss Jane's sleeping forehead. The present storm swept away all the past. When one loves a woman like I love this one, One should have known her as a child, entirely as a child, and raised her year by year like a sister. If almost all the houses bordering the Haussmann Boulevard, between Percier Avenue and Courcelles Street, have a secondary exit, usually reserved for service, on the peaceful Rue de la Baume, the apartments facing this street have the advantage, so rare in Paris, of opening their windows onto a garden, that of the Hôtel de Céligar, whose beautiful lawns end just a few steps from Courcelles Street. Julien de Soubesaux had been living in one of these apartments for 4 years, so fortunate in its orientation. The Prince's Garden, watched over by modern construction entrepreneurs, is populated by blackbirds in spring, like a rustic park. In winter, its large trees, often cloaked in mist, still hide the houses on La Boye, Tie Street behind their entangled branches, pushing away to infinity the bustling and noisy Paris of the Saint, Honorary District. When Julien first came to Paris in 1885, from the depths of his native Provençal village in Ardé he accompanied Mr. Asquin, a considerable winemaker from the surroundings of Limax, elected deputy with the entire monarchist list. It was half of the entresol of a hotel, once converted into a boy's lodging, perhaps for the convenience of some family son, with its staircase and private exit onto Rue de Beaumont since then, always rented separately, the hotel remaining large enough to do without this annex. Julien, at 21, the last male heir of one of the country's oldest families, knew he was handsome, felt intelligent, and suffered from poverty. Predetermined to compromise with all, armoured by pride superior to others' judgment, he stepped onto the Paris soil like those admirable and chimerical Balzacian heroes who declare to the city, "You will be mine." But time has passed since the Tillet and Rubempré days. Paris is no longer a feudal prey to be shared among a few daring adventurers. It's a field divided into 1,000 plots, where every democratic appetite satiates its hunger. Until the day he met Maud de Rouver, he was merely a well-dressed and popular young man from the south. Rastignac has become legionary. Scruples do not encumber anyone, and when fortune selects him, the one she strips was not more worthy. Then Julien, truly handsome, truly seductive, was only half Rastignac. He himself loved women too much. The irrepressible sincerity of his desire paralyzed his conquest plans. He lived quite freely, thanks to his luck at gambling and Asquin's generosity, which he repaid with favours, for the deputy, past 60, remained active and naturally hid his eccentricities from his Catholic voters in Aude. Thus, the apartment on Rue de la Baume was rented and paid for by Asquin in the name of his secretary, who occupied it under the condition of reporting to the deputy's appointments from time to time. Julien de Soubesaux was introduced to the Rouver family by Paul le Tessier, later a senator and then a deputy from Niort. He knew Mr. de Rouver from having seen this distinguished gentleman with white favourites, in impeccable attire, seated at every baccarat table in Paris, and from having met him at all the young ladies' suppers. He considered him rich, unaware of the terrible gaps that games and women had made in Elvira Hernandez's dowry, since the family had lived in Paris. Twice she experienced the terrible misfortune of flirts displayed in Paris, leading to the disappearance of the supposed suitor on the day her true fortune was revealed. She dominated him with her beauty, certainly, and the royalty of her grace, but she enslaved him even more because he recognized in her a soul similar to the one he wished for himself and which was missing. A fiery and relentless soul of a rebel, determined at all costs to defeat fortune and trample the crowd. When Julien then said to himself, "We will marry Maud," he could still convince himself that he was following his plan for wealth and conquest. The truth is that Maud, from the first moment, subjugated this infirm heart, disguised as an adventurer. Maud, at 18, knew herself ruined, reduced to an inheritance from her maternal uncle. Courted by men almost since childhood, expert at surprising them, she had already experienced the difficulty of keeping them for herself, of guiding them to marriage with such a modest dowry. She already hated her father for ruining her, She extended her hatred to all vain and sceptical beings who only wanted to entertain themselves at her expense, enjoy her beauty, and take pride in her preferences. There was the feeling of a fatality, a law beyond human wishes, and this fatality, this law, they themselves suffered despite their rebel will. Marriage, from then on, became the territory that had to be conquered by force or cunning. Thus they met, she and Julian, like two armed adversaries, and the world, at their encounter, seemed to circle around them, curious to see their clash, as it seemed so obvious that they were meant to love each other. They the most beautiful couple in Paris, of the same race, from an aristocratic lineage of unmistakable form and elegance that even jealousy was disarmed against. Julian was the most blind and best possessed, but Maud, enraged by this unexpected defeat, had to admit that she too was conquered, and that her resistances did not hold against a kiss from the man whom, despite everything, she did not want to give herself to. He would be the incomplete lover of this admirable girl until the day she married. He would be her lover the day after the marriage. Wasn't that a sufficiently audacious trampling on agreed laws? A beautiful revenge for his life tossed about from now. From the year following their meeting, adverse circumstances only strengthened their resolve to stand united and complacent against the society they endured. On Maud's advice, Mrs. de Rover had requested and obtained a divorce. A few months after the judgment, Mr. de Rover died. She made him pay cruelly for his weakness. She told him that she would marry when he pleased, that she ceded, in a way, the provisional of her life. She only agreed half-heartedly. Julian submitted, he loved. Then Maud's influence strengthened his resolutions which had been floating yesterday. Well, they needed a large apartment, 3 servants, and a team of horses costing 2,000 francs per month. When revenue fell short, Maud borrowed from her own capital without hesitation, as she did not wish to dispossess her mother, and Jacqueline was shrewd and frugal for her own good. After settling his estate, the widow was left with about 60,000 francs, 200,000 to Maud, and the same to Jacqueline. Living together, the 3 women could maintain a social appearance without depleting their capital, but Maud intended to retain the luxury of her past. Never mind, Maud believed in the future. She ruined herself with confident serenity. Events almost proved her right. A young Romanian gentleman, prodigiously rich, Count Cristiniu, fell in love with her to the point of asking for her hand within a week of their first meeting. Welcomed, he returned to his country to obtain his family's consent. For what reason did he quarrel during the stay with a fellow circle member? It was never known. He fought with swords and was killed. Maud mourned. Hector Laetitia said about this, "This woman will only be loved among dramas." Almost at the same time, Julian too was affected in his living works. In the elections of 1889, Mr. Esquin failed against his Republican rival. The young secretary found himself alone in Paris, no longer having access to the generous purse of the deputy who, at least, left him the apartment on Rue de la Baume, rented for several years. The luck of gambling was already less faithful. At the end of 1890 he suddenly passed away. Soubesaux had been expecting an inheritance. However, the will remained silent regarding him and Etiennette. Still, Etiennette was due to benefit from 20,000 francs in an insurance policy taken out on her birthday when she reached majority. Soubesaux faced difficult times, which is why Asquin travelled to Perfley every 2 months. The elderly provincial went to see his mistress, Mathilde Duroy, and his daughter Etiennette. And in this easy environment, where Soubesaux had taken Suzanne Duroy as his mistress, he relived his Parisian party life for a few weeks. This period, when Maud and Julian felt the grip of destiny tightening around them, was also when they loved each other most fiercely. Julian would visit the Rovers every day. He would spend entire hours in Maud's room, which had imposed itself upon him. He grew accustomed to the dangerous taste of this unfinished love, handed out to their chosen ones by learned virgins. 100 times more poignant than the easy and complete happinesses of ordinary loves. With her temperament as a great lover, with her resolute immodesty, she made Julian her serf, her possession. She did more. She recreated his soul in her own image, suggested her own feelings to him, galvanized his will. Near her, Julian looked at life through her eyes, an unsparing struggle for fortune and domination. He accepted this dreadful plan, only being a half lover of his mistress until marriage, remaining her lover after the wedding. He did not accept it without inner struggles. Sceptical and bold in front of his mistress, solitude would bring him back to indecision. Maud would belong to another. She would be a woman through another. Could he bear this without rebellion? Like all weak hearts, he relied on fate to arrange the future, the providential blow from the Romanian. Maud's plans for Maxime de Chantal immediately filled him with fear, making him sense a true danger. He realized that this time Maud was resolute to marry, come what may, despite herself. Hadn't she kept the secret of their meeting in Saint, Amand until the last moment, for more than 6 months? Hadn't she, he understood now, changed her life over the past 10 months, watching her words and deeds so that, in the eyes of the world, quick to change its judgments, she could appear impeccable? I let myself be deceived. Subershocks thought Maud lacked loyalty. If I am truly her ally, she should at least have kept me informed about her plans. Would she love him by chance? These thoughts tortured him on that dark February afternoon when, feverish and agitated, he waited for Maud at home. It was already night, with gas lamps lit in the snow-covered street, and snow still falling in heavy, rare flakes behind the windows, on the sidewalks and the road, over the vast empty park with its black and white branches. 5 o'clock rang out on the small Empire style pendule that adorned a side table. She won't come, he thought, and his rage from the previous day returned, lulled all day by the words Maud had thrown at him in the opera's vestibule yesterday. A brief buzz from the electric bell straightened him up. He ran to open the door, conquered and defeated, frail. With the door closed, immediately he embraced that black, trembling form with a desperate passion. He couldn't find words, only repeating her name over and over, Maud, Maud. He repeated it as a caress, as a kiss in her ear, in her hair, in her throathen. The next instant, when he had drawn her into the room, seated in an armchair, he still sighed it into the hollow of her dress, on the delicate instep that his lips touched. That name, those living syllables that for the lover sum up the grace, the spirit, the scent, and the form of the beloved. Maud, dear Maud. She had laid her hands, quickly ungloved, on Julian's shoulder. In turn, she lowered her mouth to touch his forehead and eyes, while she warmed at his neck, his burning cheeks, the cold of her fingers. This hour, this place, this presence troubled her too. I love you, she said in that low, changed voice he alone knew. I love you. She spoke so close to his face that her breath and the sound of words caressed him like infinite kisses. Oh, murmured Julian, as I suffered last night. You were deliberately torturing me. She got up. Slowly, forcing him to do the same, she led him into the next room, the salon. Sit near me, she said. And be good. We have a serious talk to have. Just that. He murmured, humiliated and cowardly. First of all, she answered. It's serious, my friend, listen to me. He obeyed and sat down next to her. As she spoke, she fixed her dark blue eyes on him, which seemed black in the light. She concentrated her suggestion on him. And he, magnetized, allowed himself to be penetrated by the essence of this superior will. Listen to me. She continued, You know that I love only you, that I could never love anyone but you. One has to be as mad as you are to imagine that I would prefer Mr. de Chantal over you. That's certain. That's what you'll see clearly as day if you want to look and think. Only she plunged her gaze deeper into Julian's eyes. Only I want to get married, and I want to marry Mr. de Chantal. She took a short pause. Julian said nothing. The words from earlier, I lonely you, I will never have anyone but you, had, for a time, lulled her heart. I want to get married, Maud continued, asserting her voice. My current life is crumbling around me. If I told you how much longer it can last. Not long. I think you love me enough not to wish to see me in ruin. At any rate, I do not want ruin, understand. So I must get married, it's my right. I've always told you that was my will. We've always agreed on that, free from each other, above all. Is that true? It is. Well, let's keep our word, friend. We escaped from the miserable conventions made for others. Not for us, I am proud of that, personally. We are rebels and adventurers, aren't we? But for each other, let's keep our word, shall we? Or break it and leave. Julian seized her hands. Oh, Maud, leave. Don't say that word. Could you leave me? I swear, declared Maud as she stood up, that yes, despite our conventions and your promises, despite my will and right. If you tried to prevent my marriage, I swear I would never see you again in my life. And immediately, taking Julian's head in her hands, she brought it close to her lips. But I love you, and I'll keep you. Julian, broken and intoxicated, murmured, And if you love your husband, who knows? You're mad, she replied. I swear to only love you, to belong to you for life. I only want you. Come on, be worthy of my love. No failure. Your marriage sets you free, for you will attempt nothing, I know, until I am married. Do you want to spend your whole life running to expedients? Do you want me to give piano lessons? It is because I love you that I desire you rich and free. You must want me a queen, if you love me. Let us with vigour carve out our share of fortune from beings inferior to us, of a lower race than us, whom we must serve without scruple, just as one puts a bit and saddle on a horse, and let us remain to each other above the world that we despise and trample upon. That was your dream when I met you. What has bent within you since? Julian kissed her hands. You are right. The mirage evoked by Maud's words emerged from the future, a citadel of dreams to be conquered at all costs. At this moment he truly felt a burning will within him. As ardent as Maud's, he cast off conventional morals with the same disdain for others' rights. Maud saw him subdued. It's late, she said. I have to leave.
Oh, Julian begged, stay. Just for a moment, there.
He gestured with his eyes towards the neighbouring room, dark and empty. In the girl's eyes he read consent. He carried her away like a prey. Lips joined, they faltered together against that closed bed, which, twice in 4 years, Maud had brushed with her dress, him so quickly annihilated by this embrace that once again Maud did not have to refuse. Rue de Berne, 22. Quickly. Maud threw down the address as she climbed back into the carriage waiting for her on Rue de la Baume. The snow was still falling, mixed now with a little rain, and the horse struggled along the boulevard Haussmann, where the trams had broken down, then across the bright Place de l'Europe, its 1,000 lights reflected by the snow. It took nearly half an hour to reach Etiennette's house. It was one of those rented properties built economically by societies, looking shabby after 6 months due to poor materials and neglect. Maud opened with reluctance the door of a rather dirty loge. Miss Etiennette Duroy. Upstairs, 3rd door on the left, said a stout woman without turning, cooking in what seemed like a closet. Maud climbed the 3 flights. The peeling plaster, cracked ceilings, blackened banister, doorbell cords missing their tips, and frayed carpet at the corners of the stair-soles signified half poverty, wretched indigence, the worst of all. Maud interviewed herself for such a house, such a life in the future. That was what awaited her if she did not marry Maxime de Chantal.
Oh, never that,
she thought, and her resolve strengthened to build a future on solid foundations nonetheless. The doorbell rang, evoking a light step. Opening the door, Etiennette appeared, dressed in a very simple blue linen gown, with a batiste apron pinned over her breasts and tied at her waist. "Goodness, how cute you are like this!" Maud exclaimed, embracing her. "I'm here to visit you." "Really?" the young girl replied cheerfully. "You're staying for dinner." "Oh, all alone with me. Mom is unwell," she added. "She has her heart-attack pains. She's lying down." "No, dear, that's not possible." I'm expected at home tonight. The Chantels are having an intimate dinner. But I have half an hour to spend with you." She followed Etiennette through the narrow antechamber to the low, ceilinged drawing-room, choked with curtains and stuffed with furniture, where one could make out the ruins of another installation, larger. "Just as you say," said Maud as she sat down. "I wanted to talk to you about your guitar and songs. Yesterday I barely caught a glimpse of you at the opera. I didn't have time. This is what I've planned. See if it suits you." Etiennette simply explained. "You see, we're quite uncomfortable, but I didn't want to sell at random anything that had some value when we moved. I'll try to make a living from all this with my guitar. Maxime de Chantel is leaving Paris in a few days. The young man you were with yesterday, after the opera. Yes. He's in love with me. He suits me. I want to marry him. Between us, Mr. de Chantel, as I told you, is leaving Paris in a few days for his lands in Poitou. You understand that if we have a party, I would like him to be there." "Of course." "He will come back around mid-March. Poor dear," added Maud after a short pause, "our situations are more similar than you think. Go on." "Both of us have suffered from the cowardly egoism of men. Both of us live where we wish we didn't. We are waiting for deliverance in the future. We have a month left to prepare the party, which I want to give almost right after his arrival, so as to recapture him immediately, because he is a strange boy. A few weeks of solitude are enough to make him wild. So prepare your repertoire and your costumes. You just have time." "As you are kind," said Etiennette, kissing her friend again. "But I am not kind. It's you who are adorable, and whom we are happy to oblige. And then aren't we allies? Help each other, it's simple." Etiennette answered with a smile. "Me, I am your servant. Do with me as you will. Have you not yet needed our hospitality? When will you use it? I have prepared your room. Would you like to see it?" "Yes, of course," replied Maud, glad that Etiennette was speaking first about the real purpose of her visit. For just now, leaving Julian, feeling the need to keep him on edge during the current crisis with more frequent meetings, she had intoxicated him with the unexpected promise of appointments at Mathilde Duroy's. Etiennette, taking a miniature nickel-plated lamp from a side table, led Maud ahead. "You see," she said, "you don't even have to cross the salon. From the antechamber, you enter the dining-room where you will never meet anyone. Here is the room." It was a rectangular room of mediocre dimensions, with a meticulously installed dressing-table. "Isn't this your room at least?" Maud asked. "Oh, no. My room is next to Mom's." And a little pink, Etienne did. This was Suzanne's room. "Last year she came back to live with us. She was sick. She didn't have very strong lungs. After a month spent with the family, she got better. Unfortunately, she fell for an actor from the gymnast. There was no longer any way to keep her." "Where is she now?" Maud asked absent-mindedly, inspecting the room and furniture. "We don't know. We think she's in London with that actor. Poor Susan!" Etienne wiped away a few tears that ran down her lashes. "And your mother?" Maud asked. "Where does she sleep?" "Beyond the living-room and my room. And since she is condemned to stay in bed or on a recliner all day, you see that we are quite peaceful here. The servants, the housekeepers," said Etienne with a smile, "are simply a little all-around maid that I help a lot, and who, by the way, almost always stays after my mother. On the days when you'll need this room, let me know with a blue signal. I'll give you a key to the apartment. You won't even have to ring." She said all this naively and simply, happy to serve her friend, without questioning the quality of the service. So chaste in morals, so pure herself from such intrigues, the spectacles of her youth had provided her with indifference or indulgence to others' libertinism, a sad and touching product of that Paris which produced elsewhere half virgins like Maud. See Salammbô or little Reversia. They had returned to the salon. Maud, already, wanted to leave. 7 o'clock minus a quarter. Think, with this snow it takes me 25 minutes to get home, and my toilet, I have barely an hour in front of me. Goodbye.
Goodbye, since you want it.
Have you seen Paul since last night? Asked Etiennette at the threshold of the antechamber.
No.
You saw him, little sneak.
Oh.
He comes here almost every day, but if you knew how appropriate our meetings are. So I received him today after lunch. We talked about you. His brother, and he planned to bring us all together in Chamblaise before Maxime leaves Chantal. Your mother will receive and chaperone me. Did you know that? No, but it's kind of Hector, because the idea must come from Hector. From Hector and Paul, I think. Maud quickly descended the 3 flights of stairs and got back into the carriage, which departed at a good pace, as the snow had stopped falling and was rapidly melting into mud in the softened air. Paul, you understand, wants to be seen with me as much as possible in appropriate circles. So, this wedding, my God, I believe Paul is starting to love me enough to consider it.
Good luck. Good luck to dear.
The 2 friends embraced. Recognized at the corner of the car, her hands in her sleeve, her feet on the warm ball, Maud felt an effervescent excitement within herself from the near success, and now sure of the future. She allowed her thoughts to drift back to memories of a visit with Julian, to dreams of future interviews in Suzanne Duroy's discreet room. Maxime de Chantal, having placed his cane in a corner, a compartment to mark his place, descended to the platform at Gare du Nord. The train taking him to Chamblaise station was not due to depart until 3:05 in 5 minutes. Maxim began pacing the platform with his military stride while he inspected the first-class carriages. He had hoped to travel with the ladies from Rover who were also dining in Chamblaise. He didn't see them. They had left in the morning. The train was almost empty, however. Despite the clarity of the sky and the gentle spring warmth that suddenly followed the melting of the snow, Parisians were still venturing out to suburban excursions. Maxime hadn't seen Maud since the day before. On French Tuesday, the day yesterday and today had passed for him in such heart-hatch that he could no longer deny his urgent need for this woman. He was suffering from her distress, and didn't want to share it with anyone. His mother, whom he adored, and his sister, whom he had raised jealously, their presence weighed almost on him, as he felt tender, anxious eyes fixed upon him that dared not ask questions. Oh, the obsessing thought, the strangling thought, which blocks the avenues of the soul, so to speak. It was not a caprice of the senses, a smoke of desire carried away by the wind. It had been, since the day they met in Saint-Amand, a bewitchment of mind and heart. This terrible exile from everyday life, where great passions cast their shadows. The station agents were closing the doors, inviting passengers to board. Maxime, retaking his compartment, found it partly occupied by a large blonde woman of striking elegance, who was conversing in a strange language mixed with French and Italian. With 2 young women dressed similarly, these were Mrs. Vrezac and her daughter Juliette. Maxim recognized them, having met at the Rovers on his first visit, but he could tell they did not recognize him. What's surprising? They didn't even introduce me, then they were too busy, each on their side. Actually, that's good. I won't have to carry on a conversation. Juliette, leaning out the door, called a Mr. Aaron. The sweating banker rushed, panting. He climbed into the compartment just as the train was leaving. Neither does he recognize me, thought Maxim. Indeed, the fat man had fixed his round, myopic eyes on him without greeting him. "And you too, are you going to Ali Tessier's?" asked the Italian woman. "Yes." "Paul invited me," replied Aaron with a slurred, wet voice broken by gasps. "We do business together. Their property is magnificent. You know it, don't you, Mrs. Uselli?" My goodness, I played many games of mail there while the Duchess of La Spezia was in Paris. But Mrs. Vrezac and Juliette are coming for the first time, aren't they? Maxime, against his will, listened. A painful premonition told him that these people would speak about the woman he loved. He would have liked to prevent them from mentioning her name in advance. And just then the name was spoken. "You know," said Mrs. Vrezac, "it's Mr. de Rouver who is receiving guests in Chamblaise. "She'll be entertaining them lying down on her chaise-longue," observed Juliet. "Oh, Cara, it's Maud, you know, who runs everything in this little world," replied Mrs. Uselli. "The mother doesn't count, she's a zero." She pronounced, "un zero," rolling the air loudly, and under this formidable nullity poor Mrs. de Roover seemed crushed, annihilated. "Paulie Tessier," she continued, "was friends with Roover's father, who has passed away, a childhood friend. He knew Maud when she was very young. He loves her deeply." "Hector doesn't like young girls who flirt with others besides him," declared Juliet. "But," said Mrs. Vrezac, "does Maud really flirt that much? I think she conducts herself very well, I do. For this simple defence. Maxim would have liked to kiss the hands of that woman. Mrs. To marry her, of course," added Maxim immediately, horrified at what he had dared say. "Altro!" the Italian exclaimed. "Our Hector, to marry Maud, he is far too Parisian, or rather, far too cool, to marry. Especially her." Uselli replied, "She is very strong, or rather, very cunning." "Oh, and the young Lestrange?" "And the Romanian count, who was killed without anyone knowing how, and now the handsome Julian de Soubesaux." "My God, you won't deny him, will you?" "Well," said Mrs. Aaron brought himself closer to the three women, his small figure seeming encased in red like a tile, and softening his voice, but not without Maxime hearing him. "And the brother," said he, "Hector Lee Tessier, the one who does nothing. Is he not also quite friendly with Miss de Roover? They no longer want us, but at least if we don't marry we have some fun. It's a fair trade." "There's flirting, and then there's flirting," said Mrs. Uselli. "As for the others, I won't comment, my dear Soubesaux. Finally," of Vrezac indulgently, "all young girls flirt these days. It's the new fashion. Juliet told me that young girls who don't flirt don't get married. I find those who flirt do not get married either." "You're right, Mom," said Juliet. He had only caught the name of Maud mixed with those of Soubesaux, Lestrange Hector, recalling the Romanian count killed without anyone knowing how. Certainly, he would have liked to silence in his throat the words that defiled his idol. "I've seen her, I'll tell you." She completed her sentence in Italian, for herself, as the train stopped at a station. Maxime barely heard it. "I'd wager on you too, all lovers." Maxim, upon hearing these words, had such a sudden start that Miss Vrezac and her daughter, Aaron and Miss Uselli, turned to look at him. But stronger than anything, the desire to learn, to know, held him immobile, anxious for the words he hated. The train left. Aaron questioned, still in a half voice. "So, Soubesaux, really, do you think?" "Ah," the Italian exclaimed, pointing at the banker, "you're jealous. Scoundrel, be patient." Truly, for a moment, the red veil spread before his eyes, his muscles tensed to strike down at this swarm of vipers, to crush them with fists and heels. He restrained himself violently, understanding that Maud would be ill, served by a scandal. The others fell silent. Aaron leaned towards the women after glancing at Maxime furtively. Perhaps recognizing him as the former officer this time, he was warning his companions. Silence prevailed until the moment when the train came to a stop at Chambliss station. They embraced, rubbing their delicate snouts against each other with amusing looks of rival cats. Hector, when we left the station in front of which a closed landau and a small wicker car were parked, introduced everyone. And in a low voice she whispered to her, "You're not going to leave this gentleman alone with us in the landau, are you? He looks like he wants to devour us alive." We quickly agreed. Hector Lee Tessier and Jacqueline de Roover were waiting for the passengers. "We came face to face in the dog-cart," said Jacqueline, like two lovers. "He courted me so much that I still blush." "You blush," replied Juliet. "No. It's just the fresh air." Dishonest. Aaron extended his hand to Maxim, who seemed not to notice the gesture and gave a slight nod, turning away. "I," declared Juliet Avrezac, "will go in the dog-cart with Letessier. I feel like blushing like Jacqueline." "Juliet!" exclaimed Mrs. Avrezac. Aaron was riding in a landau with the ladies. Maxime accompanied Hector in a dog-cart. Well attached to a pretty pony harnessed in yellow, the small carriage did not take long to gain a significant lead. A turn hid the landau as soon as they reached the woods. "Do you know the story of the castle?" "No," said Maxim, distracted by the echo of bad words. "It's a supporter from the last century, Mr. de Beauregard, who owned these forests. The dwelling was then only a small hunting gathering. Monsieur," Hector said to his companion, "you will see our hermitage without its spring coat that adorns it so well, but as it is, with its bare trees, ravined woods, and still yellowed ponds from the melting snow, it will please you, for you do not ask for an operetta country. De Beauregard once brought there a dancer from the opera, named H.A. Rowe, whom he was desperately in love with, and who refused him out of caprice, although he showered her with gifts. Miss Hero tasted the sight, finding a resemblance to the setting of an act from Armide. But you're not listening to me, dear friend. What's wrong?" Maxim replied, "It's true. I'm shaken. The people I travelled with, the Italian who didn't know me, the Avrazacs and Aaron who didn't recognize me, spoke during the trip." "What misfortune?" She added, "that there's no castle here." 6 months later, the financier, still in love, brought back to Chamblaise his cruel friend. The site hadn't changed, but on the spot where they met, a magical wand had built Armide's castle. This time, it is said, Hero succumbed. They spoke about Misty Rover, and you heard them. West. I'm not asking what they said, I already know. Uselli is the worst language in Paris, and that vile Aaron, pursuing Maud with his insipid courtliness, doesn't forgive her for rejecting him. Didn't I warn you? They spoke of Subersocks, of Lestrange, Wes, and of a certain Romanian count. Count Cristinu regularly proposed Maud in marriage. He was killed 15 days later, in Bucharest, over a circle dispute. I don't see how Maud had anything to do with it. They also talked about you, said someone. Mais, exclaimed Maxime sharply, about Maud? You are very close with her, calling her just Maud. The road was ascending. Hector slowed the mare. Oh, my dear farmer, are you losing your mind? I knew Maud when she was 14, in short skirts. Her father and my brother were on a first name basis. Do you know that it's not loving a woman to suspect her like this? You need my word of honour that I've never been anything but Maud de Rouvre's friend. You're right, replied Maxim, lowering his brow. I want to believe in her, but if you gave me your word of honour, this might erase the horrible impression of what I heard just now. Well, here you are, man of little faith. Are you satisfied? Maxim thanked him with a look. I wouldn't marry her, though. But who would I marry? They said no more until, between the cleared shadows of the trees, appeared the white facades of Armide's castle. Strange boy, thought Hector. And I myself am not any less bizarre than him. Now I'm passionately defending this girl as if I were sure of her. Let me not show myself yet. I am too upset. If I meet the banker or the Italian woman, I will say things I'll regret afterward. Let me walk alone for a moment in the park. By myself I will calm down. Well, go ahead. And then, really, it's too cowardly to prevent a girl from getting married by telling dirty stories about her. Down in front of the porch. Maxim, without lingering on the delightful setting of this fairy tale house, a larger and more splendid trinity, said to Hector, How much time do we have left until dinner? About an hour and a half. Is your dress in your suitcase? Yes. In 20 minutes I will be ready. When you return, look around the house. You won't be seen. A footman will show you the room where you can freshen up. Wes, said Maxim, I prefer that. This way I won't see Miss D. Rover until dinner time. Goodbye. The carriage appeared at the top of the hill. The two men shook hands. Maxim quickly retreated towards the most dense parts of the park, a long, lush alleyway opening to the left, like a nave. With a wonderfully clear sky, evening fell slowly, as if it was summer twilight. See how you already suffer because of this woman, and you haven't even told her that you love her. Beware. She is not meant for you, nor you for her. It's still time to leave. Yes, it was time, and for a moment he pondered it. To flee. and already a wide crescent moon mixed with the pale red of this twilight its silver pallor. Maxim walked before you, without seeing, his heart troubled, trying to control himself and regain clarity within. A voice spoke to him and said, "Beware! To run through the forest to the station, and there jump into the first train to save yourself like a thief, to Paris, to hide in the solitudes of Vieziris, until forgetting cauterized his wound." Forgetting. But I won't forget. When I left Saint-Amand, I didn't love her, having barely seen her. Yet I haven't forgotten. His erratic steps had led him to the edge of a vast pond, whose uncertainty grew larger at dusk, blurring the boundaries in the mist. Attached to the edge of the pond, a small yawl swayed gently. It contained no oars, but only one of those broad, bladed paddles that canoers call a pail, which is enough to move and steer light boats. Maxime leaped into the bark, untied the mooring, and swam violently to calm his nerves. But on the lake with its mysterious shores, its waters darkened by twilight, even more alone in front of himself, the voice grew more commanding. "Beware. This woman is the unknown. She brings mystery and drama in the fold of her gown." He no longer paddled, letting the bark glide with a movement that slowly died away. Suddenly Armide's castle bell rang beyond the pond, beyond the woods. It was the first call announcing dinner. Maxime conjured up Maud's image, Maud of the evenings, with her bare hair and shoulders. She was there, so close to him. He only had a few hours left to see her, and he was fleeing her. A violent surge of desire and tenderness overwhelmed his hesitations. He swiftly regained the shore, secured the rowboat, ran to the castle. 7 hours had passed in just a few minutes. He only had time to hastily dress. As he descended into the salon, dinner was being announced. He caught only a glimpse of Miss de Rouve in the dark spot of a green velvet dress. She left the salon in Hector's arms, but at the table he found himself next to her. She casually questioned him about the reason for his delay. He answered in the same tone. The other neighbour of the young girl was the popular novelist, Henry Espions. She conversed with him almost the entire time. He made smooth and round phrases, as a salon talker about love, about women, with satisfied laughter when he had finished. Maud listened, smiled, and replied little. Maxim, he himself, contemplated this table of society, and, without yet pronouncing them half-worded, half seen like a Lutetia or a Supersox, he began to understand all these idle ones, neither better nor worse than the rest of Paris, my God. Arranged by Miss de Rouve and Paul Lutetia, the seating favoured, above all, the sensuality of the guests, masked by the indifferent, light name of flirt. But anxious about their pleasures, indulgent towards each other's vices, kinds of reciprocal intermediaries, incapable of jealousy and passion, curious about intrigues, sexual freedom from one sex to another, with the accident of complete debauchery from time to time, rarely. Lestrange had been placed between Jacqueline and Martha de Reversia so that he could freely exercise his profession as an agitator. Aaron chewed on rich stories in the spread breasts of Memuselli, who, on the other side, sharpened her eyes to look at the chestnut frisons of Juliet Avrizac. Hector, the wise Hector, was talking in a low voice with Madeleine de Reversi, who would occasionally pretend to tap his fingers to silence him. All these people conducted their little acts of sensuality in front of one another, under the indifferent gaze of the mothers, Mrs. de Rouve, Mrs. de Reversia, Mrs. Avrizac, and 1 or 2 fathers who were lost there without a defined occupation. Paul Lutetia had generously made Ichian his neighbour. He didn't hesitate to tenderly look at her, nor she to raise her affectionate eyes towards him, sometimes a bit sad, remembering her mother left on Rue de Berne, whose condition worsened each day. And himself, Maxim, hadn't he been placed next to Maud so that he could, like the others, pursue his adventure and win some complacency from his neighbour? Luckily Supersox isn't invited. He thought bitterly. They would have put him on the other side, perhaps in place of the novelist. The entire table affected him as a kind of perverse, seedy restaurant cabinet, with an unmistakable air of depravity heightened by the presence of the young girls. Luckily, thought Maxim, Jane and my mother aren't here. On Hector's discreet suggestion, Mrs. de Chantil had stayed in Paris with her daughter, and it was Hector who urged Maxim to take his sister back to V.A. Xeris with him, instead of leaving her in Paris with Mrs. de Chantil. Aaron was concluding the tale of a fashionable adventure that dominated the week's conversations, the wife of a foreign officer caught in a ground-floor apartment on Rue La Brouillerie, surrounded by a group of young salesgirls from Le Bon Marché. The minute details had silenced the private discussions. Maxime looked at Maud. She seemed absent, her thoughts elsewhere. Obviously, she wasn't listening. But the other young girls were hanging on his every word. Maxime had a nervous, angry gesture that brought his flat hand down on the table, causing Maud's fan to fall. He immediately bent down to pick it up and stood up even paler. He had seen Marthe de Revesier's leg on Lestrange's knee. "What's wrong?" Maud asked, worried by his silence and agitation, though an unwavering woman's instinct told her that he was hers at that moment, even more bound by his jealousy. "I'm fine," Maxim replied. "Just this heat, that's all." Indeed, in this closed room, heated at the beginning of the meal, the temperature had become unbearable. Everyone sighed with relief as they moved into the adjacent room where coffee was served, a vast modern hall skillfully attached to the left wing of the castle. Through the windows with raised blinds one could see the park bathed in light and the horned moon swimming in the sky. "Oh, let's go out," Etiennette exclaimed. "Let's go to the park. It's so beautiful. We have another hour before the train." The idea was applauded by all the youth. They quickly had their coffee while the servants brought the coats. Maxime helped Miss de Rover put on her coat, a long silk sleeve lined with ermine, cinched at the waist by an inner belt. Maud took his arm. "Let's go," she whispered. "Take me away from these people." He was grateful for her translating his own desire so faithfully. They walked towards the forest. Other couples followed, but Maxim took back the path he had discovered earlier, descended towards the pond, and they both immediately felt isolated from the rest of the world. The young girl murmured. The pond seemed to have no boundaries, like those mysterious lakes in Africa, where the traveller stands wondering. This the sea. The bare trees embroidered the shore with their rigid black lines, and the moon gently dotted the slightly moving water with silver.
"How beautiful!"
He sat across from her, and the yawl glided over the pond, propelled by the silent oar. "I love it, I love it." Maxim thought, once again conquered. With the tip of her high heel, she brushed against the boat, her eyes on the vastness of the lake, more radiant than that lake, than that sky, than those stars, the beauty of a woman conquering the beauty of landscapes, the grace of a woman eclipsing the poetry of the night.
"If you wish,"
Maxim said, pointing to the boat. "Oh, yes," she exclaimed. "Let's go there. Far away, all alone." He leapt into the yawl, took Maud in his solid arms, and set her down on the rear bench as easily as a child. "I don't want it to belong to anyone but me." Soon they had lost sight of the wooded shores shrouded in pale mist. Maxime threw the oar to the bottom of the boat. They might have believed themselves truly in the middle of the sea. He whispered, "I wish this hour had no end, or that this pond would swallow us both, but never for anyone to see you again." She answered, gazing into his magnetic eyes, "Why do you doubt me?" And with those simple words, so upsetting to him, he knelt at her feet, kissing the hand she allowed him to take, stuttering, "Pardon, pardon. Do you really think I live in the world I wish to be in?"
"Ah!"
"As soon as I can escape this horrible Paris." His lips on the hand now trying to withdraw, Maxim dared repeat,
"Forgive me, I love you so much."
She withdrew her hand and said without anger, but with a moved voice, "Bring me back." He gently resumed rowing. They docked in silence after an unspoken journey. But as they walked back to the castle, Maxim regained his courage under the bare tree's vault. "Maud," he says, "you know that I belong to you. I do not give myself half-heartedly. I am your slave, forever, if you wish. But I beg you, if you must reject me, do not play with me as with one of those light-hearted men who surround you. You know I'm leaving soon. I thought I'd stay 3 weeks in Via-Xeris, then return. Should I come back? She gripped the young man's arm with her right hand. Do you believe in me now? He answered, I believe in you. As you would your sister. As I would my sister. Do you love me? More than my sister, more than my mother, more than anything. Well, Elle, replied Maud, come back. During these 3 weeks, think of me, think about the future. I only accept thoughtful affection. I promise you that until your return, I will not be seen at the theatre or in society. I will not go out.
Oh, pardon again, exclaimed Maxime. I am unworthy of you.
He wanted to pull her close to him, glad instantly as he felt her slip away, even refusing the most chaste embrace of engagement. I Via-Xeris, March 1893, and yet here I am writing to you, without knowing how to name you, whose name dare barely utter when I think of you at any hour.
I have seen you so little. I have spoken to you so little.
And in this sudden retreat, sincere like that of a fierce modesty, he could not untangle the instinctive revolt of the amorous woman, heart and body, of another man, still new to sharing. Second part. Please do not believe that I am saying random words here. I am trying to emulate my awkwardness on the flattering address of your courtiers. Now that distance has set itself between us, it seems to me that I must no longer be anything in your memory. Oh, how far away from you I feel, not just by miles and miles, but by the much greater distance of our ways of being and living. It is the intimate of my heart that I am revealing to you. True, I feel as distant from you as I feel distant from myself in the simplest, wildest of my shepherds. There are moments when I regret it, true. Then I wish to be like your Parisian friends. The words that I should say or write to you would come naturally. I would speak your language. You would understand me better. I offer you only my passionate tenderness, and it does not shine, I know, and it does not attract. What to do? I beg you to let yourself be loved, but to play a role that is not made for me, I would be so clumsy, so ridiculous. On this ground I am defeated in advance. You have around you 20 admirers, more charming, alas, than the humble solitaire of Via-Xeris. I ask you an incredible unmerited grace. I say to you, I am the least of all, yet prefer me. I love you so much. Let me cry out this word that chokes me, now that I'm far away. You will not be adored like this. No one in the world. I am sure no one will give you everything outright, as I do, without worrying about anything else but to be yours and make you happy. And if I know my indignity, there is one thing I pride myself on. It is that I give you a better, higher, more worthy soul than those of Paris, whose emptiness or vice filled me with horror. Please, don't love any of these men. One, I think that perhaps right now there is someone near you, speaking to you. Someone who will please you. All the violence brewing within me intensifies, and I want to force false words back into the mouths of liars. Isolate you from everything unworthy of you, that which should not approach you. Forgive me for writing to you like this. It tortures me, I must tell you. Do you know the dream I have? One I repeat 1,000 times in my isolation. I imagine you small, by my side already as a man, just as I found here 10 years ago, when I returned to Via-Xeris, my broken-hearted sister Jean, leaving my regiment. This childlike soul, still savouring ignorance, I adored immediately. Yet, paused in this regret, I hesitate. What I blindly loved about you is perhaps the opposite of what I love in Jane. Your mysterious royalty, which scares me, subjugated me. Forgive me, I was mistaken. I lied. I do not want you to be anyone other than yourself. Oh, to have known you as a child, Maud, to have raised and grown you up like that. You might perhaps be less radiant, less of a queen. But I would always hold the key to your dreams. I would not be reduced to lingering shadowily around your mystery. I decided to pour knowledge and reflection into her alone, so that she would be the best of me, blossoming within her, and I kept my promise. Jean had no other educator or friend outside of all the feminine occupations to which my mother moulded her. Each of her thoughts has its source in me. The last words you said to me reassure Maitre our moment of solitude. Those exalted minutes I lived near you, just before saying goodbye. Their memory gives me courage. However unworthy I am of you, do consent to be served by me. I ask for no more than what is, but I beseech you to tell me this will always be. I need this comfort to keep living until the time when I see you again. I only think of you, I live only for you. That is all I ask in this present, and I fear I am dreaming when I think that you have permitted it. Be kind, write to me. The dryness in my heart towards all that is not you terrifies me. It seems that I no longer love what was once dearest to me. The absence of my mother is indifferent to me. I no longer enjoy the presence of Jane, who is distraught. Poor thing! I feel utterly alone in life. It's no longer me who walks, talks, or works here. It's a sort of disinterested ghost that I watch act, that I listen speak. Yours, under its contained guise, betrayed a bit of nervousness and concern it deserved a quicker response. Alice! It would take words other than mine to paint this for you, but you know how to understand everything, and you will comprehend me through this flawed speech. I have never so much regretted my dear Maxime, not being like my older brother, the illustrious Polar legislator and bank administrator. A good appearance would at least excuse the delay of this letter. I will forever be, as they have been saying in our little corner of the world for 10 years, the Laetitia who does nothing. Do not despise my idleness too much, you diligent one. I do nothing. It's true. I am slow to effort to the point of delaying for 15 days a letter to a friend that I love. But I started doing nothing by conscience, by honesty, from the day I realized that I did nothing better than anyone else. A terrible, why bother, condemned me to eternal inaction, or rather, I resigned myself to being only a spectator of others' actions, as attentive and intelligent as possible. Isn't there need for this beautiful comedy of life, so captivating? See how she has taken you, the stranger, for a few performances. Your letter, my dear lieutenant, trembles with curiosity. You want to know the rest of the play. Be satisfied. I will try to inform you, mainly about what concerns you most. However, I have seen Miss Maud every Tuesday, as I am a regular visitor at that house. There I met Mrs. de Chantal, who seems to be in better health. On this point, you should be greatly reassured. First, by a coincidence of which you may perhaps unravel the mystery since you left Paris, we have seen our friends from rather hardly more than you yourself. Mrs. de Rover is still suffering. Her daughters have invoked this reason to refuse all invitations for the season, dinners, theatre, everything. Miss Maud, on the other hand, remains the royal magician that you know, a bit distracted these days, a bit indifferent to her own spells. She confided to my brother Paul and me the other day her present horror of Paris, her intense desire for absence, and we quickly put Chamblays at her disposal, Chamblays that we do not inhabit, which is wonderful during this hasty spring. Mrs. de Rover would accept, I believe, if she could resign herself to leaving her dear friend, your mother. Are you interested in gossip now? I don't know. You ask for information about the people you've met around us. I'll give them to you randomly. So, know that we had the Duchess of La Spezia and all her court in Paris for a few days, which earned us numerous dinners, Soirees, and shopping trips where Huxley and her inseparable seer Sile, who is becoming spectral from morphine, shone. Know that the handsome Subersox is currently compromising little Juliet of Rezac, under the patronage of her mother, a charming woman who knows Julian inside out, and would never give her daughter to him for anything in the world. Another more surprising rumour. There's talk of a marriage between Jacqueline de Rover and Luxtrange. The clever little sister of the magician would be marrying this determined bachelor. Martha de Revesier will roll her eyes, of course. This is the news from our dear half-virgins. If I add that the director of the Catholic Counter has just made a few million by selling American silver mine shares before the drop. And Miss Suzanne du Roy, the sister of the pretty Etienne you admired in Chamblaise, is still absent in an unknown country. Her mother is very sick and threatens to send her good, orderly girl's soul to heaven. I shall have told you all I know about the events in my Paris.
Oh, whoa!
As I tell you this, I feel like crying over their foolishness, their nothingness. To think that I am almost 30, that I am going to finish what little youth I have left by watching all these indifferent puppets, the Subersocks, street girls and salon girls, five-shooters, circle-goers, comedy mothers, and myself. The play is so 141 ridiculous, is it not? Have I not seen enough scenes already? Is this not a reprise that I am attending without knowing it, with double still? Ah, my friend, do not judge me on my inertia or my diversions, please. If you knew how many times I have wished to plant these false friends, these false living beings, and resolutely go away to be another man elsewhere. But this other self, one does not become alone. It takes a feminine hand to change the lives of men of my age. Where to find that small, strong, and frank hand? And if we find it, will it take the trouble to reach out to yours? Oh, I have friends here who would laugh well if they read over my shoulder. Long live life. Complain about me, think of me, write to me. And this is a secret between you and me. Tell me if your sweet little companion of solitude has completely forgotten her friends in Paris. Paris, March 1893. They are waiting for me now to dine with maidens dumber and more prim than society ladies, after which we shall go for a moment to the spectacle, then back to a room where we chat while clinking our glasses, then we go to bed. Hooray! Hooray! Why, dear sir and friend, write letters to me that put me in an awkward position, which I am almost forced to forget, to seem as if I haven't read them, in order to preserve the right to reply. I ask you for your loyalty if you were to catch a letter from Hector, Laetitia to your sister Jeanie. I do not choose these names at random, written in the tone of the last one you addressed to me. Would you be well satisfied? Even in the world where I live, and which does not suit me any better than it suits you, no one denies them to me. Would you not judge that a young girl wishes to be treated with more consideration in expressing an affection, even sincere and respectable? Well, I have the right to demand the same considerations as our dear Jean. I confess I feel very near you, dear sir and friend. I recognized in you, at once, the qualities I value above all others, loyalty and kindness, with a touch of that brusque frankness that becomes an honest man. Not receiving them from you would cause me a particular sorrow. Now, my little grumbling is over. I have read what from your letter I consent to have read. You feel, you say, as far from me as the most rustic of your shepherds. Well, more than you, I am wary of indulgent sceptics, resigned ones, irritables who make up contemporary masculine society. None of them will ever take up a thought in me. So remain for me what you are, but when you think of your friend Maud, think only of her. Forget what surrounds her and what doesn't matter to her. It is they who feel distant from me. I am close to the energetic, the resolute, I would say even the violent. And what I like best about you is just this slightly gloomy fervour that warms your affections. You will soon return with that cute little wild cat of Jeanie. We will receive you in celebration, to reconcile you with Paris and temporarily make you forget Vieziris. I have not gone out in the evening, nor for the dance or the theatre, since your absence. I will make my return to society under your eyes at home. We have a large reception on April 30, music until midnight, after night, dancing and dinner. Do not fail to arrive on time. I would not forgive you for an absence, and yet I guess how much to fear your last-minute caprices. So see you soon. In the meantime, think of me as I want you to, that is, with respect and faith. I embrace with all my heart the pretty Jeanette, in whom I love with so much joy what I admire in you, what you have given her. Maud. Vieziris, March 1893. It's decided, dear mother. We're leaving via Xeris for Paris after tomorrow morning. Maxime has everything in order. My trunk is already packed, as I'm eager to leave and embrace you. It feels like an eternity since I've seen you. I didn't tell you to avoid troubling you, but I was so sad. Maxime has changed so much. He seems to love me so little. He hardly speaks to me. When I talk to him, I can tell he's not listening. Imagine that, even though I think of you constantly, I can't clearly see your face any more, or at least it's a fading image that I can't bring back at will. This causes me great sorrow and makes me cry, dear mother. Those dreadful weeks I spent here, away from you. I wouldn't mind loving her too, this young lady, if she loves him and makes him happy. Yet, see, Mom, she scares me a little. She's too beautiful. She talks too well, near her. I feel ashamed to be the little creature that I am. Occasionally, he still takes me in his arms and kisses me tightly, hurting me, but it's no longer the warm, equal affection of old. He doesn't love me any more above all else. He prefers beautiful Maud de Rover. Then why doesn't he tell us? But one also has to chat with the dancers in Paris, and those young people that I don't know. When they talk to me, I don't know what to say. Nothing new here since my last letter. The weather has stayed clear, and so hot that it feels like summer. Besides, I really only dare speak with Maxim and you. And now even Maxim is starting to intimidate me. They say that on April 3rd we're going to a big ball at the de Rouvers' place. How bored I'll be! I like dancing, you know, dear mother. She is very happy that he arrived so soon. It seems to be some sort of miracle to have a baby so early. He was baptized on Tuesday at the chapel of the Virgin. Until soon, dear Mom. Ah, yes, one news. Mathilde Sorbier, the maid from Croiset, who married Joseph Lepper-Raux, the second of the Lepper-Raux, 4 months ago, has just had a lovely little boy. Yet some guests, isolated groups of smokers, carefree couples flirting regardless of critics, had sought refuge in the salons, in the wide, open rooms where one could still find, with less blinding light, a little air and freshness. Your little Jane greets you respectfully and tenderly, and she is very happy to see you again. The orchestra, raised on a stage at the back of the hall, flowering with illuminated bushes, launched into the finale of Borodin's symphony in E minor. Long before midnight, the grim resignation of worldly concerts was etched on the contorted faces, the wary eyes of women parked side by side in the front rows of chairs. Displaying forced attitudes of attention and admiration, she innocently succumbed to the defeated poses of black, clad habits draped around door frames, or silently wandering from corridor to corridor. On the sofa in the small drawing-room, which usually served as Maud de Rover's boudoir with her personal library, piano, and English oak desk, Loc Lestrange, alone and half, lying down, frequently tormented the tippler's pale beard with his right hand, seeming to wait for someone, alert at the slightest sound of footsteps approaching the open bay window onto the Grand Salon. He made sure they were alone, throwing his arm around Jacqueline's waist. He tried to brush her nape under her red curls, but faster still, she slipped from his grasp, and, as agile as a swallow, darted behind the piano. "Finally, it's you," he exclaimed upon seeing Jacqueline de Rover enter. He was despairing. He added, scanning the young girl with a glance, who, halfway between seriousness and laughter, raised the sides of her white tulle dress with her fingertips like a minuet dancer, and bowed to him. Lestrange, standing before her, bit his lips.
"West, then."
She kissed my hand. She suddenly tore off her left glove. Her arm appeared bare and stretched out to Lestrange's lips. No one kisses my neck, my cheek, my arms any more, or anything else. It was her first evening in a long dress. I'm a lady. And to prove that her dress was indeed a long one, she crossed her legs with a quick gesture that revealed her entire right calf. Standing 1 foot on the soft pedal, she caressed the keyboard with an arpeggio, leaning so skilfully that her barely slit corsage seemed to strip her chest. "Jacqueline," murmured Lestrange. "There's no Jacqueline here," she replied, sitting on the piano stool, ready to dodge another attack. He touched the tips of his fingers first. Then slowly and greedily he pressed kisses along her wrist, forearm moving towards the elbow. Cocottes, actresses, ladies for single gentlemen, finally. Do I know? You wouldn't want me to give you addresses, would you? Replied Lestrange seriously. Well, but the women of the world, then. Little Mrs. Duclerc, just now, brushed against you with grace. I saw that, I did. Between us it might seem absurd, but I assure you it's true. I'm preparing for another terrible night. Pef. Replicates Jacqueline, playing with her fan. You must know some nice friends where you can spend a night of insomnia. Fun. More fun than our little party? Always. Cocottes. What's wrong? You're giving me Chantal's eyes, my sister's. Lestrange pretended to laugh, but his voice cracked. That you're making fun of me, like everyone else, actually, she said. And let me tell you, I'm hurt. Jacqueline, her eyes half closed, her mouth agape, didn't move that stretched arm she suddenly hid when the red beard brushed against the cut. That's enough for today, she said. Sit over there and let's chat nicely. She gestured to the sofa. Lestrange obeyed. How funny you look tonight, she continued. I see everything. You asked her for a flower. There it is on your lapel. Her flower. I don't care. He tore it off, threw it to the ground. A woman who has had 3 children? Thank you, that doesn't appeal to me. A couple appeared on the threshold, a woman with a virgin face framed by bands, holding the arm of a very young man with hair of average height. As soon as they saw the salon occupied, they withdrew. Jacqueline picked up the flower and shredded it. That's what bad habits do, she said. One grows fond of young girls and slightly green fruit. One can no longer make do with nice ripe fruits. Here she is, said Jacqueline, that poor little Duclerc. Henry Espins consoles her of your scorn. The novelist. He's a handsome rake. He can keep her if she tolerates it. They fell silent. The orchestra, in the distance, after a few moments of silence, began the finale of the symphony. In truth, said Jacqueline, if I were a man, I would have your taste. Mothers of large families? No, that wouldn't fill me with joy. I see some of them at the shower at Dr. Cross's, those who are here this evening, so vivacious and well-dressed, and I picture the head of the seducer when these treasures appear unveiled. Bah! It's not her who should be taking the shower, then. While a young 17-year-old girl freshes. Madeleine de Revesier, for example. Don't talk to me about the others, interrupted Lestrange. It's only you I want. You know that well. I do believe you want me, in fact. But you also want all the women within your reach, all the young girls, even poor Pugin de Chantal, so flat, so bundled up. Whose salts? You looked at with gleaming eyes. Don't say no. It's a little illness. It's a neuroticism. As my dear Dr. Cross says. I'm not blaming her, and I'm not jealous anyway. She amused herself, between her sentences, to kiss the half, bare flower she rolled between her fingers. Lestrange whispered, it's true. But I want you above all. But yes, I assure you, you're looking worried. What did you expect, my dear Luck, after all? That I'd play Madeleine de Revesier, Juliette Avrezac, or any of the others you know? Pay for the silence of maids? Run around with boys, like an honest wife? Under Jacqueline's ironic gaze, he dares not say again, I love you. She, still holding the flower near her lips, asked, Is it serious, then? Absolutely serious. Well, if it's serious, she replied calmly, marry me. Ah! You're starting to look worried. What? No, no, my dear. I'm in the front row to know what it costs. One passes the wedding age without even having had a real adventure to divert oneself, and one risks a lot of trouble. Not that. I want to be married. So am I such a bad match? Even little Chantal, despite her imperfections, I would give her points. Lady, I know that children are not made by harvesting cabbages. I am not a white goose, as said the friend Hector. But my husband will nevertheless have the satisfaction of inaugurating all the line. That doesn't matter because of my age, and I will know how to comport myself once married. As for being intact, my dear, you can look for one in all of Paris, even in Orleans. You won't find a better one. Joan of Arc, your servant. She stood up, played an arpeggio on the piano, and added, for herself, "And I have the feeling that the inauguration will be worthwhile." There, the symphony was expiring in slow, decreasing accords. Applause, a stir of the crowd pressed towards the salons. "I am of good birth. I have a dowry of 200,000 francs that owes nothing to anyone. It's not the Peru, but in these times it is still a trinket of a pretty rarity. A little foolish, perhaps, bah. Cross-arm, Raforti, year-old bald man with a Tsarist face, slowly scanning this assembly of oddballs whose madness kept him alive. Look, Lestrange looked at Jacqueline and did not respond. "There you go, my dear friend," she concluded. "Think about it, make up your mind. Marriage, or else you'll never have me for anything but this." At the entrance of the hall, Lestrange bumped into Paul Letessier, who was chatting with Ichinette Dure, both standing, the senator covering the young girl's adorable décolletage with more than a paternal glance. The two men shook hands. Lestrange asked, "Is it your turn, miss?" and throwing the white rose's corpse in his face. Touched by her lips, she swiftly dodged away. Lestrange, who wanted to follow her, had his path blocked by couples retreating from the hall. He saw her from a distance, clinging to Doscher. "Won't you finally stop these deluges of scholarly harmony and sing us something simple?" Still trembling from his encounter with Jacqueline, he sharpened his gaze at Etienne's blue eyes. "No," she replied, smiling. "It's not my turn yet. Mrs. Uselli will sing, and I'm glad." "She has a terrible stage fright," Paul said. "And she's wrong, for she'll be successful." "Oh," observed the painter Vavel, who had joined their group, "my dear senator, you're as disturbed as she is." "What a husband you are to this debutante tonight," Etienne blushed. "What right does this fat politician have to meddle in confiding this pretty girl? She was made for us, for dinners and sleeping, like good Matilda, her mother, and pretty Suzanne, her sister. We want to make a respectable bourgeoise out of her, faithful to her big senator boyfriend." Tessier, disgruntled, did not reply, but offered his arm to the young girl and led her away. "You've ruffled them," Lestrange said to the painter. "Why did you say that? Very serious, you know, they are. A marriage is being discussed." "That's what frustrates me," Valbel answered. "Too bad." I whistle. "The fact is," says the dreamy Lestrange, "that she's gorgeous tonight in her Indiana dress, with her puffed sleeves, her sharp bun, and her English shoes. She must have the most delicious body." Then they changed the subject, talking about the party, music. "To think that's pretty much the best entertainment we can do in terms of worldly pleasures. For the past 15 days, the echoes in the newspapers have spoken to us of the famous hall, the real theatre, the gracious lady of the house. I find that it resembles a soirée at the Continental." "And you?" "Bah," replied Lestrange. "There are no more pretty parties." They began to detail the young girl, undressing her with jockey terms, making predictions about the unknown of this tempting virginity. They didn't even lower their voices, and people passing by kept retracing their steps through the hall entrance, catching snippets of their conversation. "We're all too ugly, and everything's been done before. The gracious lady of the house, at any rate, is not overly dramatic. Look at her." Maud, stopped in the arm of Maxime de Chantal, conversed with the inseparable couple of Mrs. Uselli and C.A. Sile Ambra, C.A. Sile in a flat dress, almost up to her corsage, her hair tied low like a Louis XV wig, an indecisive and unsettling adolescent, the Italian dressed in Empire style, one shoulder and half her bust bare. Maud, her gaze elsewhere, distracted from everything, her blue eyes darkened, as if by every grave turmoil of her vigorous soul, spoke, listened to speeches, and though indifferent today, driven by the obsession of her thoughts about her beauty, she still appeared, amidst this crowd, a queen of another breed taller, nobler, meant to master, tame, and ride her. Maxime, in a new suit cut by Was, but still marked with his provincialism to such a degree that one might mistake it for a lack of care in the laundering or shoemaking. Pale, and further emaciated by the consumption of his solitude, saw and heard only the adorable creature whose hand weighed upon his arm, and the joy of the conquest, now assured, shone through on this awkward face, careless to conceal the feelings of the soul. From the tip of her foot slightly positioned in front, to the peak of her dark chestnut hair, crowned with a helmet, her silhouetted line was etched with an ethereal grace. This glory of perfect femininity, for which true elegance in clothing lies, in following it closely. She knew it, conscious of her perfection, the gloomy creep of her gown wrapped around her body, like a loving algal around a white siren, emerging from the waves. And the absolute nakedness of her collar and arms, without a thread, without a jewel, was chased through its brilliance. "Yes," murmured Lestrange, "she is indeed beautiful." He remained silent. He recalled one of the most poignant memories from his troubled past, the moment of madness that remained Maud's and his secret, where he had wanted to taste these lips of an irritated Dine. The mysterious memory of senses sent a shiver through him as if his wrist still bled from the exasperated bite that had made him let go. "The birds are going to sing," says the painter. "Let's approach. It's worth it." Even women were taking their places again at the first chords struck by Sile Amber's virile fingers. The Italian, standing next to the piano, facing the audience, seemed like a giant statue of flesh, indecent by its monstrous and soft whiteness. She sang a daring poem by Holmes, an invocation to Eros, master of the world, and suddenly this mass of flesh came to life. The flame of art transfigured her, the voice pure and heart, rending like that of some ancient violins. The voice had a soul of passion and spasm, and the cheers were also kisses, caresses, sighs of desire or satisfaction. It was other eyes, other lips, other gestures. It was the priestess of love, drunk on incense, burned by perfumes, reaching out to the god of painful delights with her dry lips from the thirst for kisses, her arms twisted by the anxiety of embraces. She launched the supreme call. "Eros, open the heavens for me," in a cry so poignant, so gasping, so terribly passionate that the entire audience trembled, and unconscious voices responded from the depths of convulsed throats. These stanzas of Holmes, all the spectators had heard them many times, and here they struck the ears like new music, disturbing the sensual broaching at the bottom of hearts, making young girls blush, causing women to pale, igniting the eyes of men. Then she herself fell broken into Sile Amber's arms and the musicians who rushed to support her. This woman, it was said behind Lestrange, sings with her sex. It was Hector Lutetia. "Have you noticed," observed Val Bell, "that the whole time she sang, she looked at the same person?" Lestrange and Lutetia turned towards the side where, indeed, the singer's eyes had remained fixed. They saw at the bottom of the hall, standing against the wall, Julian de Soubisoux, as handsome as Balzac's heroes, dressed like them, impassive, mute, and sad. Seated near him, almost at his feet, the pretty Juliet of Rezac cast looks of a wife upon him, isolated from her mother and other women, offering herself to him with her tender eyes, her melancholic smile of a lover, the delicate nakedness of her shoulders and arms. Not without casting a look of irony at Lestrange, she signalled to Hector to come closer. "Lean down, sir. You're too tall for my confidences." And the young man's lips whispered in her ear, "With Eros having finally vanquished Missus." "It's a strength to be as handsome as that," murmured Hector. "If there was a man's soul under this beauty, the world would be his." At that moment, Jacqueline de Rouver, in the arms of Dr. Cross, brushed past the group of three men. "You Sally, it's your little sister, in Law Who Will Sing. She has a terrible fear. Don't leave this corner to warm up the enthusiasm. Hey, Maxime of Chantal defends the left wing, under Maud's orders. He is ready to knock out anyone who doesn't clap." "Count on me," replied Hector. "And yet this is what I have thinnest, my dear?" asked the doctor. "Miss Jacqueline de Rouver is one of my clients." The American replied with the calmness of his young grey beard, "Hey, you see, doctors love. And to think that he tells us all the same thing." With one of those silhouette gestures that painters teach mortals, he drew in the air the outline of the young girl's décolletage. "Very well," she said with a smile. "Very fit. I never would have thought so." "Finally, very well, dishonest," Jacqueline retorted. She sprang away like a child, letting Cross loose. The doctor, accustomed to such manners, remained where he was left, and, shaking Hector's hand, immediately asked for information about a ministerial crisis that loomed. But on the podium, Etienne Duroy advanced with the renowned pianist Spitz. The magic of resonances. To all these jaded ones, to all these burned-out Parisians, she gave for an instant the lively and childish soul, the enthusiastic and artistic spirit of a French person from 1830 to 1840. Neither Hector nor Maxim had to coax the audience. They applauded right away, even before she sang, as she looked so beautiful in her ruffled and crinoline dress, with the puffed sleeves of her slashed corsage, and her adorable round and slender face framed by a sugar, loaf bun, and papillotes. All aglow with excitement, she tuned her guitar to Spitzer's chords. Then, amidst the friendly silence of the audience, she began to sing. Her voice, at first a little uncertain, muffled with fear, quickly steadied itself, thin yet solid, the crystal voice that an arch of hair touches. She sang romances that were beautifully accompanied by the twangy sounds of the guitar, and the notes of the piano dulled by Spitzer's fingers, sweet and outdated romances, evoking an entire era, the time of Amy Robsart and Jane Eyre, the time of square pianos, young men in boots followed by their Tiger, stagecoaches, Emirates, the Orientals, and the child of a miracle. Gradually the delirium spread throughout the hall. Etienne was acclaimed. Women threw flowers at her, and when she descended from the podium, they fought over her to kiss her. But I hope this great artist will not be for the public. They exchanged a glance where their future agreement was sealed. "You are good," said the young girl. "You love me gently, as one should love me. I feel so alone, and it was so scary to sing here, in front of all these people, with Mom's worry that I left her quite sick. Now will you leave? You're compromising me. They're coming." Mrs. de Rouva, almost pretty in a velvet black dress with clear moon glitter. Maud. Mrs. Paul Laetitia waited for her in Jacqueline's room, which served as a dressing-room for the women. She gently threw herself into his outstretched arms. He kissed her on both cheeks. "Are you happy? My dear, you are a great artist." He squeezed Julian's hand with a sort of effusion, immediately chilled by the young man's dry look. "My friend, I wish my mother were here. She who is only proud of my sister Suzanne." The gallery of listeners burst into laughter. This good Mathilde. Uselli, the reversiers, rushed to congratulate the young girl. Paul ducked away. Back in the hall he met Julian de Soubesaux, who was strolling almost alone. He was in one of those moments when personal joy overflows and makes one love life and all men. Then, as he won the buffet, he overheard this piece of dialogue between the novelist Espions and Valbel, surrounded by people from the administrative world. Do you know Duroy's words to her protector Laetitia, as she left the stage earlier? No.
Oh!
This good Suzanne? Paul walked past, tickled by the desire to come across these evil fools and give them a kick and a punch. But he passed by. Who could he blame? It was the false spirit of Paris, a slanderer, without mercy, scorning honest effort, joyful at failures, hostile to rising again. Never mind. I'll embrace it. And the joy of avenging the dear little one, so brave, to impose her on these jokers, warmed his chest. The buffet, Maud's innovation, was replaced by small tables scattered throughout the dining room, and the adjacent smoking room decorated in a Norman Inn style. Thus people sat in friendly groups, calling waiters as they would at a cabaret. This is indeed the latest word. In modern fashionable tasty young women and girls can settle peacefully into double or single beds, playing their beloved cocotte game under the indulgent eyes of fathers and husbands. Thus spoke Hector Laetitia to Aaron, who, with his round, myopic eye, searched for Maud in the noisy crowd of consumers without spotting her. "Have you not seen Miss de Rouva?" he asked, less strange as he passed by. "I am looking for her." "Jacqueline, isn't it?" "No. Not Jacqueline, Maud. Oh, Maud, you have to be the stout gentleman you are to contest her with her 2 current bodyguards. Have you observed them? They are quite curious to watch. Yes, it's serious, Hector, curious to see, but I'm afraid of the drama. The banker, frowning, pouted. Drama? Is that what we see in the world today? There are no more passions, only appetites. There are no more jealousies, just resentments. Is that your thought, sir? Hector asked very seriously. But, yes, the banker conceded, sensing the irony. Among the groups, Mrs. Uselli passed, shaking off the lethargy of the drinkers.
Come on! Hurry, hurry to the hall! Miss Amber is going to sing Finn, Dee's Siècle songs, the ones she used to sing at the Duchess's. Hurry! It's amazing. She's starting. Come quickly.
Indeed. The piano resonated once again in the hall. The Duchess's friend sang, following the form, straight and rigid, without a gesture, not even a muscle moving on her mask, her lips barely moving. As was appropriate, applause ensued. Miss Uselli gave the signal. Everyone returned to their seats. Accompanied by Mrs. Uselli, the young singer performed some of these fancies with a comic, wry smile that had been Paris's musical entertainment for 5 years and will undoubtedly surprise our successors with their laborious ineptitude. Miss Amber did not salute, sat quietly down while the Italian played brilliant variations on the keyboard. This was the agreed upon intermission. Maud and Jacqueline took advantage of the opportunity to discreetly move through the rows of chairs, calling young girls who stood up and followed them. "What's going on?" asked Ducross of Mrs. de Revesier, his neighbour. "They're bringing out the ladies," she replied. "This is done commonly now, in the world when Braunt or F.A. Lisher Marlitt are made to sing the vigorous pieces from their repertoire. It's much more convenient." "Truly," murmured Cross. He smiled as he watched them leave, the dear little mischief-makers, almost all his clients and confidants. The exodus was greeted with laughter and applause. From the threshold, before disappearing, Jacqueline cried, "And now, tell your little horrors among yourselves. Our innocence is safe." Their multicoloured theory was exiled under the leadership of the 2 girls in the house, a few men, young or mature, acknowledged professionals, and tolerated flirts with virginity. Accompanied them Lestrange, Hector Letessier, the painter Valbill, who slipped impudences into Dora Carvol's black frissons. Guided by Maud, the cheerful flock of light muslin dresses, flanked by 4 or 5 black garments, retreated to the small salon where, just moments ago, during Borodin's symphony, Lestrange and Jacqueline had met. There were about 15 women present, 10 of them beautiful. The others, apart from 1 or 2 unfortunates, were quite elegant and provocative enough to attract courtiers. Jane simply asked, "Why doesn't anyone want us to stay in the salon? What are we supposed to do?" Valbel caught the question mid-air and replied, "They're going to turn off the electricity. The gentlemen will take the ladies onto their knees and kiss them however they please." Being there, locked with men who had spoken lewdly to them so many nights, in the faint sound of libertine music they were familiar with, overheated their small minds, fueling a desire to give themselves fully to these men, their faithful ones, whom they were proud to take from married women. Maud had taken Jane of Chantilly's arm as the lights and musica, touch of champagne poured by Luck Lestrange grew dim, and despite what remained of her charming clumsiness in her provincial attire, she was noticed for her graceful figure, the weight of her brown hair, her pale skin, and her large, saintly eyes. That's what happens everywhere in the world, in Paris too, but you have to be married, miss. "He's joking, dear," Maud said, suddenly blushing at the child's suddenly flushed forehead. The truth was that no musical party was held any more without songs in Argot. "I know all of that by heart." "Me too," admitted Marthe de Revesier. And the others, Dora Calvel, Madeleine de Revesier, Jacqueline, declared with bursts of laughter. "Me too." "Me too." "I do," said a very young girl, sister to Mrs. And really it was less embarrassing for us young girls to be absent. "But we're not going to sing any slang at all," observed Juliet of Rezac, displeased at being separated from Julian. C. Sile told me the programme Hey A, Loci and A.B. Lard, the fiacre, Ronsard stanzas. Du Clerk, I know the fiacre and Ronsard stanzas, but my brother never wanted to sing Hey Loci and A.B. Lard to me. It must be funny.
Would you like me to sing it for you?
Asked Jacqueline.
Yes, yes. Well then.
Listen. Men applauded her, more disturbed than they cared to show the thin foam of desire raised by the contrast of these coquettishness and these intact lips that betrayed them, and those young girls' ears that received them. She jumped onto the piano stool and played a prelude before Maud, displeased, could stop her. She recited the double in tender stanzas with an unforeseen talent as a storyteller. He watched the effect of each allusion on her chaste and thoughtful face. But the same smile of complacency and incomprehension bloomed on the child's lips.
That filthy fellow, thought Hector, observing them.
They, too, the half-maiden virgins, shaken by laughter that sounded cracked, were flushed with this impudent muss, and leaned more languidly against their knights. Luck Lestrange, his eye wrinkled and glistening, had drawn near to Jean de Chantal. Jacqueline finishing the final refrain amidst the acclamations, Lestrange asked Miss de Chantal, caressing her eyes with his gazy, "Well, mademoiselle, what do you think of this romance?" "But," replied Jean with the same absent-minded naivety, "it's charming." He saw for the first time, and with indulgent scepticism towards the vices of his time and world, the loathsome nature of this professional deflower's role. He saw it today, because the health threatened by this scourge belonged to a soul that, mysteriously and insensibly, had become dear to him. And this gave her the feeling that the true young girl will always have before expressions of love from which tenderness is excluded, fear. Jacqueline sings it very well. Can't one say more spiritually about things that are less appropriate? Jane blushed without fully understanding what was being said to her. She sensed the evil design, the intention to lead her thoughts down forbidden paths. These groups of virgin toilette and black clothes, she understood what was being said. She noticed the barely concealed touches. The revelation was sudden, striking. The awakening of the Christian virgin intoxicated with poppies and revived in a house of Suber. At the same time, she was ashamed of her arms, of that corner of her throat that the man's eyes saw naked. This modest nudity hurt her. Instinctively, she sought support, refuge, but looking around her, she realized for the first time where she was, who surrounded her, and he thought it excellent, infallible for attacking, under the guise of admiration and friendship, the nerves, the physical sensitivity of a young girl. Stranger, scornful of the nature of this emotion, continued to speak. His voice softened. He abandoned the topic of the sung coquetry, too crude anyway for Jean's ignorance, with some transitional compliments. He served once again the piece he knew by heart, having told it to so many others. "See," he said, "this cruelty of worldly relations in Paris. We meet this evening. Chance has it that we speak amicably. I can imagine for an instant that you belong only to me, so beautiful, so delicate. I sense the delightful being of tenderness that you will one day be. And we part, perhaps never to see each other again. And another will have this treasure, those beautiful eyes will cover themselves for another. He will have your brow, your lips, and all that I sense about you from what I see." "Sir," Jean whispered. She felt Lestrange's gaze undressing her, violating her corsage and dress. She was on the verge of collapse, and he continued, himself intoxicated, a prisoner of his trap. "This man will not be me. But nothing can prevent me from dreaming about you. I look at you and keep you, and am sure of my dream that alone will bring you back to me when I wish. All those exquisite things about you absent will be mine then, and there will be nothing so mysterious about you that I won't touch. Would you like me to bring you back to Mrs. de Chantal?" she asked. "Oh, yes, sir," she exclaimed, her eyes filled with gratitude. "But, my dear Letessiacor," remarked Lestrange. Hector met his gaze. "I'll be with you in a moment, my dear." The scene faded into the rustle of the joyful and loud exit of the young girls. This phrase, this flirtatious one, how many young girls hadn't he uttered it to, sure of making them shiver like a caress? But this time he didn't have the chance to finish. Hector Lutetia, suddenly passing between him and Mr. Chantil, cut off the sentence. The concert was over. They were stacking the chairs along the walls for the ball. The crowd was retreating to the buffet. Jean, too moved to speak, took Hector Lutetia's arm. They crossed the 2 salons, reached the hall. Maxime approached them. "Do you know where Mom is?" asked the young girl. "She is in Miss Deruva's room. She is resting a bit. Do you want me to take you there?" "Miss Lutetia will take me." In the corridor they found themselves alone for a moment. The young girl had disappeared when he was still there, all moved, tingling at the corners of his eyes. "Thank you, sir," said Jean, raising her large eyes to her companion. "I release you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart." She extended her hand gently, ready to yield if that hand slipped. Hector gave a light kiss on the tip of the grey glove. He savoured. "How stupid I am. Here is the text translated from French to English. I am moved, for I have rid this scoundrel Lestrange of a knave and innocent little girl. For, as white as she may be, this little duck is white." And something laughed softly and sang within him, in spite of the irony of the words. Then, thinking back to the brief scene earlier with Lestrange, he suspected the comedy of this facile heroics in the salon. A matter for that little girlie no I bairn care nothing about. It's too cocoa, none the less. But that creature disgusts me. As he entered the Normand cabaret, he found himself face to face with Lestrange. He read the sardonic joke on this intelligent and sensual face. "Mademoiselle de Chantal has nothing to do with it," interrupted Tessia. "Let her be. Besides, you are right." "At your service, my dear," he said. "At your service," scoffed Lestrange. "A duel, for your exit earlier. I think you don't mean it seriously. I am in no way offended, and have no desire to be ridiculed. I was entirely unaware that Miss de Chantal. I have no personal reason to hold a grudge against you. I am not more awkward than you, as you know, and I value the innocence of my young contemporaries at its proper price." "Not as much as you think, of course," replied Lestrange, his tone suddenly darkening. "All these pretentious and neurotic little girls? I don't care any more than a cigarette. However, precisely because it is so rare to find one completely balanced, perhaps we should not upset her. It makes no difference to you, I suppose, whether there is one more or less. You have initiated so many. I even wonder how it still amuses you."
"It amuses me."
"But what I want is to have them understand, to see them in love through my actions, and then after they can give themselves to anyone, get married, become nuns or women. It doesn't matter to me. Cross calls my case nervousness, he says. The diminutive is too much. "Come on," he said. "I don't hold it against you, my dear." They shook hands with easy forgiveness, the indifferent camaraderie that Parisians profess for each other's vices. "One more thing," objected Lutetia. "I assure you that I suffer from it with anxiety, like monomaniacs. Some have noticed. It holds me. I will have to embrace it." There was no doubt this man was sincere. Hector was won over by this singular, unforeseen confession, seduced by the amusing case he revealed. With your abhorrent reputation, for your reputation is abhorrent, isn't it? How do mothers allow you to frequent their daughters? And how do girls let themselves be caught by you, who don't marry much, who don't love? And they know it. Mothers would be humiliated if a man, a known suitor of all the young girls, scorned their daughters. Even before, mothers had lined up along the walls, Mrs. Deruva and Mrs. As for our dear little half, maiden, the word is yours, isn't it? Here is their secret, which is quite simpler. Give them 20 innocent novels, and slip the portier of the Chartrux into the pile. You can be sure they will read that one first. Well, I am a bad book bound in drape and batiste by Wasson Charvet. All want to have read me. The vivacious rhythm of a waltz cut through their conversation. Bumped along by a joyful group leaving the cabaret for the ball, they returned to the cleared hall. did Chantil sat right at the back of the vast hall, under a canopy made of drapes and plants, like an isolated salon where the lady of the house could receive guests, as if it were her own day, all while enjoying the ball. Lestrange rushed over to take Jacqueline by the waist. Pulling her into the whirlwind, one could see him, while waltzing, leaning his red moustaches so close to her red nape that one couldn't tell if the gesture concealed a word or a kiss. And as she passed, the little girl laughed from deep within her chest like a pigeon. Valbel, unfaithful to Dora Carvel, embraced Martha de Revesier. Pale as a wax virgin, her long white dress seemed to barely touch the floor, given its elegant lily grace. Little Mrs. Duclerc found herself in an unlikely psychological embrace with Henry Espions. Hector, apart, leaning against the door-frame where dancers sought refuge, already forgetting his earlier surge of generous indignation, pleasurelessly observed this flight of couples, distracted by the women, chiefly curious about their modest décolletages and soft, hued dresses. He watched them move in their grace of 20 years, his small companions from around the world, whose naive yet perverse spirit, whose freshness tinged with a sharp piquancy, amused him and seasoned the most active pleasure of his social life. There they are content, he thought. For 2 hours music had rubbed their nerves, the amorous clamour of Uselli, each in its sentimental romances, the lewdness of another, bounced back by Jacqueline, and above all the hushed conversation. The lascivious glances from men had well entrained them. They were ready, their throats dry, eyes wet, arms feverish. The waltz arrived just in time to offer their beloved little senses a long, deserved satisfaction. Be happy, my dears. How are you, my dear friend? I've been looking for you in this crowd for 2 hours, without being able to reach you. It was Maxime from Chantal. Hector shook his hand. Are you sure you looked for me? I saw you several times. I would have felt guilty disturbing you. Ah, my friend, replied Maxim, with himself explaining, happy I am. Come. He pulled him along. The need to express his joy made his words overflow. I arrived in Paris yesterday morning, he said, and as you think, within the first few hours of the afternoon, I went to Avenue Kleiber. For no reason, I was terribly anxious, sad. It felt like I meant nothing to her any more, that she would receive me as a stranger, or not at all. I assure you, he insisted on almost nothing that I didn't enter, that I turned back. Ah, how happy I was! We couldn't talk much, never being alone, but every time I sought her eyes, I found them, just as I like them, eyes that I feel for myself, serious, gentle, no longer ironic.
Circe, thought Hector, she's changed my Chantal.
So good. She welcomed me, and this dear Mrs. de Rover too, and even little mischievous Jacqueline, like a child of the house. We were in full preparations for the ball, everything topsy-turvy, everyone busy. They put me to work with the others. I climbed ladders, hammered nails, did tapestries. Entered them, turned back, thought Hector, observing Maxim with a mixture of pity and jealousy. But passion excuses all. I did ring the bell. They let me in, my dear. I've found a new Maud, transformed by the retirement she imposed on herself during my absence, so simple. From this hero of a novel she's made a gallant tapster. It doesn't matter, I liked her better before, with her fierce jealousy and her tirades. But, he said, have you addressed the serious questions? What did she answer? For as far as you're concerned, you seem determined. My life belongs to her. She'll do whatever she wants with it. There's no one else I'd ever love. She slipped away yesterday. The timing was bad. Hector smiled. Among Bella's employees, climbing a ladder and holding a hammer. She must have thought so. She rescheduled our interview for today, right now. But the way she's been with me since the start of the evening. Really? He paused. In the very noise of the orchestra, a silent void opened up. The scraping of the floorboards gradually quieted. Hector and his friend looked on. Maud de Roer and Julien de Soubesocks had just entered the ball in the midst of a waltz, and in a few moments the curiosity and admiration that these two beings inevitably aroused, especially when seen together, had widened the space around them. They seemed to have swept away the crowd, and now, almost alone in the corner of the hall next to the orchestra, they were watching them dance. Hector observed Maxima. The latter said nothing, but his cheeks suddenly turned grey. The real Chantal hasn't died, after all, thought Laetitia. I like it this way, angry and jealous. Maxim's jealousy needed no commentary. The two waltzers seemed so made for each other. One could sense that they must love each other. Yet their waltz was proper, no suspicious kisses, no caressing waltzes like those Jacqueline, Dora, Juliet Avrezac, and the little Revesier had been indulging in a moment ago. Subersokes and Maud danced a little apart from each other. She touched him only by his half, resting height on the arm, by her hand skimming the sleeve of his garment, and the other two hands barely brushed the tips of their gloves. Yet the symmetry, the harmony of their gestures was so perfect that they seemed riveted, merely by these slight contacts, like those winged couples seen in late summer, flying united, scarcely touching, swaying together in the air's murmur. Their lips appeared not to move, and yet they were speaking. "Are you happy with me?" Subersokes asked with an ironic calm. "Oh, I am only half satisfied. I followed the order. I did not disturb you. You are a moody child. You affect to isolate yourself. Do you think no one notices?" "How?" "I haven't left little Vrezac. She did not leave you. Say rather that she was staring at you, poor little thing. She and the other women too, in fact. The Uxelli was pining on her days. For tonight you look very well." "I want you," she replied. "Let me do it. Don't be jealous. Every time you're tempted, think of our room on Rue de Berne." "But beware." "We're being watched." She caressed him with a lover's gaze that cast a faint shadow of blood over Julian's pale mask. He imperceptibly squeezed her against him at a turn in the salon. "I adore you," he murmured. "You have my life. Do what you please with it." "And I love you." At the mention be that very mouth that sent him into a frenzy, and oblivion of their most passionate caresses, he had lost control for a second. His arm had gripped Maud's waist like a lover. It was just a moment. Immediately he restrained himself. The waltz was ending. Julian greeted his dancer, who responded with a slight bow. No one, even Hector so astute, even Maxime, whose bite of jealousy kept him alert, would have suspected what cold character, and this correct society, had just promised to each other. Maud remained for barely a few moments near Mrs. "I need you." He hesitated, but obeyed, and, without answering, offered his arm. They moved away, parted the groups, reached the accessory salon, a small room next to Jacqueline's chamber. But there Maud told Maxime, who was stopping, no. De Rouver, while a prelude of quadrille called the couples, she crossed the hall diagonally by herself and arrived in front of Miss de Chantal. "Would you please give me your arm, sir?" she said, "and escort me to the accessories salon. Put me back in my place." Maud said, "We'll see each other tomorrow, unless Etiennette's mother is seriously ill. Until then, think of my lips." They stopped abruptly their dancing, yet without abruptness, at the hall of foliage where the mothers reigned. "Let's go further. I have something to tell you." She preceded him, crossing a short corridor, then a lingerie, until her own room. It was a large corner room with 3 windows, furnished with rare and admirable pale green lacquered furniture. Some large chimerical flowers scattered here and there on the smooth surfaces. Maxime followed her, his heart constricted by emotion. This was the idol's chapel, this corner of the house. Maud's personal scent, so intense, a mix of amber and fern with another unknown essence that she kept secret, condensed here with the emission from her hair and skin. That's where she dressed, lay down, and slept. He felt an immediate strange vertigo, like a drunkard filled with strong wines suddenly hit by fresh air on his face. The posture his jealousy from a moment before had composed crumbled. Maud simply said, "We'll be quiet here. No one will disturb us." He sat. As she invited, on a chaise longue covered with cushions, she herself sat on a chair. "I would never, like Mom and Jacqueline, consent to surrender the privacy of my apartment to strangers, even on a ball night. These words, which so clearly set him apart in the young girl's thoughts, finally healed Maxim's heart. A tablet loaded with 1,000 feminine toilet objects separated them, the silver lamp, with a silver shade, without frills but exquisite Renaissance silversmith work, placed on a nearby commode near the bed, illuminated a narrow circle with a fairly bright clarity, leaving the rest of the room drowned in twilight. "You see that I keep my word," said Maud. "I promised you a moment of tea ieri. To conversation we are quiet here, and if I have been late until now, don't think it's out of caprice. I did not want to speak to you about the serious matters that concern us before we met in this world. But," Maxim interrupted, "let me explain. We haven't seen each other much, but since I've observed you closely and thought about you a lot, it feels like I know you well. You think you love me."
"Oh, Maud, my sentence doesn't suit you."
"I'll change it. You love me in your way. That is, with a background of resentment against me and the inclination that pulls you towards me. Don't say now you're furious to love a Parisian. A socialite, it's enough for you to see me mixed up in society for that resentment to be revived. Just now, because I was dancing with a childhood friend, you dotted me once again." She paused for a moment on this reproach, which made Maxim lower his head. He appeared as an unworthy guilty party deserving of forgiveness, and how sweet contrition was to him. "You doubt me because I dance with one of our guests on the evening of a ball at my house. And you have no claim over me yet. If I give you that, how will you use it? Do you understand why I hesitate to choose you as my master?" Maxim answered in a low voicer, "I love you, so much that you don't even comprehend. But I loathe the world around you. The world where I live, certainly, once married. My way of living will depend on the man I marry, as it does now from my family. But I do not want that man to think he risks or falls in marrying me. What do you want? You know well that I take what it is worth. But we are not on a feudal land in Poitou. We are in Paris, where I can only see the Paris world. Is it my fault, I ask you, if this world is mixed and the mixture is cloudy?" Maxim saw her as so haughty that he felt his own insignificance. He realized that perhaps he would lose her, and the dreadful flash of despair that crossed his heart at this thought showed him how much she meant to him. "It may be mad and misguided pride. I want to be married blindfolds on. It seems to me that I deserve this." She stood up at these last words, her self-esteem, so often corroded by the ironic doubt of the world, suddenly feeling genuine. "I told you just now my life as a woman depends on my husband." He stood up too, stammering, "But I've never said, never thought anything like that. I respect you and believe in you. I humbly beg you not to reject me." "One more word," interrupted Maud, without softening the sad severity of her gaze. "So if my husband forces me to live far from the world, I will obey, but I do not know if, far from the world, I will be happy. I have a taste for a certain elegant setting, a certain milieu of art and intellect. It seems to me that it hardly exists outside Paris. If they remove me from Paris forever, I may feel displaced, like our birds from the colonies that waste away here. Perhaps I will not be happy. And you know, if one suffers, so does the other." With a voice so passionate that she felt its echoes tremble in her heart. "Oh, I am yours," he whispered, "without conditions, and as you wish. I am your slave, your possession. If you refuse to be my wife, think about all this well, my friend," she added, softening her voice slowly. And she let Maxim take her hands, who leaned over her, too afraid to look at her. He had slipped to her feet, a knee on the carpet. She gave him her hands, which he pressed against his face, but she did not raise him up.
"Please, please!"
"Tell me now. I no longer have the strength for uncertainty. If you repel me, I believe I shall die, but I shall die at once. This slow death of uncertainty is terrible." He dared not look at her, read the decision in her eyes. She asked, "Your mother and your sister, have you spoken to them of a possible marriage with me?" "What do they think?" She answered, I ask you for absolute faith in me, such as you have in your mother or your sister," he repeated, using the same words. "I believe in you, as I do in my mother or my sister." Then Maud lifted him slowly. "But both of them, I swear to you, respect you as they should, and they will love the woman I choose." "Then," said Maud simply, "let Mrs. de Chantal come tomorrow to ask for my hand from my mother. I give it to you. My mother and Jean are such simple beings that you impose on them a little. Perhaps they fear seeing a countryman like me in amour of you." "I suppose so." "Because they did not question me, and I did not tell them my plans." As Maxim remained mute and motionless before her, stunned by this sudden happiness, she slowly and seriously pressed her forehead. As soon as he touched it with his lips, he regained his strength to squeeze the young girl against him, murmuring words of tenderness. This time he did not feel her slip away, stiffen in his embrace, because Maud, with a superhuman effort, controlled her nerves, tamed her senses, enraged by their intimate rebellion for this single engagement kiss, terrified by the shared future she had glimpsed, but nevertheless resolute. He loved Maud for the triumph she had just achieved. He envied Maxim for his defeat. To be the husband of this unique woman, he thought, doesn't it deserve years of jealousy, months of anxiety, and the final gunshot? They returned to the hall, the green reduced, where all the intimates of the house had now gathered. Mrs. de Chantal was sitting next to Mrs. de Rouver. The two Tessiers were conversing with Etiennette. Hector, looking at Maud and Maxime, understood what had just happened. Happy the blind and the mad. Maxim approached Jean, kissed her on the cheek. At that moment she too understood everything. Hector saw tears well up in her eyes, which she quickly wiped away. Paul, on the other hand, saw nothing. He was gazing at Etiennette, thoroughly enjoying this kind of spring that men feel blooming within them, not without surprise, after passing 40, when love suddenly takes hold again. Decidedly, there is only me to resist, he thought to himself, determined not to feel the steam of tenderness. The sentimental slackening that rose within him at the sight of these tendernesses, so strangely blossoming in this midst of celebration. Big fool. Hector thought with the affectionate irony of their brotherhood. At his age, he's just as obsessed as that soldier farmer. Deep down, he was also envious of him. Some will sit in inaccessible corners with their partners, Dora Calvel, Mrs. Duclerc's sister, the little Revesiers. For them, the colon is merely a pretext for isolation and flirting. The hour advanced. The slow dance took a break. It was the rest before the cotillon. Jacqueline and Subersoaks, who were supposed to lead him, watched over the chair arrangement. "Look," Hector said to Maxim. An excellent opportunity to measure the innocence of young girls. At that moment Joseph, the chambermaid, crossed the hall, and, approaching Maud, whispered a few words in her ear. When he finished, Maud asked him loudly, "Are there cars downstairs?"
"Oh, certainly, miss." "Have one brought up."
Those who, bravely on the contrary, take positions at the front and defend their spots, are good little girls, eager for jiggling and sweating. They must marry them quickly, before they start looking for corners.
"Because sooner or later they end up there."
Chantal smiled, her mind absent. In turn, she ran to whisper to Etiennette, who turned pale. They left immediately. Paul Tessier followed the two young girls. This commotion, unseen by the other guests, had suspended conversations around Mame de Rover. "What is it?" she asked Jean de Chantal. "Have you heard?" "No, madam. It seemed to me that they were talking about this girl's mother. When Millamard spoke to her in a low voice, she said, 'Ha, my godmam.'" "These are bad news," said Hector. "The poor woman is condemned." Maud was leaving. They questioned her. "Wes, she is her mother. She's in dire straits. A neighbour came to fetch Etienne."
"Oh!"
exclaimed Jean de Chantal. "Her mother! But it's terrible, in the middle of a dance. And that poor young girl goes off alone. Shouldn't we go with her?" "Etienne isn't alone in caring for her mother," replied Maud. "There is a maid, a sister of charity, and this neighbour who came to get her. We wouldn't be of any help. She even refused Mr. As Julian passed by, Maud stood up, holding him back. She spoke in a low voice, but clearly enough for Maxim to hear. "Don't give us any accessories. Chantel and I don't want to dance. Paul Laetitia." Julian de Soubresaux reappeared with Jacqueline, a stream of ribbons on his buttonhole, brushing against her skin, lashing the bells of her tambourine. The orchestra launched into a waltz from a fashionable operetta. Following Julian and Jacqueline, the first couples chosen began swirling around. Maud sat down next to Maxim, who gave her a look of gratitude for sacrificing her pleasure in the dance. Lowering her voice, her lips still, she added, speaking in an unarticulated way despite herself, "Etienne's mother is dying. It's impossible at home. I'll go to the Rue de la Baume tomorrow morning. I need to see you." Julian nodded. On the blue velvet, lined fireplace with its copper repousse garniture, a daguerreotype set in a black oval frame, with a curved glass showed the shimmering, yellowed, half-faded image of a beautiful first communicant, white and fresh, smiling like a hawthorn flower. The room where Mathilde Duroy lay agonizing would have told her observer the battered and tumultuous life of the dying woman merely through its composite, layered furnishing, as it were, for Mathilde, plagued by superstitions, was loath to part with objects that had accompanied her past, and according to the various fortunes of her years, acquisitions, gifts, memories accumulated on a sadly banal decorative base, fringed plush and fox turquoise, which she cherished, representing her ideal of comfort, and against which Etiennette, so much more refined, from a different intellectual breed, had in vain tried to turn her. Mathilde would pray in front of the frame, her own image as an innocent rural girl, each morning and evening. 2 other photographs, more recent, adorned the corners, one of Mathilde's mother, a Breton peasant woman, and that of Mathilde's husband, for Mathilde had been married to a Parisian foreman. At the time of her marriage, only this portrait remained, along with Suzanne, the wild daughter that Mathilde had from the foreman. He died young, almost immediately, in the same carriage as some patrons, big industrialists at the Hotel and Mail, and the pretty widow found solace. A few amusing sketches depicted a young woman, the upper bust bare. In corset or shirt, Mathilde Duroy had been famous for her shoulders and arms. A library in the Boule style, made of rosewood inlaid, revealed the first installation's aesthetic. Gradually, artistic friendships left behind 3 admirable Louis Xiv armchairs, carved and gilded wood, covered in pure silk tapestries, furniture made in royal manufactories, specifically for royal gifts, and more than once, at the corner of the puckheads, as on the cover of such novels tucked away in the Boule library, this dedication would appear, subscribed by famous signatures. To good Matilda, her friend. Good Mathilda! Good, that had been her nickname all her life, a hollow and futile kindness, a bit knave, swinging from prodigal to avarice, always worried about amassing a fortune, and suddenly emptying all her savings for the silliest whim, sometimes even driven by a charity fit. The sudden death of the monarchist deputy from Aude, without a will, rudely awakened the poor courtesan, who had been lulled into childish trust, which almost all of them have, at least that generation, for the contemporary is more practical. What would she have become if, for 20 years of her life, she had not maintained the generous and accommodating friendship of Asquin, who, when he came to Paris, found a kind of family with a still beautiful mistress, and the pretty Etiennette, well, raised at the Pippas convent, who called him Papa? This suddenly aggravated an untreated heart condition. Treated by partying until she was 40, Mathilde fell ill. Suzanne, already established, threw some money into the house, but Etiennette's wisdom avoided disaster. Etiennette left Pippas upon Asquin's death. She was 17 years old. On her birthday, her father, who was a priest and kind in his dealings, had deposited about 7,000 francs with an insurance company for her benefit, which, 20 years later, amounted to a dowry of 20,000 francs. Thus, her immediate future was secured under modest conditions. Raised apart by her father's wishes, going out only when he was in Paris, the young girl had suffered only indirectly from her mother's and sister's situations. Mathilde's illness and Susan's flight followed closely after her leaving the convent. While completing her 2 years at the conservatoire, Etiennette settled her mother's situation, who was still not recovering, and moved into the small apartment on Rue de Berne, using the proceeds from selling some valuable jewellery, as well as borrowing against her contract, which was thus discounted entirely 3 years in advance. Yet, during these few months, she saw too much of the underbelly of these two lives. Her heart aged instantly, and perhaps this is where her resolve for honesty came from, which saved her at the conservatory, where so many others take their first steps as courtesans. The friends of this good Matilda visited her diligently during the early days of her illness, but a woman of pleasure, when sick, has no reason to exist. Very few climbed the stairs on Rue de Berne in the final 7 months, when Mathilde, suffering from high drops, stopped getting up. She saw little of anyone but Laetitia. Then even Hector became scarce. Paul remained the constant daily visitor. He found in Etienne the delightful distraction that a busy man finds in a young, pretty friend who is not watched over. This is the selfishness of Paris towards the illness of those who, like sick courtesans and artists, no longer serve its pleasure. However, Etienne had told Maud that Paul was only selfish on the surface, or rather, his selfishness had a crack in it treat. The suffering of someone who loved him would have destroyed him. He offered 20 times to the young girl, seeing her so brave in her struggle against poverty, to get her out of embarrassment, protesting that he would ask for nothing in return, and he was sincere. His heart contained this dregs of tenderness that age brings to the surface in the souls of carousers. Etienne refused. She wanted to receive nothing from him, just because she loved him a little. Of course, her tranquil senses did not call for love. Paul had won her over by the continuity of his presence, finding each day a few hours for her in one of the most busy lives in Paris. She preserved for him the special tenderness of chaste women who wish to give their bodies as proof of supreme abandon. But for that very reason, knowing how much love is corrupted, she rejected the man she loved's money. Paul yielded to the charm of this disinterested tenderness. He became increasingly attached to it. One hardly escapes such a hold, especially at his age. Gradually, he no longer imagined Etiennette outside of his life, but how could she remain if he did not marry her? Indeed, he exaggerated the stubbornness of her resistance. He did not suspect that the young girl, instructed by all the compromises she had experienced, wanted to be an honest woman without much faith. If she had confessed her secret wish to succeed as an artist, earn a living, and thus give herself unconditionally, Paul Laetitia's egoism would have perhaps accepted. She said nothing, not out of cunning or true modesty, and Paul grew accustomed to the idea that he would marry her one day later, in a sort of retirement from official and social life. Insensibly, he brought forward this event. Where not soon? The mother has no plans for a year. The sister has disappeared. This is how Bourgeois' heroism of the best among us reasons. When Etiennette returned home, accompanied by her neighbour, a certain Mrs. Gravier, it was around 5 in the morning. The night was black. "Madam is a little better," said the little maid upon opening the door. "She seems to be sleeping." "Is the doctor here?" asked Mrs. Gravier. "Yes," replied Etiennette, her ball gown thrown haphazardly on a piece of furniture. She ran to her room. She collided with the doctor, who was leaving, accompanied by the guard. He was a still young, robust, and sanguine man, with black pomaded hair and a black beard. He looked at this pretty D.A. blonde and white girl with an amateur's gaze. "Madam is the daughter of—" he asked the nurse, who nodded her head in response. Said Madame, "Miss, at least," he continued with a smile of kindness. "I've seen the patient. She's asleep right now. You know, isn't it, that the case is serious? The heart is failing. Finally, I can't tell you exactly. Finally, doctor." interrupted the young girl with a touch of impatience. "Is everything hopeless? Tell me clearly. I want to know." He hesitated again, then made up his mind. "Well, miss, since you're brave, yes, it's the end. I'm completely useless here. There's only left to sit by the bed and wait. Your mother, fortunately, won't suffer too much. Everything will happen smoothly." "Here, miss." Etiennette, standing still, said nothing. A big indecisive emotion swelled her heart, without causing tears to rise in her eyes yet. "Should I go?" Mathilde lay on her back, with her head and right arm uncovered. Her body, of normal girth up until around the waist, bulged excessively under the covers, resembling a misshapen duvet placed over her legs. "For the sacraments?" asked Mrs. Gravier. "Yes, of course." "Miss," the doctor began, his gaze once again flicking to her bare throat. Etienne entered the room. As the doctor had said, Mathilde Duroy was asleep. Etienne approached the bed, illuminated by a lamp on the nightstand. An unarticulated murmur, which seemed to veil words, emerged from lips parted slightly. The young girl took in her hands her mother's short and greasy hand, pressing her forehead against it. The rings, set in the fat of her fingers, bruised her brow. The face framed by a lovely, very white nightcap, from which some strands emerged in odd tones, greying under artificial blonde dyes, seemed instead almost gaunt, with the pallor of aged, bleached wax. An intermittent tremor animated her features, especially her eyelids and mouth, and all of her face wore a weary and hostile expression, so pitiful. She turned back. "I'm going to the chapel on Turin Street," said Mrs. Gravier. "It's been almost 6 hours. There must already be people waiting. See you later." She kissed Etiennette, who let it happen, and left the room. Mother is going to die. Certainly this thought had not yet reached the mysterious boundary where idea merges with sensibility. Etiennette was horribly sad, but tears still would not come. A finger on her bare shoulder made her turn around. The guard and Mrs. Gravier were behind her. The guard, a mature, dry, brown woman with large limbs, said, "I'll help you undress, miss, quickly. If the priest saw you like this—" Only then did Etienne remember that she was in her ball gown. She quickly undid her corsage and dress, remaining in her petticoat for the morning. She came to sit at the foot of the bed. She closed her eyes and waited. The nurse had settled back into the chaise longue. She had chewed on a piece of chocolate for some time before falling asleep. Etienne was glad to be alone to think in this room of agony. For the agony began to seep through sleep. The breath clung painfully to the bronchial tubes and throat. Her right hand, clenched onto the sheet, struggled with a childlike weakness and awkwardness to return it, and the lips grew more and more agitated, struggling to form indistinct, babbling words. What were they saying? Now vocal cords cut through. Etienne found herself listening. Gradually she felt she understood. Yes, of course she could distinguish words. Argent, death. Those trembling lips repeated it among a confused murmur. Then came half-names. Tian, Suz. The names of her daughters mixed with names of former lovers. Maris. Asked. Belly. And then a sentence devoid of meaning. She didn't want to. Wanted to say why she left. Again the voice carried remnants of unrecognizable words. For a long, long time. How long? Etiennette suffered from feeling rather nervous than moved. I'm not crying. Why? But I am sad. To force herself to cry, she curled up in herself. I'll be alone. What am I going to become? I have no one in the world. The figure, the voice of poor Laetitia, crossed her mind. I wish he were here. Certainly. Poor Mathilde, for months, had not brightened the house. Yet it was family common flesh, thought that knew you from when you were little. Alone, I have no one in the world. Tears came immediately at this appeal to human selfishness. He was coming. Why did I refuse? She knew well that once her mother was gone, she would take refuge in this friend's arms, and he would make of her what he pleased, as long as he kept her, as long as he didn't leave her alone. Oh! Men, I've had enough. This phrase burst forth clearly from the lips of the dying woman amidst her. Immediately it recommenced murmuring, horrified Etiennette as if a dead person or a ghost had spoken to her. "Men, I've had enough." Through the indistinct murmuring of agony, the phrase now returned damaged, faltering, formless, but recognizable to Etiennette, who watched, and each time she recognized it, felt a burn in her heart. "As long as the guard doesn't hear." Etiennette listened. The guard was snoring gently. She well knew this familiar exclamation from poor Mathilde in face of the misfortunes of her supported life. It was the disgust for the job, the horror of the domestication of sex, the call to unemployment, to strike. "Oh!" And the horrible phrase kept coming back in the rush of syllables. "Oh!" "Men, I'm done with them." On her knees by the bed, plugging her ears to no longer hear, Etiennette began to pray. Pray. Then the young girl stood up. She whispered, "Mom," while trying to take that clenched hand that was twitching, but she immediately let go with a cry stifled, because the hand had squeezed her fingers, the nails digging into her skin. She had shown piety to all, the easy and coquettish piety of convents, so vain, so superficial that even a man who is vaguely deist is often closer to faith than a congregant with a medal. In 2 years, the cruel breath of reality had swept away everything, even morning and evening prayers, even the least troubling practices. Present sorrow, the dread of isolation, brought back pious words on the lips of the young girl. "Hail Mary, full of grace." Noise in the room. Remember, "O most merciful Virgin Mary," and acts of piety resumed themselves in the unfaithful hands, the strike to the chest, the kiss on the cross with the thumb and index finger. Holy piety, so precious that its faintest echo still consoles a miserable who invokes it. The despair that had just taken hold of her heart at thinking how alone she would be now dissipated. "I will never depend on a man, even if I become a worker, a maid, or die." Having finished the last rites, the priest said a short prayer at the bedside of the dying woman. Then he called Etienne and took her to the drawing-room. Etienne sat up. A priest had just entered, accompanied by Mrs. Gravier, and while the latter, helped by the guard, prepared oils for the sacraments, this priest approached the bed, took her hand, and said, "My dear our daughter, can you hear me?" Etienne listened with the priest. She caught the echo of the terrible phrase recognizable only to her. "Oh, I've had enough of men. From that life, from the abominable slavery leading to this agony, never, never for herself." He spoke to her in a stern tone, as if irritated by finding her so beautiful in her tears. "Did your mother have religious habits, my child?" "But, father—" "Yes, I think so." "She prayed morning and night." "Did she not receive the sacraments?" Etienne hesitated. "I don't think so," she said. "You must pray for her, my child. God is very merciful, but he gives nothing to those who ask for nothing." After a silence, he added, "Do you have any other family?" Etiennette blushed so vividly that the priest understood and forgave the lie in her response. "No, sir," and it even seemed to soften him a little. "My poor child," he murmured, "may God keep you safe. You're all alone in life. If your heart feels too heavy these days, come to Rue de Turin, ask for Father de Rigny." Stuttering her thanks, the young girl accompanied the priest to the antechamber. She crossed the salon once more when she heard a loud cry. She rushed into the room. Mrs. de Gravier and the guard were already kneeling and reciting the De Profundis. Etiennette sank down beside them and wept, this time from the bottom of her heart. She stayed that way until Mrs. Gravier's voice whispered in her ear, "You need to lie down a bit, my dear, or you'll get sick too." She obeyed mechanically. When she stood up, she noticed with surprise that the curtains had been drawn across the windows. It was a small, bright pink day in the room, a cheerful spring day. Mathilde, with her eyes closed, had regained her friendly countenance of healthy days in death. Around 8 in the morning, Etiennette, yielding to the requests of her kind neighbour, was absent, mendedly drinking some coffee at a corner of the table in the dining-room when the young maid, Ursule, entered confidentially, announcing, "It's the miss. She's with Mr. Paul." She was embarrassed to see Maud again now. No, she wouldn't allow it any more. The Miss was the name Marcel used to refer to this elegant and mysterious visitor who, for 2 months, had been having fairly frequent appointments in Suzanne's old room with an elegant and mysterious visitor whom Ursule vaguely referred to as Monsieur. Etienne blushed at the recollection of this complacency. From the event, though so foreseen, of her mother's death, she was left with, alongside a stronger resolution to live honestly independently, a renewed sense of youthful modesty towards things she had hitherto considered inevitable, which her grief made her break with. "What must I say, miss?" asked the young maid. "Say that I'm going," she replied. She joined Maud and Laetitia. Both embraced her tenderly on her tears, which welled up once more. "My dear, and my poor child!" They sat down, holding her between them. Etienne, in short answers, recounted the night. Here is the translation of the provided text French to English. This is what I propose to you, in agreement with her and Mrs. de Rouver. "Oh, be at ease," he continued, responding to a gesture of refusal that he guessed. "And what are you going to do now?" asked Maud. She showed a gesture of uncertainty and discouragement. "Listen, my dear child," said Paul Laetitia. "Maud and I believe that you cannot stay here, in this empty house, right after your mother's death. I am not offering any kind of help, although, as you know, I am at your disposal, just as an older brother might be. Mrs. de Rouver is going to come and stay in Chamblaise for a month with Maud and Jacqueline." "Yes," interrupted Maud. "You guess why, don't you?" And as Paul in turn kissed her, she suddenly felt so comforted by this embrace that she thought, more tenderly than ever, "He likes me. It's good to be loved. There's no other way, I believe, to calm the jealousy of whom you know. And then, besides, I hate Paris. Will you come with us?" she continued. "It's Mom and me who are inviting you. There's no reason to refuse." Etienne did not answer right away. Her reasonable and experienced daughter logic told her, "Decidedly, Paul is thinking of marrying me. Maud is afraid of Subex if she stays in Paris. This combination suits everyone. In any case, it's good that I've been included in their plans." She kissed Maud. "I accept, my dear, and thank you. Dear friend." If Julien de Soubesaux had left the ball at the moment when, the cotillon finished, they began to set up the dinner tables. This was Maud's wish, who had whispered this brief order to him. Go home as soon as possible. Amidst the deep bitterness of night, which had filled her heart so close and yet so far from Maud, the radiant dawn played its triumphant joy. What young man, loving a woman and knowing that she loves him, can remain sad in the face of a beautiful spring morning? I won't be long. She knew well that with such a promise he would obey. He returned to his lodgings on foot, along the peaceful broad avenues at this early hour, like the paths of a park. Then he thought, she will come. And too much emotion still quivered at this thought in his heart, in his flesh, for him to truly dream of anything but her next arrival. On Baum Street, in the small, secluded hotel, with closed jealousy, drawn curtains, silent stairs guarded by veiled lamps, he regained the night, heavy with the early sleep of the rich. It was night as well in his apartment. He had to wake his chambermaid rolled up in a blanket on the sofa in the antechamber. Turn on the gas in my bathroom. Constant, heat some water, prepare the tub. Is Monsieur going to bed? No. I don't know. Well, just do as I tell you. Constant, having received the cane, the pelisse fur coat, and the hat from his master, preceded him into the salon, illuminated by the embers of a sleeping fire, and was about to open the windows. What are you doing? I am opening, sir. No, don't open anywhere. Light the lamps here as well. The downy shadow where he had found his solace had caressed him. He wanted to stay there until the arrival of his beloved. A few minutes later he was alone in his dressing-room. Constant never helped him. He had an instinctive horror of human contact with bare skin, that peculiar modesty of being seen by them, and of seeing them which characterizes those for whom woman is all of life. He meticulously cared for this body, a refined cult of physical self, whose sight or description excites other men, appearing to them as a sign of male infirmity, far from being true, the taste for beauty and the concern for strength often unite. Such was Julian. He loved to contemplate the harmonious lines, the amber pallor, the graceful movements of a single male body, and that body was the one reflected at that moment under the warm rain in the large ice panel that occupied an entire side of the bathroom. It was his own. Arrogant and provocative with men, it were just the women who mastered him and led him at their pleasure. The quasi-surgical array of limes, pincers, scissors, bristled brushes, leather and velvet brushes, gilded scale combs, spread across 2 tables the elegant complex hydrotherapy apparatus with its nickels and coppers gleaming under the bare flame of gas, the delicate embroidery of multi-coloured linens from the peignoir to the nail towels, the innumerable quantity of cut crystal bottles, capped in old silver, all that arsenal designed for the care of a male body, would have provided material for many jests, and made many men say, "What a little woman!" In truth, no one was more adept at all sports than this little woman, no one braver before a pistol or sword. The lamps illuminated the clutter of bric-a-brac chairs and curtains in the room. Julian looked at his watch. 8 o'clock 5. He rang for Constant. "Mr. Constant, madam will be here shortly," he replied. "Prepare the samovar and cakes in the dining-room." In a silk shirt under his woolen Pyrenees suit, he crossed the bedroom. Heading back to the living-room, he bent down to grab one of the dumbbells placed at the foot of the bed, handling them with a professional's regularity, and, satisfied with the flexible play of his muscles, entered the living-room. "Then go back to your room. You'll stay there until I ring." Constance saluted and left. Alone, Julian arranged the cushions as pillows at the head of the sofa, lay down, and fell asleep. "She's coming." He tried to visualize her, just now, lifting the large greenery that draped the door. But no, he didn't see her like this any more. 3 floors of a dubious house on Burn Street, the antechamber to Tishan's apartment, dining-room, then their nest, Susan's old room, so personally arranged by Maud. Between Chantle's departure and return, he saw her there almost regularly every other day. Sometimes 2 days in a row, Maud realized she was thus keeping him in the tightest servitude, herself insensibly caught up in the need for caresses. Her mistress? No. A sort of loyalty fetish, as all souls slightly high in theoretical struggle, with social order do, made her jealously reserve the supreme kiss for the man who would give her name and fortune. In the pride of her superiority, she thought, "He'll still be my debtor afterward." Their unique caresses, rare indeed in a decaying society where customs and doctrines contradict each other while proclaiming harmony, had virtually reversed the process of human love, and truly this pilgrimage was so passionate that they sincerely forgot and did not desire the arrival. What mattered to his lover? He thought he could obtain her complete gift from herself every time, and each time she left him dazed and satisfied with what he had received. Thus, during February and March, he had lived in a sort of love-drunken state that took away even the worry for tomorrow. Lying down, eyes closed, he continued this dream, gradually sliding into sleep. The voluptuous evocations mingled, interwove in bad memories, bites of jealousy gnawed at him, a weight pressed on his heart, a weight of resentment, melancholy, to live without her. No, not ever again. Better not to live, to see the sun, clear mornings, snowy days, Paris evenings illuminated, everything blurred and merged. He dove into the vast, uncertain night where the desperate seek oblivion from the unbearable, and this empty night, alas, was still heavy on his aching heart. Then, as if having reached the bottom of the abyss, he slowly rose towards the clarity of life. His heart gradually lightened, a mist of languor enveloped him, his brain, his entire body were imbued with growing, delicious well-being. He partially opened his eyes. The dream had become flesh. Maud stood beside him, her bare fingers on his forehead. He sat up. "Oh, it's you. Please forgive me. I lay there and I think I slept, but I felt your presence in my sleep, and it did me so much good." "A guest." she replied. "You had bad dreams, for your face was all contorted. I placed my finger on your forehead and led your dream where I wanted. To me, open. Don't you see," she added with a smile, "that I am dressed for the hour it is?" She brought the coolness of her lips down upon that forehead, then escaping the kiss he sought. "But why is everything closed here?" "Do you know it's past 9 o'clock? Open these windows quickly for me."
"Oh!"
"Maud," pleaded the lover, "I love this night."
"No!"
He opened both windows, pushed back the shutters, while Maud turned off the lamp's keys. The day entered, clear and blue, chasing away the mist of mystery, the ethereal air that floated around the globes. "Well," said Maud, "now sit down next to me." Her enthusiasm hid a real discomfort at finding herself, in this evening setting, dressed for an early morning outing, a straight skirt of thick blue cheviot velveted, a bolero over a satin chemisette, and a blue astrakhan hat with a white ribbon. Julian reluctantly obeyed. "I have a lot to tell you. First, Mathilde is dead," she continued.
"Ah!" exclaimed Super Socks.
"That's a pity. We won't be able to. She died this morning, around 7 o'clock. She had already lost consciousness when they came for Jeanette. Paul Letessia and I arrived around 8. The brave Paul was as upset as if Mathilde's death had made him a widower." Julian, haunted by his single concern, asked, "So, shall we see each other here, or do I need to find another place?" "What a child!" interrupted Maud, offering her bare wrist for a kiss. "We can't talk seriously with you. You're not listening." And after a moment of silence where she did not meet her lover's eyes, she added, in a wary tone that was not her usual, "Be kind to me. If you only knew how nervous I am today. This morning I am here to speak of serious matters. You guess what it is. I have allowed Mr. de Chantal to come this afternoon to ask for my hand in marriage." "I!" exclaimed Julian. She pressed her head against Julian's chest, and, made more feminine and touchable by the thought of the crow she would cause this indecisive friend, she parted the silk of his shirt and kissed him on the place of the heart. They both languished.
"Come!"
he pleaded. No. He was surprised not to feel pain, and Maud too was surprised to see him so calm. She continued, "It seems to us, him and me, that it is better, once the decision has been made, to finish it as soon as possible. We will surely be married before the end of April." Slowly, Julian felt a sense of anxiety welling up. It was almost nothing yet, but it was growing. He did not respond. "But I, with Mom and Jacqueline, will go spend this month in Chamblais. Oh, I'll almost come every day, you understand," she added, taking Julian's hands. "The dowry, the preparations. Settle in." Maud continued, "Until now, you understand, I must keep my distance from curiosities and malicious friends. This wedding is making too many envious people angry. Maxime doesn't know anyone and only cares about seeing me. There's no danger in him staying in Paris. Only, I will officially be living in Chamblais, where Etiennette will stay with us for the first few weeks of her mourning. We will feel at home there. The Letessia family will only come as visitors. I think this combination is excellent. But what's wrong with you?" Julian had risen at the last words, and, still silent, was now pacing the room in irregular steps. Anxiety rose to his throat, blocking his breath, choking him. He returned to stop in front of Maud. "So it's done. Wes, in principle, it's done. I don't think that will surprise you." She said this boldly, eye to eye, in her upright posture, defying any obstacle to her decisions. But he did not resist. He sat in the corner of the table, morose, overwhelmed. She watched him for a while, ready for defense. The horrible anguish had stabbed his heart, and for the first time the marriage of this woman, flesh of flesh to another man, and consented by him, appeared as an unnatural, monstrous, untruthful thing. "What do you mean?" asked Maud. He repeated, "It's not possible." Then, as he said nothing, moved not a muscle, she wanted, as so many times before, to revive his courage. Approaching him, she whispered, "Be strong. I only love you." He did not hear her, lost in his thoughts. He stuttered, "It's not possible." "We won't do that," He passed his hand over his forehead, brushing away this nightmare veil. "It's not possible," he repeated a third time in a neutral, toned voice that didn't imply either command or prayer, just the expression of an obvious fact. "Look, Maud, I love you. I have no one else in the world, and you love me. I'm sure you love me. And I am your thing, I am all yours. I am only for you. I can't live without you. We're mad, we're mistaken. And since you love me, I must belong to you. I see it clearly, clearly, like the day that it is." And drawing closer to her, more insistently. "We have been fools. Yes, fools, you and I. I don't want another to have you, you whom I never had." Maud, almost harshly, answered, "I'm not crazy, it's you who's delirious. But understand," Julian went on, "what you are giving to another is still the most precious. You will be his wife, in spite of everything. You have given me just enough to desire what you give him. I'll do anything, but I'll keep you. I'll steal, I'll kill, but I'll keep you. Ah, stay. Stay with me. I can't. I can't. That will not be. Let me keep you. I'll change my life. I'll work. I'll make you a queen too, better than that fool who doesn't understand you. Do you laugh at what I say? Ah, I'll know how to work, go on, to keep you." He destroyed himself at the feet of the young girl, kissing her feet, rubbing his forehead against her dress, and hugging her round legs beneath the fabric. He was not crying, but sobs without tears shook him. He felt Maud's hand pushing him away by the shoulder, firmly, with all the strength of her tense nerves. Wounded in turn in his pride, realizing he was losing himself in pleading, he stood up. "Is it over?" asked Maud with a tone of scorn. "It's not over," replied Julian. "Just a numb?" She struck him full in the face with her hand, as if to flatten and bury the insult within it. "What's over is this marriage comedy. It won't be you here. You can't play with a man the way you played with me." He continued, exasperated by Maud's ironic silence. "I don't want this role." He gasped in anger, and the words twisted in his throat. "Just—" But Julian seized that hand, pressing it to his lips. With the other arm he circled the girl's waist, holding still this rebellious body, trembling with spasms, while he told her, so close to her face that she felt the brush of his lips. "No, it won't be. You have to be mine. Did you really think I'd let you go? Never. You're mine, I want you. I'll have you even by force. Let go. Let," cried Maud. "Leave me." He squeezed her harder. She felt herself being pulled towards the sofa, where the cushions would receive her fall. The idea of being taken against her will, possessed by force, so rudely pricked her pride that, in that moment, she hated Julian. With her arms outstretched, her legs violently crossed, her nails and teeth, she defended herself, not even knowing what she was defending, wrapped up in the instinctive struggle of the virgin against this man, almost her lover so many times before. He, with his head lost in a frenzy of strength, ignored the bites and tears. Suddenly Maud cried out. Her hand, which Julian had pressed against her throat in the chaos of their struggle, had touched the brute's pin, blood flowered from the torn skin. Julian, now sobered, released his grip. It was just a second, but when he tried to catch her again, she was at the other end of the salon, overturning furniture between them in a barricade. "Maud?" "Let's see," said Sir Bershokes, more broken than she by this struggle. "If you come near me, I'll jump out. If I die, so be it. But I won't kill myself. It's not that high. I'll escape. I'll never see you again. Never, I swear to you." He took a step towards her, and immediately let out a cry of distress. She was diving. "Maud," she said at the edge of the void, "do you believe me now?" She put her hand on his forehead, her adorable hand that he had wounded. "Maud, it's madness. Why? Why not?" He dared not approach her, hypnotized by that bloody web filtering over her pale skin, soon spreading across the back of her hand. Maud, without taking her eyes off him, opened the window. "I swear to you," she said, her voice choked with breathlessness. "Dear Maud." He no longer had any strength, willpower, or even desire. He only wanted to keep her close, to hold on to whatever she was willing to let him have of herself. "Sensible," she murmurs. It's all right. I forgive you. Please leave me alone. When I want to have lunch, I'll ring. He hadn't slept. Banished, he stayed there dazed by his thoughts, mind wandering and active. He was suffering. Kneeling beside him, she kissed him long on the lips, sucking from him what little strength he had left. "Believe me," she said, "we've been reasonable. Let me live my life alongside yours. I only love you." She stood up, put on her gloves. He wanted to follow her. In vain he tried to re-establish himself in life, to recall the old words by which the young girl had seemingly erased her will. The world belongs to the strong. Those inferior to us, we must bridle and ride them like beasts. "No, stay," he mandate. She could buy. "Don't come home. I'll write to you." He obeyed. Constant, descending towards noon, anxious not to disturb his master, dared to enter the drawing-room without being called. He found Julian in the same posture of prostration. Was Mr. sleeping? Wes. Constant. And the horrifying image of Maud possessed by another rose?
"Oh, I suffer. I suffer."
He suffered against this. There is no argument or theory that stands. In vain did he tell himself, "I held Maud in my arms before that man. I have caresses of hers that he will never have." The rebellious shudder of jealousy answered back, "Wes. But she will be his wife." Certainly, despite his suffering, he remained incredulous to agreed laws. Nothing ever proved to him that morality was confined to caresses, that there was a good and evil in human love. But why, from his very suffering, did he feel a violent, desperate call to that law so often denied, to that unprovable law? Third part. Are you awake? Yes. Come in, darling. Etiennette, with the door closed behind her, ran to embrace Maud still lying down. Their mouths and hands caressed each other, with that demonstrative, eager, complacent tenderness that beautiful women often show one another when the absence of men removes competition between them. Besides, ever since they had been living together in Chamblay, their friendship, drawn from the sources of their former convent intimacy, had grown warmer through confidences, the admission of near hopes, and the sharing of worries. Both Maud, so resolute in her rebellious way, and Etiennette, so roughly taught by life, remained simply young friends to one another. Whoever heard them conversing together would most of the time have admired the innocence of their words, their adorable immaturity. The morning caresses exchanged in abundance, their daily chatter began with compliments on their faces, discussions about fabrics or toilets. "You should always dress in black velvet, like you are now," said Maud. "Nothing suits your complexion and hair better." "Oh, hair, loves. It's pure gold, those braids." She took one, placed it on the pillow, amidst the darker silk of her own loose hair. "Look. Mine seem almost brown. I should never show myself in front of you. You completely extinguish me. Be silent, please," replied Etiennette. "Is this something we fight against, too, and that?" She ran her fingers through the soft and smooth curl of the brown locks that immediately ignited with ruddy reflections. She slightly opened the volant's collar, forming a scarf around the linen shirt, revealing the neckline and pressing her lips there. "It's you, darling, who are too pretty, too regal. Near you, I feel like your maid. But it doesn't matter to me. I love you." They kissed again. "By the way," Maud said, "I've decided on the grand flowing peplum that straight over the dress with the high waist. The one from Le Ferrerie. Wes. But I'm modifying it slightly by reducing the bodice's panel." She explained, interrupted by Etiennette, who had also had an inspiration during the night to alter Le Ferrerie's pattern. And it was indeed a scene worth capturing with a brush from the Valenciennes school, these two pretty girls, half serious, half laughing, chatting and striking poses in the vast chamber of Armide's castle, adorned with rich shells, graceful curves, furnished with genuine museum pieces. "Oh?" exclaimed the young girl, surprised. Who could it be? She was only expecting a letter from Paul Laetitia. He wrote to her every day, even when he came for lunch or dinner in Chamblay. They hadn't agreed when the door to the room opened. Betty brought the morning mail. "Do you have my letter too, Betty?" asked Etiennette. "Yes, miss," replied Betty. He saw that Mademoiselle wasn't in her room. "So?" "I brought everything here." There were 2 letters for Mademoiselle Etiennette. Every day she would reply, happy to prove to herself daily that she wasn't completely alone in the world. Today, the white envelope with the embossed stamp, Senate, was there, as it is every day. Her long absence, her long silence, not even broken at Mathilde's death, began to make her forgotten by Paris, which quickly forgets. Would she return to the stage? I am writing to you from Amsterdam, where I arrived with the troupe. She could have waited a little longer before giving news, Suzanne. She translated Etienne's thought. Now that the mother was dead, the obstacle to marrying Paul was this mad Suzanne who had dined, celebrated, and slept with all of Paris. She didn't open it first. She held in her hesitant fingers the other envelope, long, red brick, marked with a foreign stamp. "What's wrong?" asked Maud when Betty had left. "Whose letter is this?" "It's from Suzanne," Etiennette answered. "It comes from Holland." "Ah, that's quite annoying. But I left the theatre. I am with a young merchant who is very knowledgeable and stylish. I plan to bring him to Paris. Perhaps we will also convince his brother to join us. He is rich too, does nothing, and would be right up your alley. I hope Mom is doing well. If she needs anything, she can just write to H. Tel Mill, Collins. Henry is very kind, and I have everything I want." 2 pages of writing in this tone of inconsistency and insensitivity, a laureate's jargon that would disturb Etiennette and humiliate her. "I hope Mom is well. Henry has a brother who does nothing. You'd get along with him." This is how she understood families. "I dare not read this to you," she told Maud. "I wish I hadn't read it." Yet she thought that she had believed her dead, carried away by the phthisis that was consuming her. So she felt ashamed for having accepted this hypothesis without sorrow, perhaps even with relief. Wasn't it all that was left to her of the old days, that mad Susan with whom she used to play when she was a child, not yet knowing anything about real life? She said out loud, "Poor little thing. I am nevertheless glad to hear from her. She is so ill. If only we could make her reasonable. Her heart is excellent. Even in this offer that shocked her earlier, the poor girl's goodwill was evident. One is benevolent as one can, according to one's situation and customs. Poor Suzanne," she consulted, "should I tell Paul that I received news? I wouldn't say anything. It would bother him. If Suzanne comes back, he'll find out soon enough. And then, who knows? Will she come back?" Etiennette embraced her friend. "That's true. You're right. As always, your judgment is spot on. But I'm boring you with my affairs. Do you have any news, too?" "Nothing," replied Maud, sweeping the letters and open envelopes into her lap, nestled between her knees. "Suppliers, the inevitable errand inviting us to lunch on the day of the opening, John Arthur offering a rented hotel on Lincoln Street. That's all. Plus Maxime, of course." "And?" "No, not a word." "When did you write to him, then?" "Wednesday. But I can't, less than 15 days before my wedding, spend my afternoons in a cellar on Rue de la Baume. I don't want tyranny. The deadline I'm setting him isn't that long. He can certainly wait. Almost a week ago? That's not right. He pouts. Maud reclined back on the pillows, hands flat on her chest, looking exhausted. "What do you want, my dear?" He'll pout. "Besides, whether he likes it or not, I'll stick to what I wrote him. I won't go out alone to Paris any more. Is the advice I gave him not the wisest? See. Let him go. Let him take a trip abroad. A month or 2 trip. He's short of funds. Just now, he wins everything he wants at the casino at this time. When he returns, everything will be settled and organized. I will be Countess de Chantal. And I'll take care of Julian's future." She waited for a while for Etienne's approval. Then, as she did not speak, looking indifferently at Letecia's letter, which she had just read, she sat up, leaned her elbow against the pillow. "You're not listening to me?" "Yes," she replied. "But you know, I'm a bit stupid about all this. You always surprise me. I'll never understand you properly. It's quite clear, though." "Oh, forgive me!" Etienne said, cuddling her arm next to Maud's folded arm. "In advance, I tell you you're right. I'm the silly one. Me, all I desire in the world is to be with someone who loves me well, that I love well. The rest is so indifferent. You cannot imagine. I am a bourgeois. I would live on 3,000 francs a year in the province. So, imagining yourself loving Julian as you don't say no, you love him to the point of making imprudent choices, which is extraordinary on your part. I would have simply married him. Directed by you, Julian, who is lazy but not stupid, would have made his way. But I feel I will never agree to be the wife of a man like Julian because I don't want to be relegated, do you understand? I'd rather be a simple cocotte, like... I prefer the most mediocre tranquillity. All of this was said in a peaceful tone, insinuating, almost caressing, with that blend of confidence and modesty, the unique charm of Mathilde Duroy's daughter. Maud, who had listened seriously, replied, her voice slightly shaken, "What you say is true for you and many others. It's not true for me." "Oh, I don't put myself above you, understand me, or anyone. You would have been less rich than the Countess of Chantal, but you wouldn't have been faced with this choice, no longer seeing a man you love, or spending your life in an atmosphere of drama. Because neither of your lovers are convenient. Living in drama, that's above my nature." She was about to say, "like your sister," but caught herself so many others who started in the convent and ended up in gallantry. I'd rather become Aaron's proven mistress who repels me. At least, like that, the break is clear, you're no longer part of the world, you don't think about it any more, and then you have the grand luxury and grocery to make amends. "And love," said Etiennette with a smile. "Love. What you mean by love, that is to say, the fire's corner, the calm gentleman like Paul, who takes you in his knees and pampers you, telling you tenderness, and to whom, in exchange, they prepare grogs and slippers. I hate that kind of love, hear me. Horror, horror. I am not tender, it cannot be changed. Tenderness gets on my nerves." But Julian, nevertheless, questioned Etiennette, a little surprised. Maud leaned her elbows against the bed's edge, and, with a muffled, burning voice, "Julian?" "Ah! It is not tenderness in slippers that there is between us, to understand. You said I loved him." "Well, no. I am sure I do not love him. I see him as he is, not superior in intelligence, vain, selfish, lazy." "Oh, I know him well. Do you understand me?" She fell back again, her back against her bed, closing her eyes, and in a slower voicer. "All men, even that poor Christinu who made young and old faint. They repel me a little. Maxime isn't ugly, is he? But there is something in him so much superior to other men, despite all that. He is so much a more beautiful, stronger kid, elegant. How to say? I don't know, there are no words to express it. He is just one thing, but extremely, he is the lover. I feel like biting him after he kissed my forehead that I offered him. There's only Julian. I love his hands, his mouth, his eyes. I desire him, it seems to me, as men desire us, even while hating us. You don't understand this either, do you? Perhaps you never will, just like I don't understand dreams in slippers. I am only in love with one unique man, but terribly so. Where does this temperament come from? My mother is as calm as a squirrel. Jacqueline is only loose-lipped. Perhaps from Papa, who was very amateur, or some half-wild negro, an unexpected ancestor on my mother's side. In any case, I've suffered for it. She paused for a moment, then added, "Do you remember one evening at home, that Belgian graphologist who read our writings? He put in my report, very sensual, and little imbecile espions, reading this over my shoulder, chuckled. 'Ah, very sensual.' I silenced him with a look and couldn't help saying to him, 'There's nothing to laugh at.' 'If you think that's funny.' They don't know, you see, neither all these dolls nor all these claps, what it is to have senses. There are moments when I am tempted to believe that there are only two lovers in Paris, Julian and I." She remained silent for quite a while. "He says he'll have lunch today as agreed. Hector too, probably." "Certainly," said Maud with a smile, "since Mrs. de Chantal is bringing June. Etiennette, laughing, stood up and embraced Maud. "Come on," she said. "I'm going to get ready to receive my sweetheart." Etiennette, a little frightened by this sudden glimpse into her friend's soul, thought, "How moved she must be to speak thus, she who is so self-controlled." But Maud, turning towards her with a regained voice and demeanour, "What does the dear senator say? He's not worth complaining about, your sweetheart. But do you want a piece of advice? Don't let flirting go on for too long." The young Theodore nodded in agreement. "And believe me," concluded Maud, "not a word from Susan." She called Betty. As soon as the Englishwoman arrived and presented the mules, Maud jumped off the bed, allowing the soft linen fabric to slide from her shoulders onto the carpet, which the Englishwoman quickly picked up. While the tub was being prepared in the bathroom, the young girl wandered nude, tranquilly, from the chest of drawers where she chose her own stockings, shirt, and pants to the fireplace ice, before which she played with her curls the rugged reflections of the day. Then, lying on the couch in the bathroom, Betty knelt down and gently wiped her with fluffy towels, meticulously filing her toe-nails, massaging her polished joints. Maud lingered pleasantly with these agile, discreet touches of feminine fingers. Again Betty, and this white form, from the brown nape to the delicate breasts, wide yet pendulous hips, narrow knees, and delicate feet, cared for like hands, was so perfect that it remained chaste, a sacred impudence akin to goddess marbles, a little stronger. During this half-hour massage she lay comfortably preparing for her day in silence. Maxime, Julian, the two poles of my life now. Until that day she had held Julian captive through the servitude of altered senses, then satiated, never giving him time between appointments to reflect or rebel. Today a change of tactics was needed. When she went to Super Sox's, she had a feeling of being watched by hostile eyes. "It's really crazy that I've gone back there, even once, since Maxime has been in Paris. If only someone would tell him." She found him sometimes moody, uneven, distracted, toppled into sudden silences, at certain words that undoubtedly evoked the memory of words spoken elsewhere. He must have received anonymous letters. "I have so many enemies. I only have enemies. That abominable Uselli, Aaron enraged against my marriage, which robs him of his last chances, pursue me with espionage. They are capable of buying my servants, and Betty knows everything." For the first time she shivered before the future, before the chance of catastrophe. If this fails, this time it's over. Life is missed. A powerful suggestion assured her. This failed marriage, what became of her life? The fall into chance, into the unknown. The horrible future of mediocrity. Oh, no, that never, never! Aaron's humble and obstinate face slipped into a dream. She knew what he wanted. Him he had dared tell her one day, thanks to the forced T7 T-Uts, tea of a great dinner, he whispered in her ear, while she couldn't make him stop, or refuse to listen to his shady conquest plans, and as she scolded him in a low voice, she still heard him repeating, "Your friend always." Yet, if marriage failed, it was this or poverty. "We're on the eve of disaster," she thought, recalling other worries, financial worries that plagued her too often, though she tried to brush them aside. "We are left in peace once more because my marriage is officially announced. We don't know what the future holds. You'll find me always, and, I've always managed to get what I wanted." Oh, the wretch! That cynical declaration left her with the feeling of an impure animal's touch, a slimy beast she had accidentally brushed against. If anything were missing, what a storm! But soon, half dressed before the high psyche with a grey frame striped blue, she calmed herself. Julian and Maxime, both too enslaved to break free. She held their thoughts too firmly. They would rather remove the pigment from their eyes, the colour from their hair themselves. Others have freed themselves and forgotten me. She remembered missed weddings as an incurable insult. Despite the season's youth, the early breath of summer floated, scattered in the air, exhaled from the already dense park of Armide, where, among the greenery of the thickets, White statues stood out here and there as marble reflections. It's just that I didn't bother to make myself loved, she thought. Betty was fixing the last staples of the grey cashmere dress with long, uncreasable pleats, and Maud, standing by the open window, looked at the blooming flower beds rounding off in front of the castle. What young soul can resist the powerful call, the invocation to happiness that bursts forth from a warm spring morning? Maud smiled, completely calm, confident in herself, confident in the future.
"Hey," she murmured. "Hector is already here."
He descended the steps of the porch. Jacqueline followed him, her parasol open. Their shadows on the white steps barely appeared washed with blue in the delicate sun-glow. Almost immediately, Paul Tessier appeared in turn, with Etiennette whose neck was golden under the day's gold. He was recounting to her the steps he had taken for her the previous day in Paris. "Here it is, dear friend," he said. "Everything is set with the insurance." The two couples walked a few steps. Thence, as Jacqueline and Hector ventured deeper into the park, the senator sat with Etiennette on one of the circular stone benches that lined the perimeter of the pond. "Go check if the Chantels have arrived," Maud told Betty. "I don't need you any more." On the bench, where, in former times, Dancer Arrow and her financier had tenderly nuzzled each other, Paul Tessier and Etiennette were chatting amicably, Paul holding the young girl's hand in his athletic grip. "It has been agreed that I will receive, upon your coming of age, the 20,000 francs you owe me to reimburse my advances. I hope you'll allow me to put them into your box, since they are yours. The major difficulties regarding the succession have been resolved, your sister having given no sign of life upon your mother's death. Everything suggests she will not claim her share of the inheritance." Etiennette felt like interrupting her, confessing Suzanne's letter. She didn't dare, and, henceforth, bound by her silence, the confession became impossible. "The apartment remains in your name until the end of the lease, in 18 months. By then we'll be married, I suppose, and you'll decide what suits you best. On my part, all my affairs are in order. I've seen Cras, who will sign me a sickness certificate, allowing me a 3-month leave. With the vacation months, that will make half a year. We'll get married in London. We'll then spend some time in Viziris with the young couple Chantel, and return to Paris," he added with a smile, perfumed with aristocracy by the rubbing of high Poitevin nobility. He disguised his long, wisely planned scheme under a tone of playfulness. He wanted to marry Etiennette under the patronage of the Chantel and Rover families, whose brilliant names cast a shadow on Miss Duroy's origins and alliances. There are so many Duroys in the world, and what does a woman's name matter after her marriage? "You're so good," she whispered, caressing his eyes with hers. Overwhelmed by waves of powerful tenderness that beat against the hearts of 40-year-olds, a mixture of anxious and naive tenderness, ready to doubt everything and hope for everything, he replied, in a voice shaking, "I love you so much. Will you love me at all? You know I love you." "Wes, she loves me," he thought as he drank in the sweetness of her light blue eyes and breathed in the scent of young spring that she seemed to evaporate. "She loves me, but how does she love me? Especially, how will she love me? A sort of filial tenderness was enough for him today. But when will I be her husband? Oh, will she love me with all herself, like a lover? Is that not the wish of all lovers?" Hector returned with Jacqueline from the shores of the pond. Paul, seeing him, envied his slimmer, more alert silhouette, his harsh brown hair, his youthful face, his 30 years. The persistent wish, gnawing at hearts too young for their years, held him more cruelly as he neared possession. He would have sold short the tenderness, the soul to soul devotion. He desired only the throbbing of this young body in curses, the love of flesh for flesh. Hector and Jacqueline, returning from the wood, discussed love in a completely different tone. "The animal," he thought to himself with a little moodiness, "has youth and uses it for this stupid thing they call flirting, instead of loving. and if he was so sad on his 45th birthday that he forgot for a moment the deep affection that bound him to his brother, he said to silent, anxious Etinetti, "Shall we go back?" Jacqueline, when they sat down in their turn on one of the marble benches, concluded the conversation started. "If all young girls thought like me, my dear, we would do our little 89 and win our freedoms through fierce struggle." What freedoms? Freedom to go out and travel alone first. Freedom to come home at the time that pleases us, to come back only in the morning, for example. You cannot imagine how much I would enjoy staying up late. Freedom to spend money as we please. Freedom to have lovers. Yes, lovers. You do well to have mistresses. They will be difficult to marry your young girls after 89. Why? You marry well when you've been with cocottes for 10 years. That's a custom to be established, that's all, it seems. Miss So, and So had a stormy youth, but it's girls like her who make the best wives. It's better to take chances before marriage than after, etc. All that is said about you. We may see such customs, said Hector. As for me, I won't complain.
Oh,
you'll be too old to enjoy them, my dear. You'll be like the people of the Third Estate who died around 1790, just before they had the pleasure of seeing nobles guillotined. Me too. Actually, that's why I'm a perfectly virtuous young girl who won't let anyone lay a finger on me before marriage. Hector, smiling, reflected. Too much so for the entertainment of my contemporaries. Well, yes, in principle it's done. I'm telling you because I know it will amuse your dilettantism. It happened the night before last. I had invited the blonde man alone, as you say. He looked at Jacqueline, found her infinitely desirable, and thought of Lestrange with the worst male jealousy, that which envies possession without personal desire, for the pleasure it brings to another. He asked it. So, is it decided then, this marriage with the blonde man? Are you discreet? I must have my lover from time to time, too. I had said to Mom, everyone has theirs in the house. I had worn a low, cut dress. And then I have a secret that when one is near me, they can only think of me, they only breathe me. Guess what? At dinner, naturally Lestrange got drunk, so much so that he could no longer eat, and did not hear what was being said. Do you know one of the reasons why I had a penchant for him? Which is not handsome. My sister was playing Berlioz, Mom was doing Patience. We were really there, Luck and I, like in a private cabinet. We talked. It's because I excite him extremely. I turn him upside down, that boy. All women, will you tell me? No. Me even more so. After dinner we went to the greenhouse. A wonderful place for flirting, my dear, your greenhouse, under the palms at the back. So my lover, at the end of his patience, suddenly made up his mind. Jacqueline, I want you. You know I hate marriage, yet I am ready to marry you. But I warn you, I fear I may be a bad husband. But yes, my dear, it's true. That's the funniest part of the story. Here, it seems that this agitates you too, wise friend, what I am telling you. Lestrange no longer stood firm. He took my hands, stammering. Jacqueline, like a 15-year-old lover. I finished him off by admitting that in these insomnian excitements, it was to Lestrange that I was thinking. And this was still true. Yes, it was. This to calm you down, you. I woke up Luck by declaring that I had enough of my professional chastity, that I only wanted to change my state. I told him about my insomnia, my very agitated wake-ups. Is it true? Asked Hector. We please each other. Let's marry. I believe we will make a very good couple together. Besides the little moments of pleasure that are fleeting, as I know they are. Listen to Luck, confidence for confidence. I am not crazy about marriage, neither am I. I did not invent it. But since one ascends in society, when one gets married, I am marrying you. You can imagine the respect I have for the institution. We will share these little moments, and also the serious interests of life. You, with your libertine air, and me, though it may seem, are equally capable. Otherwise, complete freedom on both sides. I need the company of women, even married to a woman who captivates me, like you. Perhaps this need will persist. I abhor chains, the hindrance to freedom. Will you be jealous? I laughed in his face. Jealous? Me? I am not knave enough to think that a hedonist like you, who cannot see a dress without pining, will suddenly become chaste or even faithful after the wedding lunch. You will continue your pursuits, never stopping to think of me, for you are the type who accumulates. As for me, I do not wish for anything more than to be a jewel of loyalty, a barberin. But what can I do? My little experience has shown me that barberins are no longer found in the real world. What use would promises of resistance to temptation be, when I do not even know what it is? What I promise you formally is to always keep what is owed to you, and never make you look ridiculous. Apart from that, I want to be free. Now, it's my turn to answer your question from earlier. Will you be jealous? He thought for a moment. Not long. Then he said, You are right. Marriage, as you understand it, is the only one that will not lead us to divorce. Without waiting for a response, she stood up and quickly made her way back home. He watched her leave with a perverse and provocative grace that her get accentuated. You are an exquisite woman, and I thank you for proving that I should marry you. At that point, to seal our engagement, I pressed my lips to his, and for the first time a man had touched them. Why do you snicker? I swear it was the first time for me. I hope I didn't look too awkward. Here, I'm leaving and leaving you behind. The Chantels are coming. I don't want beautiful Jane to tear my eyes out. Because she will be jealous, I guarantee it. At the same time, down the path leading out of the barely leafed oak forest, a 4-seat carriage approached, bringing the Chantels. He walked towards the carriage. He was thinking, these two children, Jacqueline and Jean, are both reasonable solutions to contemporary marriage. Up ahead, one could see Jane's immobile silhouette. Hector caught a glimpse of her black, clear as onyx eyes fixed on him, the object of her affection. Now, well aware of this, a bit sad at the ease of this conquest, sensing that she would lead him to marriage, and sorrowful at the thought of his freedom's demise. If one wants to preserve the Christian characteristics that made his nobility, indissolubility, fidelity, and fertility, one must seek the exceptional woman, the rare bird or the little white duck, like Jane. If one wants to understand it in a modern way, a correct facade with a license behind, it's better, like the Lestrange family, to prevent problems in advance and agree with each other. Customs don't lose anything. Honesty gains. But, looking at the car, Jane's smile, so innocent, so joyful, delighted him. Dear little one, he thought. I think I do love her after all. The cart turned in front of the Armide Castle's porch, cutting through the sand. Hector reached out his hand to Jean, who barely touched it before blushing immediately and leaping to the ground. Mrs. de Chantal, on the contrary, bent at the joints, allowed herself to be almost carried from the car to the staircase. 3 months in Paris, the witty conversations of Mrs. de Rover's mannerisms, now dressed entirely in black out of sympathy for her noble friend, perhaps a black frilled dress, adorned with lace and ribbons. Maxime, following Hector's advice, maintained his slightly serious and military way of dressing, refined by the cut of a good Parisian tailor. De Rover, the visits to dressmakers, milliners, jewellers, walks in the bois, had not changed her. It was still the same aristocratic and vacant face, the same awkward, sullen bearing under the eternal provincial mourning. Rather, she had taken on some of Mrs., but Paris had truly transformed Jean. She too had raced down Rue de la Paix in company with Maud, and her keen eyes, seeking to please someone, quickly judged what set her apart from a Parisian woman. Today, her black and white taffeta gown with 1,000 pleats, the bell skirt with frayed volants, the draped corsage, and the all-black Gainsborough hat transformed her, highlighting her exceptional figure in Paris, her Vendélian demeanour both flexible and solid, like a petite warrior aristocrat. "Charming," said Hector, tracing the curved line with his thumb from the nape to the final volant. "Oh, you're mocking me again," exclaimed Jean dejectedly. "It's not nice. I assure you, my dear.
replied the young man.
Your ensemble is top-notch Paris fashion. Ah, really? Oh, I'm glad, she ingenuously added. I was afraid it wouldn't please you, Maxim, she continued. You see, Maxime, Mr. Letessier thinks my dress is exquisite. Maxime smiled absent-mindedly. They entered the winter garden where the table was laid. Jacqueline, Etiennette, and Mrs. de Rouveau were waiting for them with Paul Letessier. Maud wasn't there yet, and it was her that the old officer's eyes were searching for. He took advantage of the moment of exchanging welcome politesses to pull Hector aside. Is Maud absent? No. I saw her just now at her room window. I'll have to speak to her seriously before lunch. Still jealous? You're incorrigible, Hector grumbled softly. How many times in the past month had he received Maxim's secrets, bombarded by obscure accusations that Maud sensed? On the contrary, Maxim replied, I've seriously offended Miss de Rouveau, and I want to apologize to her. You're indeed a fiancé full of surprises. Well, let's go. Let's wait for her in the vestibule. Maud will be forced to pass by us when she comes down. They met her right at the threshold, lingering over fixing a double petunia on her belt, strange in shape and colour like an orchid. Hector, too relieved about the outcome of the interview, made an effort to joke. Here is Mr. Dear Miss Maud, who wishes to take a conversation, as the newspapers say. The small salon is empty and can serve for the interview, isn't it? He opened it to them with an affectation of politeness and seriousness, stepped aside to let them pass, and dodged. Maud, concerned, tried to appear cheerful. It's true, Maxime. Do you have something to tell me? She gathered her willpower to hide her anxiety. Immediately, she thought, Julian. But Maxim gravely took her hands and, resting his forehead on them, I beg your forgiveness, he said, his voice low as if consumed by emotion. I've been a bad friend. I am no longer worthy of you. Maud did not understand. What have you done? You still doubted me. Ah! If only you knew how much I suffered doubting. But think that every day since you've been in Chamblays I receive letters so specific about you. About your habits, a mix of facts that I know, that I see as true, like your daily toilette, or some run you've made and told me the next day and in the evening. A mix of such things and calumnies. You believed the calumnies, didn't you? Replied Maud, withdrawing her hands. Maud, implored Maxime, I might not confess anything to you. We'll go down Rue de la Baume, second door on the right as you're coming from Avenue At. No, I dare not tell you the infamy that was written. At her lover, finished Maud. Why not speak of this infamy, since you believed it? I did not believe it. Don't condemn me because I'm confessing to you. Here's what I did, listen. 4 times already I've received a letter written on a typewriter. They told May, due this evening, around 5:30, Miss D.R. 4 times I tore up that letter, and I didn't even tell you about it. Yesterday, I was mad. Did you follow me? No. I went to Rue de la Baume. A little before 6 o'clock, a carriage stopped at the door, and a woman got out, about your size, at least it seemed so to me. I ran out. But the small gate was already shut. Ah. Maud, if I have sinned against you. Julian is consoling himself. He receives women now. Continue, she said. What time did I leave? Past 7 o'clock. When I saw the iron gate swing open, I lost my head, leapt at that woman. I seized her by the arm, forced her to show her face under the car's lantern. And who was she? Asked Maud, whose shaken voice would have awakened a more perceptive observer. Maxime hesitated. I'm not allowed to name her. I order you to, she replied. The hour, more than an hour, that I spent on this sidewalk, along this wall bordering a large garden, has well atoned for me. Maud listened now, but surprised and bitten by a secret jealousy. Ah! I have the right to unmask those wretches who slander me. It was a young woman I saw at your ball, who stood out by openly courting Julian de Soubersoaks. Juliet Avrizac, asked Maud. Yes, he confirmed. She fell silent. I forget. If that's what it took to make you better, then so be it. Despite my future worrying me, with a heart like yours. He touched his forehead, that piece of skin perfumed by his hair, the only one she had ever allowed him to gently brush since their engagement. Maxime, watching her anxiously, took for himself the anger in her furrowed brow, her narrowed eyes and clenched jaw. "Oh, forgive me." He knelt, his forehead pressed against her skirt. She regained her composure. "Stand up," she said sharply. "I don't like a man on bended knee." "Fine." She relented. She offered him her neck, leaving it for a moment under lips that burned her, fueled by an obscure desire for revenge, the urge to betray in return. He gambled a lot. The game was intense at that moment, thanks to two wealthy foreigners, two brothers who each night risked a Polish village. Starting at 5 o'clock. It only stopped when the head waiter said, "These gentlemen are served," and resumed before midnight. Maxime had never received so much from her. No kiss from Maxim had ever tightened her nerves with such painful intensity. Since Mathieu Duroy's death and Maud's departure for Chamblay's ended their meetings, Julien de Suberchocs seldom left the club, declining social invitations, avoiding the theatre, and all places where people he knew might mention Maud or Maxim. Suberchocs arrived first and left last. He played non, stop, with terrible luck, one of those chances given to condemned men that terrify even the happy player when he returns home in the evening, drunk with banknotes, stupid and broke. In 6 days he had won nearly 300,000 francs. Thus passed the night, and the little of the day that followed was the black sleep into which he fell upon his return, about 6 in the morning. That unique fever that the mystery of the fatefully assembled cards, constantly renewing itself, gives even to the strongest, was the only thing that distracted him from the inert despair into which he sank since Maud. In these impersonal, unintelligible terms to anyone but himself, her hiding her secret correspondence like a code, had signalled the need to interrupt their meetings until after the wedding. But the bad hour was 9 o'clock, when, dinner over, cigar smoked, the companions went off to the spectacle, to the foyer of the opera, or simply, for these nights were of a summery warmth, they were driven to the Boys' Inner Circle, Victoria. He wanted no spectacle, no cafe concert, no boys, nothing that reminded him of a social life, no place where one met people who could talk to him about Maud and Chantal. On glancing, one of those nights, Hector Lutetia, who at 9:30 was crossing the deserted salons to reach the correspondence cabinet, could not help but go to meet him, and the slow minutes dragged by one after another in the stifling silence of the empty club where lingered the smell of cooled tobacco. He thought, what is she doing now? Is he with her? What are they doing? And his solitude weighed on him cruelly. Hector happily shook his hand. A secret sympathy drew him towards the superhuman animal that Julien represented in his dilettantism, and he readily conceded to such a being, as to Maud, every license over the villainous herd of contemporaries. "Are you going to write?" asked Julien. "Yes." A beginner. 5 minutes and I'm yours. Do you want me to wait? While writing his telegram, he continued the conversation, interrupted by silencers. "What are you doing in this desert at this time? You, the man of parties." "I'm waiting for the action." "You'd better go to the wood." "If I were sure not to encounter any, perhaps I would go out."
"Bah!" exclaimed Hector. "What pessimism!"
"The air is delicious." "The wood bores me." "Go hear why Yvette bores me too." Hector, dripping and sealing the telegram, turned half around. "Well?"
"But women," he fits a smile. "Oh, for example, those, I loathe them."
He threw his telegram into the Circle's mailbox, returned to sit cross-legged on a smoker, and lighting a cigarette. "To tell the truth," he went on, "women seem to me one of the most undeniable amusements across this valley of tears. All the words in theological books about them, about their low animal nature, are still too mild to express what I think of them. I wish I could erase from the past the time I gave them." "Me?" Julien replied, sullenly, with his hands flat against the moleskin couch, head bent in a woe-stricken manner. "Me, they make me want to vomit." His face contorted in genuine nausea. Under this vast silence of empty rooms, with high bay windows left slightly open, Silence further widened by the quieting of Paris noises. By the calm after afternoon, he continued, thinking aloud, but content to have an ear close, by to listen to his resentment. Yes, they disgust me. It seems to me that they have corrupted everything within men, the desire for work, ambition, even the taste for life, and the longing for the future. Hector refrained from interrupting. Julian continued after a pauser to say that one dreams of them, to possess them, to be desired by them since childhood's end. As soon as one learned to see them, to divine love. In college I thought of nothing else. Since I was staying with priests, and was still very religious, do you know what would trouble me in advance? That it would never be permitted for me to possess all women. All of them. I needed all of them, so that life would seem desirable to me. And yet I was chaste. It's curious, murmured Hector, these childhoods of lovers. You were a predestined one, a born lover. I, in high school, already had a lover on Thursday nights, a good girl from Paris, with whom I shared my small earnings. And it didn't disturb me much, so, in life, I was not an amorous man. It's true that I'm not irresistible. Oh, don't laugh at me. You've had as many women as I have. Perhaps more. Because, come on, I don't pose with you, you know. We always have too many women. They're all so similar, little luxury beasts. The most honest one, I take care of transforming her in one night. Their chastity, their honesty, is nothing but human respect, vanity, or habit. Their soul is a scrap of cloth dyed to match hers. Some women are afraid of me. I would look ridiculous telling everyone this, but more than one has answered make. Definitely, you're too handsome. Being handsome is a mediocre way to act on them. It's their own swordplay. They're always stronger than us. What does it matter? Only their body differs, and frankly, a life plan that consists of offering caresses to as many bodies as possible ends up seeming quite disgusting and knave. A footman entered, arranged papers, picked up scattered newspapers on the green tables. As long as he saw the embroidered garment, the white stockings with thick calves roaming in the room, Julian remained silent. But his heart was not yet completely empty, because as soon as he found himself alone with Hector, he resumed, "Me. This time it's over. A young woman who is considered pretty and claims to be new came to my place. She stayed there for an hour, her governess in the carriage, downstairs in front of my door. If I knew why I was receiving her. I think I'm cured. None of them will tempt me any more. I found chastity at the bottom of debauchery. Here, today, one came to my place, a beginner. What there is best as an adventure in contemporary society, isn't it? For instance, out of idleness, to try to forget my troubles. She stayed there for over an hour, complacently, as girls are only with bankers. And all the time, I thought, if you knew how you disgust me, and how bored I am. Come on, he concluded, getting up and approaching Hector. Let's not talk about this any more. It irritates me, and it bores you. Are you going somewhere tonight? If you want, I'll go out with you. I'll drive you. And even I wonder if you didn't set me up. Oh, my dear, I swear. Let's see, beautiful Julian, Hector continued, curious to push him to the limit. I've observed you, I know you. And I'll catch the time for the party more easily. Hector got up. I'm going to spend an hour at the opera, where I have a girlfriend right now. Let's go. Excuse me if I seem a bit stunned by everything I've just heard. It wouldn't take much. You won't make me believe that all women, every one of them, are indifferent to you. Subasok stood up. Who do you want to talk about? He said, his voice and gaze suddenly freezing. Hector sustained the stare without saying a word, and immediately the honesty of his attitude dispelled Julian's bad humour. After all, the latter said, you're right. Like everyone else, and I think, like you, I set Miss de Rover apart from other women. But, he added with an effort at irony, she no longer belongs to our admiration today. Is the wedding date set? He was trying to control himself, but his broken voice confessed. It's on the 18th, in 9 days, therefore. Ah, super shoe, exclaimed. He no longer said anything, standing motionless, his eyes fixed on the tips of his shoes. And suddenly he extended his hand to Hector. "I'm leaving you, dear friend. I forgot that I have an urgent errand to run this evening. Goodbye." He didn't bother to come up with another excuse. He left immediately. Hector heard the massive doors of the vestibule open and close. Then, through the window, he saw Julian walking away on foot, at first with quick steps. But his pace gradually slowed under the weight of heavy thoughts. "There's a man who's at his wit's end, pondering the events of the drama," he thought. "What should I do?" The role of Providence responded to his generous skepticism. To be Providence is to take sides for one person's happiness against another's. Who has the right? Upon reflection, it still seemed to him that Maud marrying Chantal was the best solution, the one that would minimize unhappiness. "And I promised my alliance to Maud," he decided, wrote, and threw into the box a small note that Maud was to receive the next morning in Chamberlain. "Be on the lookout, dear friend. I have just met at the Circle. Quite excited, one of our friends. The most beautiful of our friends." Then he left and finished his evening at the opera, content with a day in which he had tasted this rather rare sensation. To catch a glimpse into the depths of a human heart was a passion. However, Julian, weighed down by steps that Hector had watched from the window, turned the corner of Rue Saint-Honore, ascending towards Sate, Philip du Roule, unconsciously making his way home. But in front of his door he came to himself. He turned back hastily, as if he feared to see, through the suddenly opened small grey door, spirits like himself emerge, to enter there, to find scattered in the air, attached to the drapes, reflected in the mysterious beyond of the mirrors, that dust, that smoke of the abolished self that the past days trail behind. Oh! No, rather escape even from the present. Forget, straight and empty, a street opening on the other side of the boulevard, with its long perspective illuminated by the 2 garlands of yellow stars, attracted him, propitious for an aimless walk. He entered it, followed it, amazed at the sound of his steps on the dry asphalt, amazed at his spinning shadow at every gas lamp, amazed to feel alive. For the problem of life, of permanent personality, forgotten in the daily routine of uneventful days, imperatively requires the human being during severe crisis hours. In 9 days, married in 9 days, the one who was walking aimlessly at that moment, a disoriented and mad machine, just to make its gears work, saw another being live, think, suffer, and this being was himself, and, upon realizing that it was indeed him, minute by minute, he had the thrill of a heavy, unexpected fall. Each time, after the shock of the thought, "Maud is getting married. It's over. It's done." He recalled life from a spasmodic aspiration, as one who is suffocating and desperately seeking air in an atmosphere devoid of air. He spoke the words in a low voice, and each time it seemed to him that he was saying something contradictory to his own life, to the surrounding existence of real things, as if he had said, "I am dead," or, "It's a dream, vain images, these houses, this street, the sound of my footsteps." As quickly as a dream, where years accumulate into mere seconds, events, dates, words, the fabric of the past passed before his memory, binding the present to not be separation, the end. The force of hope and conquest that he had felt pulsing when, 6 years earlier, he arrived in Paris, glorious, ambitious, greedy, this force was still alive, desired to live, revolted against defeat. "It's not possible. It won't be. I don't want to." Morality and feeling added to this act are the fancies of monks and poets. A strong, sane man will use women like any other terrestrial good for his pleasure, for his interest. Yes, the reasoning still lived in the disoriented brain. His bewildered thought grasped fragments of reasoning, all the childish skepticism once opposed to the traditional scruples of his conscience and education. The possession of a woman should be as indifferent to the moral being as a glass of pleasant liqueur. But why, at this hour of suffering, a victim herself in turn by a woman, why an impetuous, irresistible urge, like a force of nature, led her to conflicting convictions, those of the past, of chaste and religious childhood. There is a moral law imposed on human love. This fleeting embrace, like the contact of a full glass against the lips, it hits with a rebound the suffering faculties of the whole human being. And you see well that you suffer today from something other than abolished pleasure. He suffered from something else. What was gripping him wasn't theoretical jealousy. The one psychographers have inscribed and demonstrated in their theorems the warming of anger caused by the image of another enjoying stolen volupty. On the contrary, more than ever, this revulsion towards flesh so violently, felt at moments of emotional crisis by true voluptuaries, proscribed any evocation of lubricity. His jealousy and resentment stemmed from the thought that Maud had ceased to desire him, the lover, that he was no longer necessary, while he himself could not free himself from desire. But she too suffers, undoubtedly. This was the hope born of his jealousy that she would mount her own cross, just as he had done. She has not stopped loving me like this, suddenly, for a reason of interest. She suffers. He had experienced this today, when he held another woman in his arms, summoned out of spite. His very body and nerves rejected the emotion. The absent one, the unfaithful one, still retained her domain. The desperate desire of the last minute forced him, even from afar, to faithfulness. Or perhaps doubt arose, along with it the vulgar jealousy, the horror of kisses taken by another man's lips, the surge of hatred that makes one murderous. And with this jealousy came the desire for flesh once again. The clarity of a memory marred, bare-armed, adjusting her hair in Suzanne Duroy's old room, suddenly disoriented him and thrust him back into reality. Where am I? Around him it was the clear gap of Europe Bridge. A secret string of memory, struck by the recollection of Kereces, had vibrated. What? This very place. Thus his instinct returned to him, like a wounded beast, to all his familiar haunts. He had to obey, fully conscious now. He ventured into St. Petersburg Street, then Bern Street. Poor girls of pleasure were already keeping watch for love around the small wine shops with red lanterns. The evening was sweet, powdery, wide, and cheerful. In front of Mathilde's house he hesitated. The door was closed as every night. What to say to the concierge? They won't let me up to this dead woman's apartment. But immediately he thought that they always obeyed him when he put a certain air of determination in his voice. He won the loge. The woman was there alone, wiping dishes. She was momentarily taken aback when Julian, with an authoritative tone that precluded reply, asked for the apartment key. The people of Paris have respect for death. They have little regard for anything else. I left some necessities up there that I want to retrieve, said Subersocks, agreeing to reassure the simple soul. The concierge gave him the key. Julian climbed the 3 flights as swiftly as on days of appointment. Finally, he wanted something. In the turmoil of his heart, he was glad to regain the irrational desire to see this complicit room again, even empty, in the vacant and dead apartment. Death, visiting him, had changed nothing. He realized it as soon as he lit the candelabra, placed, as usual, on a low buffet in the antechamber. Julian, his heart heavy with emotion, entered, lit the candelabra over the fireplace, readed this beloved work of love so often, so joyfully required during winter encounters. Not a piece of furniture, nor a curtain, nor a frame was out of place in this antechamber. In the dining room he crossed. Only the sense of emptiness lingered in the air. Countered by that delicate scent left long after one has passed by the perfumed skin of women, where they had dressed, undressed, slept through many nights. But most notably in their bedroom, Suzanne's room. Yesterday still lived on sparsely in the air, tucked away in the folds of the curtains, woven into the fabric of the footstool, lying intact on the bed, frozen in drops within the bottles. And dusting the minutiae of the toiletry set that Maud had neither the time nor concern to take with her. The embrace of the ghosts he had fled just an hour ago at the door of his dwelling. He sought here. He wanted it for his terrible sensuality. But the hallucination evaded him. He threw himself onto the bed, tore off the blankets, bit into the sheets whose new whiteness no longer even reminded him of the absent one. He only suffered more from a kind of hopeless despair, without softening, without tears. Soon he rose, groaning, instinctively seeking the weapon, the object, the thing that can bring death. I hurt. The horror of living penetrated him. In vain, sitting in the chair next to the window, he closed his eyes, listening to the sound of the rare carriages. Despite the identity of the setting, yesterday refused to blend with today. He didn't even have a moment of illusion that he was begging for. A fury to destroy, to annihilate the past agitated him. He destroyed the bed like a child beats a piece of furniture that it has hit. His sobs mixed with his gasps as, crushed and horrified by his solitude, his face pressed against this inert yet living thing, all that remained of Maud. He moaned. Long suppressed, it suddenly surged up to his nostrils, a slight shock that ignited human emotion, the tears of true love, akin to those of other men whom he had deceived, against whom he had sinned. Maud, dear Maud, and suddenly, from beneath the mattress, a batiste cloth rolled out, Maud's shirt, a long, chaste girl's shirt, not transparent though so fine, as befits a garment not meant for love. Its amber and fern scent, vivified by the emission of flesh, remained imprinted there. Yet, in his despair, childhood beliefs in a higher power suddenly bloomed again within him, lived, beneath the unhealthy dust that had buried them for so long. He prayed. He blended the divine names, once implored with the name of him whom he had profaned the adorable body. And thus, sincerely, he was the religious being who trampled underfoot every reason, asking in a cry of faith for graces that contradict faith and morality, as once, when, as a little boy, desiring an outing or a gift, he made promises to the Virgin, to the saintly patrons, he engaged his future. He will marry. I will work. I will live healthily with her. But give her back to me. Tragic were the desperate moans of this man, perfectly beautiful, perfectly young, these prayers uttered, his lips in the cloth, meant to clothe the modesty of a virgin, and which had served as an accessory to passionate caresses. Outdoors he walked with a firmer step, as if amidst the ruins hope for a restitution still lingered. When he descended, 11 o'clock had struck. The concierge watched him at the threshold of his loge. He cut short the questions by slipping a Lois into her hand at the same time as the key. Healthy tears had fallen on his sorrow. He had reached the bottom of his conscience and found there, along with what remained of morality and faith, the unshakable hope that sleeps at the bottom of desperate souls. It won't happen. She won't marry Chantal. A powerful feeling told him this, devoid of evidence. How could the event unfold with or without him? He didn't know. He only conceived of his right to intervene in the outcome, not knowing either how he would use it, or even if he would. At the club the game had started. He looked at it for a few moments, then as soon as a bank was free he took it. He held on to it all night, and lost steadily, slowly, each bank closed with a few thousand louis. He still suffered, but from a dully numbed pain, one who doesn't reason, barely reflects on consciousness of pain that doesn't think. From this moment onwards he resumed his ordinary life. He went home, dressed himself with the usual meticulous care. A player always impassive, but that day he forced the admiration of even the most hostile. The game ended around 5 o'clock, in the effervescent joy of knave, insolent happiness where bad banks make happy players. In fact, everyone was gaining around Soubesaux, who lost 300,000 francs, his weekly gain. Who would have seen him leaving, past midnight, in a tailcoat under the light spring overcoat, with a flower on the left lapel, and a cigar between his teeth, walking down the Rue Saint-Honor, at a leisurely pace, heading to the circle and sitting at the gaming table next to a pile of chips? Certainly he would not have imagined that this man, for more than 15 days, had been living in a state of continuous fever, and for 6, almost in dementia that 2 hours earlier, he had suffered agonizingly while pressing the batiste cloth against his lips, carefully folded, not much larger than a handkerchief, slightly bulging the pocket of his tailcoat. He had let this fortune flow through his fingers with absolute carelessness, and when he left the club, when he returned to his lodging, he breathed in the warm air of that spring morning, his lungs joyful and broad, must I say. He experienced, from the continuity of his bad luck, a kind of satisfaction. With an idolater's soul, he had made this success, within himself, unaware. If I lose tonight, it means the wedding won't happen. He had lost as much as he could. He was going home with perhaps nothing left but his clothes, so he carried this instinctive faith. The wedding would not take place. He did not linger over how. He was calm. He felt in the chaos of his head projects taking shape, that would follow their course the next day, still as obscure as the flower in these onions that a night causes to sprout, grow, and bloom. He lay down peacefully and fell into a calm sleep, Maud's shirt spreading its scent under his nostrils. I, the St. Sulpice neighbourhood, amid the street disruptions that have made almost the entire left bank of the sign unrecognizable, has preserved its curious sacerdotal visage. It was indeed a gambler's soul through life, at once extravagant and childish, superstitious and daring, the soul of gamblers, the soul of women, the soul of conquerors as well, when fate pleases. The streets themselves bear faded, old-fashioned ecclesiastical names: Rue Saint Placide, Rue Princess, Rue Cassette, Rue du Vierges, Colombier. It is also the district of special hotels, frequented by travelling priests, nuns in obedience, and some pious provincial families as well, who are directed there by their local bishop. In the shadow of the towers, which Victor Hugo compared to monstrous clarinets, in the shadow of the Grand Seminary, where the tiles of the parlour have not been changed since the time they were soaked with Manon's tears. All secular industries that live off the priest, and the faithful gather there in the dim light of discreet installations, silent shops opening onto narrow, almost obscure alleys, statue sellers, candle sellers, chasuble sellers, bookshops selling missals, breviaries, horror. In these hotels the rooms have an air of a hospital, with beamed ceilings freshly painted white, beds with canopy curtains falling from above, religious objects adorning the fireplace and walls. Cleanliness is stingy and meticulous. One is surprised that the maid does not wear a cap, a wimple, and a crucifix kneeling at the end of a long rosary. For dining, a true refectory, with heavy dishes, large carfes, perfectly clean linen, starched with clever embellishments. On the table one finds the cross, with its bleeding Christ among rays, the universe review of the Catholic world. On lean days you must request in the morning to have a steak for lunch, and the servant serving it gives you a look of distrust. The hotel desk is furnished in mahogany, decorated with vases filled with these mixed twigs called brooms in the south, such as this hotel of the missionaries, where Madame de Chantal, her daughter, and her son reside in Paris. And these hotels, apart from the unique charm of their worn, ancient Cecil Dicar, with their honest beds and cuisine, would undoubtedly be among the best in Paris, if it were not for this atmosphere of sadness and acrimony given off by those who touch upon the clergy and are not priests. Maxims, smaller, looked out onto the convent gardens, and in the background the Dicar of the Grand Seminary. A true room for a Tiberge arriving in Paris and waiting for the return to the seminary. They occupied on the second floor an apartment part, facing the Rue Nota. Dame Deschamps and part overlooking convent gardens divided into bosquets, massifs, water features, with pious statues scattered here and there amidst the greenery. Madame de Chantal and Jean had the two most beautiful rooms, which communicated. Under the angle of the white curtains, the narrow bed was only meant to harbour peaceful sleeps, sleeps of knowledge and piety, pure from any bad image. The furniture, in varnished oak, was this bed, the small night table placed beside it, a chest of drawers whose marble was adorned with knitted tiles, some chairs, one quite low to serve as a prayer bench, a table, and a small library made of planks and jointed sticks. There was only a mirror above the fireplace, decorated with two large shells. An engraving adorned the wall, based on Rembrandt's The Descent from the Cross from the Pictorial magazine. The small sacerdotal chamber had certainly not yet welcomed a pilgrim so worked up by contradictory passions. She saw, day after day, Maxim filled with joy, forgetting the passage of time as he gazed at a portrait of Maud, recollecting exceptional moments spent in her company, or lost in a horrible and painful reverie, torn by desires to leave, to flee to the solitude of Vieziris. For the homeland always appeared like an inviolable sanctuary in times of suffering. True passion can be recognized by the imponderable isolation it creates around the soul. The hedonist, touched by this mysterious force, can continue his dissipated life. He is no less alone among men, and, for a time, he traverses the world as if he were not part of it. The lust was cast aside. Maxim remained, however, a sentimental with a brutal, imperious temperament. The obsession with the beloved woman became immediately sharp and manic in him. He suffered from her absence and her presence, irritated that she was not always there, irritated by his own clumsiness near her, which paralyzed him, taking away his courage to beg for a caress, out of fear of displeasing her. During this worldwide trip, the military years had brought on a crisis of virility that a doctor had predicted for his chaste and constrained youth, but even before returning to Vieziris, a surge of disgust for himself, for the woman as a sensory instrument paid for such things, had healed him, subjecting him to abstinence. Imagine this prodigious force of isolation exercising itself on a taciturn soul, solitary from choice and nature since childhood. Maxim, except for 2 years at Saint, and 30 months in the regiment, had lived in Vieziris with his family, among peasants and an elderly church tutor, and, in contrast, he suffered from the collapse of his will, from the current disorder of his energy. It wasn't like this, he was sure. A straight sense, a firm conscience told him so, that one should go to the wedding, already sacrificed in advance to the bride. So many times, in his solitude, he had once imagined his future marriage, the union of a dominant will and intelligence with a gentle, resigned sensitivity, like his sister Jean, shaped by him. And there he was, engaging himself, already defeated, sensing well that the beloved was of a finer, more dominant race, a little in the state of heart where barbarian chiefs, masters of Rome, were known to have loved Roman women, shaddy slaves, scorning and adoring their servitude. Maxim, irritated by the secret protestation of his dignity, had resolutely imposed silence on him. "I want it this way. I want to obey. Like those Catholics who take pleasure in sacrificing their tastes, mortifying their minds." He offered this renunciation to the consuming thought of the one he cherished. It's madness to seek your companion in the false world that you are not a part of. The day you loved her, you cherished error, invoked catastrophe. This persistent voice disturbed his best moments of contentment, marked with a crack the sonorous chimes of joy that resounded in his heart at certain returns to Chamblaise, after being enchanted by an entire afternoon spent alongside Maud. And even near her he was harassed by it, when sometimes, concerned about his expression, she asked him, "What are you thinking about?" Anything, he accepted this fate outside of his tastes, outside of his plans. But what he could neither silence nor stop from hearing was the wise voice that had spoken on the day he fled from Saint. Amand, the voice that spoke to him again in the evening as he entered the opera with Hector Lutetia, even still the evening of Chamblaise dinner, and which, since then, continuously repeated. "This woman is not the one for you." He let himself be drawn into the homes of dressmakers, milliners, and Paris tapissiers, with a numbed soul filled with heavy, infinite sorrow, like a brave soldier forced to break stones on a road during battle, but prepared for anything, accepting everything to stay longer in Maud's scent, to look at her and speak to her. Even after bad days when anxiety had made him the most taciturn, when he left her, when he thought, "He won't see her again until tomorrow." He felt so horribly abandoned, so disgusted with minutes of his life where she didn't participate. That he made honourable amends beat his heart like a penitent, accused himself of not loving well, adoring the caprices of the friend, and having no strength left but to want one thing, for her to be there forever, near him, to love him, torture him. But in the turmoil of his heart, in the fever of his senses, the accusatory letters that denounced Maud had fallen upon him, one after another. Once the marriage was resolved, like so many providential warnings. He had sworn to Maud that he believed in her. He did not want to doubt, but how to read without torture letters so precise, which seemed so informed, meticulously describing his toilets, noting his exit times, his daily steps. He suffered, he fought with himself, he sought support against doubt in the memory of Hector's words. Thea is no young Parisian girl who has not had companions accused of wicked games, and Miss Maud de Rover is too beautiful to have not stirred up slander. Have patience, fortify your heart. Despite everything, despite his reasoning, despite the reassuring argument that Maud's impeccable conduct provided, despite the contempt every honest man has for anonymous denunciations, despite his will and love, finally, without ever daring to tell himself, I doubt. He doubted constantly, cruelly. For the anonymous letter is at least a reminder to the lover's spirit of this terrible problem. What is behind my mistress's forehead? What do I know about her thoughts? Ah! All that is said or written about the futility and ignominy of anonymous letters will not prevent the most sensible man from being shaken by such a letter denouncing the fraud of a beloved woman, even if he has the best confirmed respect for her. This is what the most believing lover is reminded of by the infamous unsigned paper that tells him, that woman is lying to you. If she has appeared to you so intimate and so abandoned, the reasonable man knows well that he never knows everything. Doubt and distrust are the very reason, for a soul is a mystery to another soul. Trust is the abandonment, the voluntary blindness. Maxime had only come to trust through an act will comparable to the effort of a priest to hold on to faith, that slipping away, and with it the peace of heart. The entire structure crumbled at once. They are so fragile, those built laboriously by our reasoned desires. The only solid ones were built unconsciously. Maxim knew the horrible inner work that industrious thought accomplishes in silence, in insomnia, against your will, the work that seeks out memories grain by grain, gathers them together, and arranges them into a monstrous bundle that can no longer be overlooked. And already he remembered it now. On this first day of autumn he needed to reassure himself, to believe in Maud. He was delighted to hear Mrs. de Chantal say, "Oh, they are charming people and very nice." His memory worked with perseverance. The tireless gleaner, Saint Amand. The first interview. The mother has a very poor type. The little sister, too. She is beautiful and stands well, but she doesn't look like a young girl. Jane said nothing. He nevertheless understood that she did not like the company of the Mrs. de Rover, but Jane was so shy. Many months passed, months of solitude where, in her absence, her entire being is one. But doubt is never excluded from her faithful thought. Then it's back to Paris, entering the salon on Kleiber Avenue, Maud so regal, who seems not to see the unseemly demeanour, not to hear the abominable conversations. What, pure in this impure milieu, is it possible? And doubt grows stronger, embracing the growing love more tightly. The deception is evident. He knows now, knowing this world, that Julien de Soubassox is not in love with Marthe de Revesier. Maud explains them well to Maxime, and the explanation satisfies him then, because he is near her, in her air, in her radiance. But how childish she seems to him today! It follows him step by step. It grows with him. Here is the vestibule of the Opera Soubassox. His face disfigured, with a single glance forces Maud to leave Maxime's arms, and they exchange secret words. One more step. It's the dinner at Chamblay's, the unforgettable and romantic walk around this magical pond, among this dream, like clarity, moon and fog, winter and spring melted into a delicate warmth, and the first kiss he tries, which she evades. Why? Out of innocence or shy rebellion. He thought so then. but the industrious reason becomes ironic. Come on. Among these little enjoyers and professional debauchee is, a young girl, even wise, is not afraid of a kiss on the forehead. Then what? It was the blow to her heart. She loves the other. But, led to this realization by the logic of his reflections, he woke up. He revolted. He no longer wanted to believe. It was too painful as well, too dreadful to imagine that the one he adored would have horror of him. It was even more horrible than the thought of being betrayed. She hates any contact that is not hers. Could I just touch another woman? However inexperienced he might have been in loving a young girl, he loved too much, with a sensitivity too awakened, not to suffer from this invincible retractionary fear that his attempts at caresses caused Maud. He forced himself once more to reassure himself. How kind she is to me, how clearly she seeks to please me. During all my absence, has she not given up the world? Does she not now live apart from those around her? Hasn't she told me what she thought of it with such sincerity? He lived again through the delightful days, when the worries about settling in and packing were at rest. Then he would have lunch in Chambliss, spend the afternoon there, dine there, returning to Paris on an evening train. When the weather was fine and dry, and by this blessed spring was almost every day, he would walk from the station to the castle of Armide, via a short cut through the woods that reduced the journey to less than 2 kilometers, and knowing the time of his arrival, Maud had imagined meeting him at the latticed door leading from the park into the woods. Oh, that clear silhouette, seen from afar in the green dawn of the woods. That adored face, always new, the touch of that long, delicate hand. The return to Armide's castle, close to her. It was the best moment of the day, with a few afternoon moments when they were sometimes alone in the greenhouse. As soon as others joined them, even Mimi de Rouva, Etiennette, or Jacqueline, Maxime became sullen and irritated that he could no longer freely tell her he adored her. She, her queenly ease never left her, but the tea with Maxim did not seem to displease her, and several times she had marked, for his mind and character, an esteem certainly not feigned. After these happy days, Maxim returned, around 11 at night, to his small seminarian room, intoxicated. Mad sleep did not tempt him. He fled it. He wanted to relive the day over again. So he no longer doubted. He was sure of her and himself, until a new anonymous opinion, or only the hostile elaboration of his thoughts, rejected him into the despair of jealousy and doubt. What doubled for him the horror of his intimate sufferings was that he suffered alone. What moral support would he have found in his mother, in his sister, whom he felt as possessing inferior intellects and hearts as passionate, as changeable as his own? They witnessed his inner struggles without daring to ask for their share, nor even to solicit the confidence, for they preserved for Maxime the innate respect of noble families for the head of the house, who bears the name and defends the honour. Yet their love had its insight, and looking on at the beloved and respected chief suffering, they suffered. They were anxious by rebound. It was the subject of their constant conversations, Maxime's black melancholies, the days when his face was discomposed, the distraction of his thoughts, though he made an effort to conceal everything, and admitted nothing revealing the terrible internal struggle. Miss de Chantal, a sincere mind entirely confined to her life of solitude and purity, was utterly unable to fathom the mystery of this more complex and troubled mind. She had only experienced in loving herself with all her heart. That love is not without melancholies or anxieties, and she thought to herself, H loves his fiancée too much, he is impatient. This did not surprise her honest soul, which had been at the same time extremely passionate, but for one human being, for her husband, a good husband, ardent with a touch of inconstancy, whom she served and cherished as a loving slave, and whom she wept for 7 years with the warm tears of the day after death. Jane didn't even have that experience to explain her brother's moral distress. She only saw one thing: he was suffering. He had been suffering since he met Maud. so he was suffering because of her. Not having known any other friend than this brother, her true educator, and what a tender and ardent educator. She would not have been a woman if a spark of jealousy hadn't sprouted in her heart against the other young girl who was taking Maxim away from her. She conquered this feeling through Christian self-denial, judging it unhealthy, guilty. But her resolve to love Maud didn't hold against the sorrow of her brother, which she blamed on her. Maud didn't please her instinctively, almost specifically instinctively, like certain animal races are hostile. She began to hate her. Yet, at that moment, she would have asked for nothing more than to be happy, to feel a new feeling blooming in her heart, like a blind person who, imperceptibly, feels the veil between themselves and day growing thinner and more transparent before their eyes. She began to love as a completely innocent virgin might, and it takes exceptional educational circumstances to preserve such innocence in a young woman these days, even up until the age of 20. She loved with the innocent joy of discovering within herself a force, a fervour unknown. At least the mother and sister, in addition to their shared confidences, had the support of prayer. She dared not yet tell her mother. It seemed to her that she would never dare. But she knew very well that she needed to confess it, for she loved as that mother had loved, as Maxim did, with the fervour of conviction that says it must be, or life is shattered. How many afternoons they spent in the discreet shadow, dotted with 1,000 lit candles, of Notre, Dame des Victoires. They fervently sought the happiness of the eldest, the worthy continuation of the family through a faithful guardian of his honour. How many mornings they saw them climb on foot the slopes of Rue Lepic or Rue Caulaincourt, towards the already venerable sanctuary that stands at the top of the city with its white columns, its white arches still under construction. And Jane dared to mix into this disinterested prayer a more selfish one, asking for herself the happiness of being loved. It seemed so distant, almost impossible. Yet the admirable faith of the 20 innocent years told her, it will be. Maxime, on the other hand, did not pray. While Julien de Soubresaux, in the acute hours of crisis, rediscovered the pious stutterings of his childhood, and with them the warming of his heart, that the ashes of debauchery had not smothered, Maxime, so chaste, from a life so upright, raised religiously, no longer prayed because he no longer believed. Barely a man, faith had left him, like hair falling out in some without apparent cause or suffering. An impenetrable mystery, this breath of belief that animates some freely, abandons others, contradicts educations and inheritances with a caprice that cannot be foreseen or avoided. Maxime was an atheist with such sincerity that the idea of prayer did not even come to him, an undeniable sign of true atheism. Without support where to base his resistance, what was bound to happen occurred. A final letter shattered his resolutions. The letter, typed on a machine, read, "You do not want to see, finally, and you are going to marry a creature. This letter is the last that the per who cares for you will write or take heed. If you are not a child or a fool, find you today, Thursday, between 5 and 6 o'clock on Baum Street, in front of a small iron door, the second one coming from Percier Avenue. What does it cost you to go see? No one will know if what we tell you is not true, and in this case you will be definitely reassured." The mysterious correspondent, man or woman, who signed the letter Prudence, was indeed a quite astute psychologist. The two arguments that concluded convinced Maxime. One appealed to the less noble feelings. No one will know. But what value does our conscience have, most of the time, isolated from universal consciousness? The other argument held out the hope of deliverance. It was the vial of morphine shown to the nephrologist, who was told, "You will no longer suffer after the injection." At 5 o'clock, he was on Rue de la Baume. He saw her enter, the one he took for Maud. He waited 3/4 of an hour in front of the iron door when she entered. 3/4 of an hour during which he had the certainty that Maud was there, in Souberc's arms. 5 centuries. No. Imagine after this passion, the resurrection of this damned man, when he saw with his own eyes that the woman who entered Subersox's home wasn't Maud. Not only did this reassure him for this time, but suddenly everything was explained. Another woman was taken for Maud. It wasn't long or short. It wasn't even time properly speaking. Every category of succession had disappeared. He suffered through every second of his torment. The anonymous letter had indeed said Maxim could not be any more completely reassured. And that incident, seemingly romantic, was not even what our ignorance of the causes would usually call chance. That evening Maxim returned to the Missionaires' hotel, drunk with this excessive joy, whose intense fever took on the appearance of madness. As all professional voluptuaries, Julian, knowing the uncertainty and rarity of Maud's appointments, had stand-ins for this first role, obedient ones who came at the slightest sign, and filled the now free hours, terrible with restlessness. As soon as Maud, imploring him, had warned him she wasn't coming, he had telegraphed to Juliette Avrazac, or rather to Madame de Clercq, their complaisant intermediary, and the young girl had come, meekly, too happy about this unexpected meeting in the abandonment where, for a long time, Julian had left her. His mother and sister were waiting for him. At the dinner they were sharing at a small table in the downstairs common room among the old ladies with white wigs, nuns, tall bearded men in soutans, regular guests of the house. By a mercy of fate, this joyful longing Maxim did not disappear at once. It was enduring. Doubt was dead. Maxim embraced both women with an outburst of joy they hadn't seen from him in a long time, which reassured them and filled them with a feverish joy almost equal to his. It was the son, the brother they had finally found again. The old ladies with white hair, the priors in veils, the tall bearded men in soutanes were perhaps a little scandalized by the gaiety that reigned at this table of 3 diners, usually so sombre, and where, that night a Saturday, a day of half-penance, they dared to open a tin bottle containing a sweet liquid that had emerged from an emulsion, and on the cartridge of which was printed a pious image with a surprising title, True Saint Joseph's Champion. His heart now contained an immense need to humiliate himself at Maud's feet, to confess his sin against her. Under no circumstances would he consent to keep this fault and secret on his conscience. When, the next day, he confessed, and the first somewhat reluctant kiss from Maud sealed his remission, his fever subsided. The day ended in this perfect calm. Everything conspired to embellish it, the smile of the sky, the serenity of faces, the hope of a nearby happiness where everyone would take their share. Back in his seminarian's room, around 11 at night, Maxim did not try to sleep. He wanted to prolong in the silence of this night, crossed by bells' flights, by the chimes of hours at the bell towers of neighbouring chapels, the bliss of his finally satisfied heart. The twilight of morning blew the windows as he fell asleep. The obsession of this thought. The marriage will not be done, it must not be done, was the sole clarity that shone in Julian's mind upon waking. Everything else was incoherence night. At the same time, Subersox returned home, ruined and calm, closed his eyes under the weight of a heavy sleep, where only this faith lived. The marriage will not be. Such a mental state is that of impulsive monomaniacs, curiously and scientifically studied today, who wake up one morning, go out, walk straight ahead, to suicide, theft, murder, mysteriously constrained and truly irresponsible. But what science has not said enough about, because it mostly chooses its observation subjects from among the people, where mania manifests itself in simple ways, is that almost all beings who live for the struggles, pleasures, and artificial, violent, and repeated emotions, which is the life of modern capitals, or in other words, the great markets of money, glory, and debauchery, carry within them the seed of an impulsive mania. Julian's fixed idea drove him to hurry and prepare himself to join Maud or Maxim, or both if possible, to bring about the catastrophe. And suddenly Hector's words came back to him. Maxim comes for lunch every day, arrives by the morning train. and the name, the Place Chamberlains, became the focus of his impulse. He dressed quite swiftly. He was no longer meditating, thinking, or suffering. The horrible neuralgia of his soul was muffled, stunned, if not soothed. One is surprised to see the event burst suddenly, the murder committed by the husband on his lover, despite him being reputedly the most complaisant. The shot from the gun of a hedonist, who liquefies, himself after a tea party, placid conversations, harmless poker at the club, the collapse into filth of a serious character after 30 years of composure. As his chambermaid, surprised to be woken up at this early hour, asked, "May I ask, sir, if you are going to fight?" He smiled quite cheerfully. "No, Constant, I'm just going to the country." And it was true for now. He knew no more. Glancing his watch into the pocket of his waistcoat, he checked the time past 9 o'clock by a few minutes. "I've only slept for 3 hours. Constant is right. It's still quite early." The mechanism of his memory worked docilely in service of his impulsor. He recalled that trains left every hour's 5, and every hour's 30, 5 from the North Station. "I'll arrive a little early, around 10:30. It didn't matter. He wanted to be there, intervene between Maud and Maxim as quickly as possible. Yes, see Chantal. The instinctive wish of his heart took form. To see Maxim. Why? To beg him. To convince him. That he did not yet know. I need to see him. This was now an unquestionable formula for him, just as the one before her. Maud must not get married. He arrived at the North Station a few minutes before the 9:30 train left. Still few people. He was alone in his compartment. In less than half an hour he would be at Chamberlain Station. He recalled the setting, the small red and yellow station, standing almost isolated in a plain landscape, encircled by herds of forests. As the train started to move, Julian began to think. His eyes of reason slowly grew accustomed to the clarity of the fixed idea that had initially dazzled him. He entered into action. He began to see, with the sharpness and certainty of instinct, what he was about to do. He remembered the crossroad that Hector had told him about, the woodland path leading to a latticed gate. Maxime passed through there. Should he wait for him on this path, like a thief? This second nature that refined habits of correction create within a man revolted against the ignominy. No, it's not possible. But I can wait for him at the station. He'll have to pass in front of me. All of a sudden he thought that maybe Maxime would come by car. The certainty of instinct protested, no. He'll come by train. I'll see him. And immediately he had resolved what he would do. Wait at the station for the train's arrival, mix in with the people getting off, naturally approach Maxime. Didn't they know each other well enough? What would happen between them right after the approach? That Julian didn't know. He secretly hoped, at that moment when he tried to hide his secret from the future, an impatience on Chantal's part, some kind of pretext for a duel. Ah, to fight with him, to kill him, to kill. Everything ending without any possible restart, in one stroke of a sword. The recall of his fever had changed. Now he saw before him a shirt chestplate, a crossed ferule. Whoever has sensed an encounter with a truly hated man will remember this sudden surge of ferocity, this bruteness of the human towards another's blood. A few inches of blade in the lung or heart, and that's it. The obstacle is overcome. The road is clear. Julian desired this passionately. He savoured that desire almost lovingly. He had the sorrow of waking up from a happy dream when the stop brought him back to reality. He had arrived in Chamberlain. A frequent sensation in dreams, in the delirium of fever, these consecutive replays frozen, distracted from everything, absent from reality, hypnotized by his imaginations. The wait for the next train, those minutes of lost life wandering around the small station hall or on the sidewalk bordering the building side by the wood, passed quickly. As intense was his preoccupation, he did not let himself think. Reconsider moment after moment the upcoming minute, when he would face Maxime, and there he appeared to him, really like the ghost of his hostile destiny, standing at the threshold of the path leading to Maud, determined to block it off. This was Chantle's first thought, and instantly he corrected himself. But yes, it is me he's waiting for. A second, a mere instant, but it lost him the offensive he had been meditating. It's about the matter from yesterday. Little of Rezak. The terrified young girl must have recognized him, complained to her lover, who now came to ask for an explanation. He didn't notice how strange both the delay and the location of this visit were. He had no doubts. At that moment Maxime was fully convinced of Maud's innocence, and believed, having caught her in his eyes, that Sue Bashokes was Juliet of Rezak's lover. He approaches Julian. "Sir, were you waiting for me?" The unexpected approach made Subersocks hesitate for a second. He immediately regained his composure. However, he showed once again the mask of ironic indifference that the habit of being spied on by his opponents takes on the visage of anyone with an exceptional rank or position in the battle for life. The few travellers had already dispersed, swept away by public carriages towards the village, located opposite the woods, in the valley of the Oise. Maxime and Subersocks headed towards the woods. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Monsieur de Chantal," he replied. "You are going?" "To Chamblace." "Yes, sir, but I have some time before me, and if you wish we can explain without delay." Subersocks said, "As you wish." As soon as they had crossed the edge of the first copse, on their way to Armide's castle, they slowed their pace. They did not speak to each other, hindered by the wide expanse that surrounded them, as if the bare landscape were watching them. A man does not feel safe to express his confidential thoughts unless in narrow and enclosed spaces. "Sir Maxime, I want to share my feelings with you before any request for explanations. This will allow me to tell you freely that I sincerely regret what happened. I acted under the influence of a violent emotion that doesn't reason, which you must understand, I make. But he didn't think it could be about another woman than Maud. Juliet av Rezak was so far from his mind at that moment, and all women, except Maud de Rouver. He only understood that the former officer was making excuses and evading, and, accustomed to dominating other men, to overlook them, it did not surprise him. "So, sir," he asked with hauteur, "if these are your feelings, what will you do at Mrs. de Rouver's?" Maxime this time suspected the mistake. "All my apologies to the person in question. That's it. It's an ironic caprice of destiny, these misunderstandings she sometimes casts over the most tragic encounters, and this irony makes them even more tragic." Julian didn't understand what Maxime meant. What does this little girl have to do here? "Ah, don't you know what happened? It's not my job to tell you. I was mistaken." "I certainly believe," he replied rudely, "that we are not talking about the same person. I mean me, the young girl you received in your home, or at least who left your house, at 6 o'clock a few days ago." "Junaid Rezak? Ah. Well, it is this mistake that I apologize to Miss of Rezak, and as there appears to be no chance of me meeting her, I leave it to you, if you wished. That's all I had to say to you. Now, since it's not about that young girl, I in turn ask you, sir, what do you want from me, and why are you standing in my way?" Subersocks, without saying a word, watched the growing irritation of Maxime, waiting for the word, the insult to be raised. "You dare watch my house, subjecting a woman to loathsome spying." "Stop, sir," Maxime simply interrupted. "Do not look for an opportunity to start a fight. I do not want to fight with you." "So, no insults!" He watched so obviously that Maxime noticed. Maxime shivered with the sudden desire to fight like men in this forest, the same desire that had made Subersocks' heart pound an hour ago. A matter between us, and Maud is dishonoured. This thought stopped him. He decided not to fight Julian, and it was settled formally and definitively, just as everything he decided. "By the way, it doesn't matter," he said. "I've told you everything I had to say." "Not at all, sir," Subersocks replied sharply. "It's not over." "How?" "You think of me as I think of you. On this neither of us will shrink from a sword stroke. I will not fight with you before I am married to Miss de Rouver. That is clear, isn't it?" and you understand my reasons. Afterwards, when Misty Rover becomes my wife, I will be more than willing to agree with you. Believe me, leave it alone. Leave me alone." It was said so clearly, so firmly, that Julian understood there was no need to insist. He had to accept this terrible justice, the punishment for characters compromised before their own judge. If he refuses publicly to fight with me, it is not him who will be disgraced. And the great despair of the previous night, from which he had momentarily been delivered by the resolution to stand in the way of Maxim's path, now returned upon him as he realized the simple means of a duel was no longer within his reach. The two men, saying nothing further, walked for some time along the alleyway. Despite everything, Maxime wanted Subershocks to speak again, startled by the awakening of dreadful hesitations that had been lying dormant. Agreeing, they both stopped and regarded one another. After exchanging that look, they understood they would finally reveal everything to each other, know the depths of each other's souls, and that this explanation was necessary. There was a mutual promise of truce in their eloquent looks, a temporary understanding between two conflicting, hostile consciences against the torture inflicted by the same woman. The immoral pleasure-seeker Subershocks and the kind of secular Saint-Time de Chantal allied momentarily. "Missa, de Chantal," said Bersocks in a barely audible whisper, with his mask of worldly irony dropped, "do not go to Chamblay." And there was anxiety, not anger, in Maxim's reply, that simple word. "Why? Don't make me speak. What's the point? You believe me now, I'm sure. Return to Paris, return to your country. Try to forget what you've seen and done here." Maxime slowly continued to advance. Subershocks laid a hand on his arm, in a gesture that contained no threat, no constraint, only convinced entreaty. "You cannot marry Misty Rover. Look, I speak to you without anger. Believe me, you're heading for disaster. Turn back, don't go any further." "Oh, my God!" murmured Maxime. He was suffering so cruelly that he no longer thought of concealing it. "Go home," said Subershocks. "Leave me alone facing Maud. You have no right to marry her, nor she." A cry of despair choked Maxime's throat. "Ah."
"It can't be. I'll fight you now. I'll kill you. Wretched creature."
Subershocks shook his head. "Why fight? Everything is over now that you know. Maud is mine." She shivered. Without knowing how this encounter had been orchestrated, she realized that the hour, so often foretold, when the two men would explain themselves to her, that hour had just arrived. He swung his arm, accustomed to battles, deflected Maxim's charge, stopping it abruptly and saying, "Quiet! Here she comes." A purple stain floated, bathed in sunlight, beyond the corner of the avenue, advancing. They continued walking towards it, and suddenly Maud spotted them. She gathered her strength, regained her composure as a fighter, determined to press on, continue her way forward, over the obstacle if necessary. Maybe Maxime knows nothing. Then nothing is lost. If he knows, it's over. "Well, too bad it will be over. But I'll remain anyway." Remaining oneself meant not surrendering one's adventurous spirit, always resolute and looking forward without looking back. "Neither of them will make me bend," she thought, observing the two men. And, masked with impassive indifference, she waited for their struggle, in front of her, for herself. The most disturbed, indeed, was Subershocks, who suddenly saw the abyss where his hopes would crumble. Maud will never forgive. Maxime, however, had regained his composure. "Maud," he said, his voice still broken, "on coming here I found Mr. de Subershocks in my way." Subershocks, pale with emotion, tried to speak, so disturbed that his mouth twisted without uttering a word. Maud looked at him, and that look made him step back. "What did he tell you?" she demanded, fixing Maxime with eyes that softened. "He told me. He was about to tell me, at least, for I didn't let him finish, that you had been his." The word broke off in a dry sob. She walked towards Subershocks and asked, "Did you say that?" He did not deny it. He only stammered her name, Maud. Without uttering a word of reproach, she looked at him for a long time, her eyes changing, becoming charged with hostility and scorn. Yet the brief pain of the strike was precious to him. He sought comfort in that brutality. But Maud's gaze, fixed on him, left him powerless. He picked up his hat with a mechanical gesture. "Go away," repeated Maud. Slowly he put back his rough, dirt-stained hat. Then, with a sudden, whipping motion, she struck his face with her parasol, which broke in two, lacerating his skin and making it bleed. "Go away," she said, throwing the pieces to the ground. He trembled like a child just punished. It was painful, horrible, this sudden collapse of a man's dignity under the overwhelming force of a woman, and Maxim's heart rose in indignation at the sight. He Supersox no longer saw Maxim or where he was, he only saw Maud, and he didn't care if he was humiliated. He thought only, Maud angry, and the only chance to be forgiven, to obey quickly. Go away, he asked for nothing more. Humbly, like a beaten animal, he left without haste. Maud and Maxim watched him walk away slowly. He didn't turn back. He didn't look behind. Yes, it was deplorable and horrible. Maxim suffered in his manly dignity at seeing the man depart thus disfigured and beaten by a woman, in the terrible decline into which those whose love, madness, has slowly worn away their will, dissolved their moral sense, collapse early or late behind the facade of irony and insolence. Rallying all his energies, he straightened up, and his voice did not shake too much when he said, "It's my turn to leave, isn't it?" They looked at each other for a moment. Bent, tottering, unrecognizable, Maud and Maxim saw him disappear at the corner of the alley. They were alone. If ever Maxim had felt his courage falter, his desire to not give in, the terrifying example of Supersox would have revived him. Without knowing what to say, they felt they had something more to tell each other, that they wouldn't part like this. Maud perhaps thought, "It's up to me to take him back. Shall I try?" But in this heroic, adventurous soul, not a single vulgarity, though straying, had the same effect as Supersox's collapsed and fleeing form on Maxim. The lie suddenly disgusted her. "Listen to me, Maxim," she said. "I only have one word for you. I do not seek to persuade or hold you against your will. There is no sincere lover who, upon hearing these words, would not see a glimmer of hope." Then Maxim said, "I did not deceive you. It was that man who lied. I was never his mistress. You will believe me because I add that he loved me, that I loved him, perhaps still yesterday. So everything is over, isn't it?" And her eyes, always the eyes of a lover, a passionate lover, begged for a complete, reassuring explanation. Perhaps for the first time, Maud understood the deception of this supposed personal dignity that she had believed to maintain amidst compromises and deceptions. There was no way, even if she wanted to, that she could explain the truth to Maxim. She would have had to lie again and again. What happened between him and me, she resumed, in a violent need for sincerity, for redemption before herself. "No, don't ask me. I can't tell you. It's better for you if you don't stay here, if you don't think of me any more." The horror of the impending separation made Maxim pale. Once again he wanted to hope. Both slowly resumed their march towards the castle. "Maud, I've only been in your life for a short time. The past doesn't belong to me. I have no right over it. Since he lied, why should I be forbidden to think of you?" She looked at him, overcoming her hesitation to. It was a fateful minute, the sharp edge of fate about, which Tiresias in Sophocles speaks. Maxim continued, "If I loved you enough to forgive you." The word of pardon suddenly broke the truce. Maud was decided in an instant. "I do not want a pardon," she replied. "Believe me, Maxim, let us leave. You will remember it was I who told you. Go, at a time when, perhaps, I could have held you back. You must not think of me maliciously. Will you promise me that?" Maxim understood, in the sincerity of these words, that the goodbye was indeed final, that he had to part. "I promise you," he said, his voice grave and troubled. "Goodbye." And that was all. He saw her leave. The purple blur faded for a moment through the leafy shoots of the thicket, then disappeared. Only then did he realize that his dream was over, that Maud was gone. Maxime sat on the bench and, resting his forehead in his hands, crumbled into the abyss of this fixed idea. Maud is lost. A statue, nearby, in a dip of the alleyway, a marble Hebe poured an invisible liquid into her round cup. At the foot of the statue there was a bench. Hector Tessier's words, a half-virgin, crossed his mind, and he smiled bitterly. She too, the idol, the chosen wife, a half-virgin? For now he understood everything, prepared for the sudden revelation by the long angsts of previous doubts. To love such a soul, to desire such a polluted body, no. Maud no longer exists. Maud no longer existed. Instead, with the scales fallen from his eyes, he now saw her like any other girl in this dreadful world, without shame or beliefs, where she lived, and which he had kept her apart from because he loved her. It was so impossible for this simple and healthy being that he didn't even have the idea of running to that nearby house where she had gone back, to join her, to reclaim her. He no longer loved her. He did not want her any more. She could belong to whoever he pleased. Jealousy and desire would no longer torment him. His suffering, and it was the very agony of someone being irretrievably lost, dead, someone in whom he had believed, whom he had adored. She was dead, the fiancée, the lover. He wept for her like a dead person. And all his life he would weep for her. Yes, near her, at the moment of losing her forever, he had hesitated for a second. Indeed, now, in solitude, he had already recovered. He will never forget me, but he will never return. Never! This word terrifies our humanity so much that Maud's resentment was tinged with sadness. Maxime gone, what to do with her life? Start the fight for marriage again. It was possible. However, the chances of success were significantly diminished by the present failure. Will those who are watching me, Aaron, the Uselli, and all the little chatters who paraded at the house, be happy? She had a moment of discouraged wariness in envisioning another campaign for marriage, with probable failure at the end of the effort. Is it therefore impossible to get married now? To start over? And how? Never! So, what to do? She did not even consider the possibility of marrying Subersox. Revenge had exalted her pride too much for the voice of desire to speak again, and now it was him, not Maxim, that she wished to avenge herself on. Yes. Where to find the money to continue spending as before? Where to find 300 louis per month? Her personal fortune was already depleted. Returning to Paris was a proven bankruptcy. The assault of suppliers that the hope of a wealthy marriage had kept at bay, the seizure. Oh, that hurt him. She wanted to break his heart for the pain she had suffered from his betrayal. Or she thought immediate revenge was within her reach, with an immediate solution to all financial troubles, with a secure future. Master of Erin. Very well. In this struggle between 3 men for her conquest, she would belong to the most tenacious, the most cunning, to him whose slow and sure machinations had outwitted, destroyed the efforts of the other 2. Master of Erin. She spoke those horrible words aloud, imagining Julian's despair if he heard them, and the joy of thus causing the man she accused of her downfall to suffer. Triumph of a horror inspired by the loathsome love she accepted now filled her. She was resolved. First, she needed to leave, return to Paris for a few days, rush Jacqueline's marriage to Lestrange, then depart France, spend a month or 2 abroad with Mrs. de Rouver. They would only settle back in Paris when sure of the future, life restored and rebuilt from scratch. There will be some bad years, but I'll know how to keep him in check, the Jew. He's married, but we're getting divorced. And one day, who knows? We don't quibble about a banker's wife's past when she has 800,000 francs in rent. She called for Betty. Pack the bags, Betty. Tonight, we're staying in Paris. And the very next instant, Mrs. de Rouver, in a state of confusion, not understanding this unforeseen revolution, fell into the room full of emotion and questions. Maud replied briefly, "We're leaving because we have to, do you hear? We have to. I'll explain it all to you in Paris. For now, I'm not in the mood. Believe me on my word. We have to! Hurry up! But our friends Le Tessier, who are coming to dinner. They'll see that we're not here. Besides, I'll telegraph them. But Mrs. de Chantal and Jean? Mrs. de Chantal and Jean won't be coming. This series of questions irritated her as the news of the departure spread throughout the house from one person to another. Each in it noticed it, but didn't question anything. Jacqueline merely said, "Oh, me." "I'm not surprised. I was expecting this." "Oh, my suitcase is packed. I'm leaving camp." "What do you plan to do in Paris?" she asked Maud, not without irony. "He will do what suits me," replied Maud. "Of course. I only ask you to wait until I am Luck's legitimate wife. After that, it's your concern." Raised by a mother who constantly set an example of the most sincere piety, having grown up near the hearth, never leaving it, with no other companion than your older sister, you, my daughter, will leave this home for the first time in the arms of your husband, and indeed never have the white garments, the chaste veil, the fragrant crown of the bride been more faithful symbols of that childlike heart you bring to your husband. If it is sweet for a friend to dedicate you as a bride, because of the affection I bear your family, what joy for the pastor, my child, to bless an union that recalls by grace youth and innocence of the bride. The biblical marriages of Rebekah and Ruth. These words, the Venerable Megalevidet, Bishop of Sfax and former friend of Missa. Deruva softly let fall along his grey beard. Hector Lutetia, perhaps, was the only one to taste the terrible flavour of antinomy among the numerous, elegant, yet not too attentive audience that filled the Saint Honour Church in Ilo. Jacqueline Deruva, the bride, and Luck Lestrange, the groom, stood nonetheless as befits, she moderating through a deliberate immobility her childlike mutiny, he a bit nervous, a little paler than usual, but not at all bothered by the church setting to think ardently, feverishly of the imminent possession of the little disturber and vicious creature dressed in tulle and satin, sitting beside him on crimson velvet crimped with gold. In the assistants, where political Paris mingled with festive Paris, the solemnity of the place, the nature of the ceremony. Even the bishop's own address celebrating did not prevent hushed conversations or the preoccupation of following intrigues through all the incidents of life that, for a dilettante, is one of the amusements of love in Paris. As at a ball, they had grouped there according to the choice of affinities. The novelist Espions had accompanied pretty Mrs. Duclerc, whose husband, true to his customs, remained invisible. Dora Calval barely entered the church and took a seat, chaperoned by Miss Sophie, when Valbel left Hector, Lutetia to join her, and settle quietly behind her. Then, all at once, leaning over the prayer desk, she, with her beautiful half-turned island bird head, the small mouse book closed between her lips, continued in public this careless flirt that ironically delighted their friends, a flirt that had been steadily exacerbated since the day Valbel had started painting Dora's portrait. Martha de Reversia had dragged along her new suitor, a certain Count de Rothenhos, an Austrian attached to vague embassies, small bald, with squinted eyes, who owed his womanly successes to extraordinary supremacy in tennis, which had earned him the nickname of King of Putox. Pale, immobile, her wide eyes of hysteria fixed on the choir, Madeleine de Reversia did not pray, nor speak, nor move, but she looked aimlessly at the platform where the seats of the spouses stood. However, the bishop said, in many places in the Holy Scriptures, God has shown that he does not condemn, but rather favours and blesses the reciprocal love of creatures, provided that he himself remains the ultimate goal of this love. The Christian wife must love her husband, Mademoiselle, the immediate representative of her Creator. Here is a household, thought Hector. Fear the Creator will be sufficiently poorly represented. But at that moment, observing Juliette Avrezac, who was quite close to him, he saw her blush, then hide her face behind her gloved fingers. He turned towards the side where he had caught the gaze of the young girl, and there, standing in one of the last rows among the empty chairs, he spotted Julien de Soubesaux. The same impeccable elegance still adorned him, but his pale and ravaged forehead, his emaciated mask from fever, struck terror like those sad faces of the dying sometimes seen behind the windows of hospitals. What is he looking for here? Hector thought. Without interrogating Maud about the circumstances, Hector knew more or less what had happened. That very evening of the break-up, Maxim had announced, without details, his departure to Vieziris with his mother and sister. He expressed his regret at leaving his friends so suddenly. He made Hector promise to visit him in Poitou during the summer. No mention was made of Maud. Her name was not even spoken. This sudden departure had had an effect Hector did not expect. It revealed the void left by Jeannie's absence. In the beginning, he pretended to be oblivious, refusing to accept the truth. Then he became determined. It's too absurd, let's see. I'm sure this little girl means nothing to me, and I'll forget her. 8 days, 10 days passed, but did not dispel the irritating feeling of isolation and emptiness. Anyway, he thought, he'd have to forget. He didn't forget. One evening, returning home, agitated and dissatisfied with himself, he found a letter in an unfamiliar hand that he immediately recognized. It said, "You know very well that I am doing something very wrong, but I am too sad, really. I need to know if I should enter the convent." Hector, at the moment he received the letter, was a loner. He covered the paper with kisses and traced the shy characters that Jean's hand had written. Later, he laughed at himself. I'm as stupid as a schoolboy. It's childish for my age, and with the experience I have of young girls. But his conscience protested. No, she is not like the others, you know it well. You are truly her one thought. She has never loved. She has not wasted her heart and body at random. The word convent that she utters is not idle talk that will really be her life if you do not want her. He felt an extreme tenderness for her. Then, above all, the thought that this dear little affectionate soul was suffering at that moment because of her was unbearable to him. It's the crack in modern egoism, this slightly feminine fear of another's suffering. That very evening he wrote to Maxim a letter announcing a forthcoming trip to Vieziris. He dared not yet take the final step. But deep down he was resolved. He well knew that he would get married. And that is why, today, attending the marriage of one of those he had baptized as half virgins, he was struck, perhaps alone among all the attendees, by the terrible contradiction between the principles of this Christian marriage, to which he believed, despite being a skeptic and dilettante, and the morals of this hedonistic world in which he had lived. The bearded bishop began his praise of the groom. You, sir, belong to that elite of young men whom the trust of the heads of state invests with a part of their authority. Accustomed to the governance of peoples, you know that the principle of their happiness lies in the proper order of the household, in the respect for the sanctity of marriage. These extraordinary words fell upon an indifferent crowd, who were only beginning to find the speech excessively long. Conversations no longer held back. Stifled laughter erupted from a corner, where some friends had gathered around Verbel and Dora.
Hector thought, what a comedy! Lestrange, governor of peoples.
It's on par with Jacqueline's innocence and the sanctity of their union. Why this official hypocrisy? Why? Why this stage set of lies? Why these flowers signifying physical integrity on the brow of that vicious girl? Why public promises of fidelity between people well resolved to take their pleasure where they find it? Why the venerable institution of Christian marriage around this modern association that lacks all the specific characteristics that were the beauty of Christian marriage? What value does a society have where institutions and morals can only come together through such artifices? And how long will the institution last if morals do not reform? The bishop concluded his address by wishing the young couple a large progeny. Another guitar, please. The petite redhead dressed in white was resolute, as was the professional Deflower, to limit their offspring, after first delaying it for a few years. They were resolved to this, as if offering themselves their first sensual caprice, and leaving through the convenient door of divorce as soon as they ceased to please each other. Fertility, fidelity, indissolubility, all that once made marriage so high and noble, what was left of this union between two selfish individuals, the learned young girl with a corrupted mind and awakened senses, the husband proud of scorning women and family. Finally, the bishop's speech concluded with wishes for prosperity. The entire symbolic liturgy unfolded before the attentive eyes of the audiencer. They watched the ring slide around the finger. They held their breath to hear the high yes of the spouses. The distraction, the inconvenience of the interviews, the laughter, the brushings against each other, began again with the Mass and lasted as long as it did. The procession served as a pretext for reflections and smiles, like an opening act for a first scene. And when these yeses were spoken, when the bishop had said, "Will therefore marry you in the Holy Spirit," this sceptical or atheist crowd nevertheless felt that something new, a mysterious alliance of souls, was being realized, that Lestrange and Jackling were married in obscure belief in the sacrament, woven into souls for 2 millennia of Christianity. The 2 honorary pages were cabinet attaches, friends of Lestrange. The bridesmaids were Martha de Reversier and Maud. As the latter moved from row to row, her hand trailing in that of her companion, eyes naturally fixed upon her. If I didn't know it for certain, would I guess that she is abandoned, ruined, condemned to the worst expedients? Since her return to Paris, she had said nothing to anyone about the breakdown of her marriage, and no one dared question her. The amazing actress. Hector thought, following her with his eyes. She passed, queen always, beautiful always to such a degree that she forced the admiration of her worst enemies, so moving that men blushed as they dropped their offering into the outstretched purse. Hector watched her. She arrived in front of Julien de Soubesaux. The offering rang in the purser. Nothing betrayed emotion on the features of the seeker, but he, the instant afterward, bent, fell to his knees on the prayer mat. A voice said behind Hector, "I've gone around the church." Nevertheless, thanks to the darkness of the corridor, patience was taken. "Etienne isn't here. Have you seen her?" It was Paul Tessier. He had just arrived and was settling near his brother. "No," replied Hector, "I haven't seen her." "We could ask Maud." "Yes, just now, in the sacristy. I suppose this family party will be over soon, in 5 minutes, but the session in the sacristy will be long." Indeed, the procession was interminable. A long, curved, very dark corridor led to the small room, a true provincial sacristy, where the newlyweds, flanked by their parents, exchanged polite greetings and embraces with the guests. Rothenhast told Martha de Reversier, in the presence of Mrs. Duclerc and Juliette Avrezac, about a rapine ball, a fin-de-siècle ball he had attended that very night, where, among other amusements, a naked girl had been paraded on some kind of days around the hall, then mimed the belly dance on stage. The friends had quickly gathered. There were isolated couples in the corners of the pews, conversations in twos on that slanted, whispered tone which is the language of flirting. Some completely forgot themselves, treating this church vestibule as a ballroom antechamber, enjoying brushes with the excuse of the crowd's press. "All the newspapers are talking about it this morning," he said, his eyes gleaming with that greedy fooling around that foreigners have in Paris. "It seems the prosecutor's office is going to get involved. I'm delightfully glad I saw that. It was colossal." Nearby, Hector stood a little apart, speaking in low tones with Soubesaux. Valbel, accompanied by Paul Tessier, Miss Avrezac, and Dr. Cross, was questioning Dora, eager to hear her ideas about marriage. "Oh, me," the little girl replied, showing off her wonderful teeth among laughter. "We assure you I'm not in a hurry. It's so nice to sleep alone in one's own bed." "Well," Valbel said, "but there are other systems than a bed for two. Have you read the Physiology by Balzac?" Balzac. "What is that?" "I'm sure it's another book with engravings, like the one you showed me in your workshop the other day. You know, I don't want to look at things like that any more." Dora's astonishing ignorance endlessly amused her friends. Valbel gave explanations on the chapter of the physiology of marriage to which he had referred. Cross, smiling behind his grey beard, proposed more modern inventions. They explained themselves with a heavily American accent. It's a completely modern system, a bed that opens and moves at will. You don't know, we have lots in America. Oh, well, keep them, Dora replied. That's too Quaker, for example, too Salvation Army. It's like those nightgowns. She suddenly stopped, and this time blushed. The listeners looked at each other and smiled. Let's move on, said the painter, sliding his arm under Dora's rounded form, who, a little confused, reproached him. You're always making fun of me. You enjoy making me say stupid things in public. In the end, I will lose my temper. Is it my fault if I am foolish? Do you want me to tell you? Replied Valbel. Well, I never loved you more than when you say such silly things. The black eyes languished with affectionate Chattertrue. So, right now, I adore you. And as they passed under the black vault of the sacristy, he brushed her brown neck with a kiss that made the little Creole softly moan. Maud, irritated by the Bourgeois' ridicule of the procession, had quickly left her sister, her mother, Lestrange, and the parents, and sought refuge in a disused chapel nearby, where Aaron soon joined her. She received him with cold politeness. He, as always, obsequious and bowing, attempted some familiarities that Maud rejected disdainfully. He stammered in his slurred voicer, "Most happy. Of this ceremony, which allows me to hope that I will have my turn soon." And as Maud's face contorted, he admitted his concern. "You haven't changed your mind, at least?" His eyes gleamed with vile desire. Maud replied, "I told you I accepted the deal." He lowered his head at the mention of it. Then volubly, raising his voice to drown her out, "The final treaties were settled this morning. As for the hotel on Alphonse in Newville Street, I signed the purchase contract. You can move in when you return." "Well," Maud countered as expected, "we're leaving tomorrow night for Spa, my mother and I. You'll join us in a week. Get going now." He obeyed, exiting immediately, his posture straight and arrogant, beyond Maud's sight. She didn't see him or hear her muttered threat, pushed to her lips by disgust and anger. "Go on, wretch. You'll pay for the bankruptcy of my life. You'll pay dearly." She mastered herself immediately upon seeing Paul Letessier enter the chapel, who had been seeking her. "Do you want news of Vaitinet?" she said. "Yes. I can't find her. I'm a bit worried. Isn't she sick?" "No. She received a letter this morning, just as we were getting ready to leave. She must have gone where she was called." "From who? Don't be jealous. I can't tell you who it is. I don't know. But it's a woman." Letessier, reassured, kissed her hand. Maud was only telling half the truth. That morning, Vaitinet had indeed received an urgent letter of recall, but it was from Suzanne, who happened to be in Paris without her sister's knowledge. Gradually, the sacristy emptied. Mimi de Rover, Jacqueline and Lestrange joined Maud. "Phew!" sighed the bride. "What a hassle. If it takes so much to deceive one's husband, there wouldn't be many unfaithful women." Hector Letessier approached Maud discreetly. "He wants to talk to you," he whispered in her ear. She paled, a pale of anger rather than fear. "Who, him?" "Julian." "Julian. He'll follow you home if you don't give him a moment's conversation. I permit myself to advise you to speak with him here. There's almost no one left. While at lunch. He's waiting for you at the entrance of the corridor." "Very well. I'm coming," she said. She met him at the threshold of the half-dark corridor. "Maud, I want to see you again. I need to. I've suffered so much. I love you so much." His voice was broken, and his teeth chattered from misery. "Listen," Maud replied, looking him straight in the eye. She looked at him, eyes to eyes, and with that low voice, straight from her heart, which she used to say to him, "I love you." Before closing the sacristy door between them, she answered, "Well, kill yourself." The hour after, we were having lunch in the hall on Kleiber Avenue, adorned with greens. A Spanish guitar orchestra, was bursting out dance airs behind a screen of foliage. Couples were dancing in their city attire. I will never be yours again, because you broke your promise and were cowardly. That's first. And in 8 days I'll be the wife of a man. You heard? Now go, he pleaded. I'm going to kill myself. I swear if you send me back, I'll kill myself. Paul Letessier couldn't be held back, who immediately ran to Rudy Byrne in search of Etiennette. But Hector was there, isolated within the frame of a window. He watched the commotion under the clear light that the stained glass windows poured out onto all these intimate intrigue dramas, which had been observed so many times before. The first balls, the mystery that the Parisian caused him, the astonished and timid admiration before the classified beauties and famous people. Then habit, disillusionment came with the years, with so many balls, evenings, premieres, where he had imbibed the same atmosphere. And in silence, no longer mingling with the groups, he reflected, drops of bitterness mixed with the honey of his hope. To think that I loved this world, that I tasted the spirit of these men, that I desired those women. 20 years. And now I see that all this fits in one hand, the spirit of men, the beauty of women, all of it is little, and the time spent with them is lost. Like those young men, he sought the turmoil of the senses in the looks of women, in the clear eyes of young girls. Oh, I am so tired of all this. Truly, there isn't one for whom I would take a step. The very sight of this brilliant and wicked world no longer amused him. Whether Dora spent her afternoons with a painter, Juliette Evrezac ran into Subersox's arms, or the little Revesiers and so many others sought out frustrations in the company of men, it mattered little to him. If the fall of a virgin caused by passion is a truly poignant soul drama, the libertine amusements of these little pleasure seekers did not rise much above vaudeville. She who was truly an amie, Maud, our beautiful sphinx, renounces her riddle, and prostitution awaits her, like the others. Yes, prostitution. She appeared in various disguises, waiting for half-virgins at a turning point in their lives. Before or after marriage, a poor substitute for the one left behind, revenge for the ill-married. But almost inevitably. The force of things presented itself to Hector in a simple, unavoidable mechanism. If the selflessness commanded by the Church, naturally enclosed within the sincere tenderness of women, is not the law of the reprocument of sexes, it will lead to the antinomy of affection and interests, money and love, and this antinomy only prostitution can resolve. A bitter disgust rose in her, stirred by these thoughts. Wes, this world is rotten. The smell of prostitution exudes from it. It stinks fully. And suddenly Hector felt an urge to flee, to leave this world forever and never return, content not to carry away so much as a speck of dust beneath the soles of his shoes. The orchestra scattered the lively joy of the pateners, women smiled, men drew them into the whirlwind of dances, but beneath these vergers flowers and adornments slowly emerged in her eyes the stone of the sepulchre where this rotten society descended, carelessly, condemned to death for having dried up the source of human love, the innocence of virgins, and killed marriage by eliminating youth. In that moment he caught a glimpse of asylum, the land of Chaldea remote corner, the most mysterious and secret, where a pure soul of a true maiden awaited him, worthy of his love. Without bidding anyone farewell, like one escaping from a threatened by fire, he departed. It was coming to an end, reduced to the dances of a few frenzied individuals, when Maud was called, who had been conversing with novelist espions. "Miss Etienne is asking for Miss," they said. He descended the staircase of this house on Clyber Avenue, which he had climbed countless times with his cheerful, smiling scepticism. He thought, "These steps I shall never climb again." As he left, the party continued for a little while longer. Maud joined her in the room where she had been living close by since their return from Chamblays. Immediately, Etiennette threw herself onto her friend's chest. "Oh, dear! How sad I am!" Maud sat her on her knees, caressed her, kissed her as well as she could. She loved this pretty companion, Pure of heart, she loved her with a little envy for her health itself, a little nostalgia for the absolute physical integrity that she had managed to preserve.
"What's wrong?"
"Darling."
"Is Suzanne sick?" "Oh, no, no, no!"
Worse than that. Among her tears, she told the pitiful and grotesque story, the orgy of the night before, the drunk girl displayed naked, touched by 500 men in a frenzy, and the complaint filed the next day, the arrest, and the scandal already making headlines in the Boulevard's papers. "Look," she said, showing her a newspaper, "all at once. My sister, my mother, and even my father. A diligent reporter was recounting anecdotes about Susan's past, naming Mathilde Duroy and referring to the former Deputy Asquin by transparent initials. But you," whispered Maud, "genuinely sympathetic, aren't you named? What does it matter? As for me, you understand I don't interest anyone. My dear dream is still shattered." Poor Paul! She was sincere. Her greatest sorrow was the suffering of the man she loved. Maud sought an offering of consolation. "Paul loves you too much to be influenced by events not of your making." Him. "Poor friend. I know he will love me no less. Our marriage is nevertheless impossible. Paul would consent only if I didn't want it myself. Think."
"Come on."
Maud shrugged her shoulders. "It's all very boring, of course, but that's no reason not to see Paul again, who loves you, whom you love. You both did what you could to get married. What his political enemies would make of the situation. To harm Paul."
"Oh, never."
Maud found no objection. She simply said, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going back to Burn Street alone. What do you want? And I will work. Honestly, since you're prevented by circumstances beyond your fault, it would be too stupid not to overlook it. Let time pass. Everything is forgotten. One day will come when Paul leaves his official duties, the Senate and the bank, he's told me many times. Then you'll marry. But until then, love each other." Echinette shook her head stubbornly. "No. What you say is very reasonable. It's even all that remains of my hope. I think Paul will propose to me when he has resigned his duties, and then I will consent. But until then, I don't want to be his mistress. It's absurd, it's stupid, it's whatever you please. I do not want to. I cannot. I feel that the minute after I will no longer love him, and I will be unhappy." They stayed for a while without saying anything. Who was right between them? They no longer knew, their conscience disoriented, simply docile to the impulse of their temperament. "And how will you live, poor beloved?" asked Maud. They fell into each other's arms at the reminder of their renewed friendship. Etiennette smiled, tears still in her eyelids. "I will play the guitar in salons. Remember, in February, when I came to ask for your protection. Only 4 months have passed, and so many events since, so many changes in our lives. I am going to kill myself. Likewise, my resolution was taken on the day you so rudely dismissed me in Chamblaise. If I have delayed in executing it, it is not that I was afraid of death, nor even that I hoped to move you. Perhaps for the first time, in the embrace of this good and healthy tenderness that was her only remnant from the past, at the threshold of the horrible life she was embracing, Maud mingled her tears with Etiennette Duroy's. 28 May. Foy.
"Maud, I obey you."
"I have suffered so much for a month. I have suffered so much because of you, and I do not blame you. But I want to see you again, Maud, and when I realized that you did not want to welcome me any more, I waited for the occasion of Jacqueline's wedding to still see you, to speak to you. Don't hold a grudge against me for this violence I did to you. I will belong to you again in the moment when I feel the cold of the revolver on my temple, as I belonged to you since the moment I met you. Do you see, just before dying, I clearly perceived the truth that was hidden from me during my whole life. I was not made for the struggles you wanted to train me in. All that I thought I had conquered and banished within myself is coming back to me now and overpowers me. I was made to love you with all my heart, faithfully, forever. You don't want me any more. I disrupt your life. Well, forgive me. I'm letting your path free. I'm not asking you to regret or cry for me. Just think of me in friendship later, as a reward for my prompt obedience to the last order I received from you. I'm not asking you to love me beyond death. I know you don't love me any more. I'm simply begging you not to erase from your memory that you loved me. I beg you, remember sometimes without ill will.
See, I'm just leaving and I've suffered so much.
For me, the time when you loved me was so much all my life and fills my heart so perfectly that I don't resent Providence. Despite my present agony, I know well that I would have had a better, more enviable life. Dear Maud. But when I think that tomorrow you will be that another will look at you and touch you, the pain of a bullet in my temple seems immediately desirable. That's why I want to die, and I embrace death ardently, despite the horror of the unknown beyond. Nothing will erase this. You made me, in rare moments, abandon yourself, and you experienced love through me. Nothing can erase this. I remind myself at all hours, and each time it seems so wonderful and so adorable that I forget to suffer. For that beyond, I believe, Maud belief has returned to me, along with so many others, in the turmoil of these times. And I have the courage to tell you we were wrong, we did evil, we acted against our conscience. We deserved to be punished. I ask that the punishment strike only me. Goodbye, my dear Sphinx, cruel and can I die for you. I love you, I love you, I love you. Julian. By autumn began that same year, 1893, when Paul Letessier went to Vieille-Xeris, summoned by his brother to ask for Jane de Chantal's hand in marriage. At the hour when I kill myself, right now, I will think of your lips, your eyes, the scent of your hair and your arms, and I will die with you, among you, in you. The domain of Vieille-Xeris extends its vast dependencies between the village of that name, the river Vienne, and the slopes of a small affluent of that river, which flows through the castle park. Hector was also in Vieille-Xeris. It was his second visit since the events of last spring. Paul arrived in the morning on a clear September day. The harvest was nearly finished. At every turn of the road we met carts loaded with full comporters, pulled by 2 yoked oxen. The Chier-Tew itself is a Louis-Xier construction, 2 stories high, surrounding an inner court, to which access is gained by an older door, heavy like an arch. The habitation is opposite, not without charm, with its widely overhanging slate roofs, its trapezium porch, the bay windows with mullion frames on the facade. To the right and left are the commons and stables. The senator was received by Mrs. The funerals were at rest. She and Jane brightened their attire with ribbons and delicate laces. Jane had brought back from Paris, and since then continued, under Hector's advice, the traditions of a more modern taste, but with sufficient moderation not to alter what her fiancé called, with a smile, a little Vendean type. As for Maxime, his features had hardly changed. De Chantal in the large drawing-room on the ground floor. Under the high grey and white ceilings, among the authentic ancestral portraits, she appeared truly in her setting, with the singular grace and authority that a long descent of aristocracy confers. Her hair was barely greying, and one would have said he looked 10 years older, perhaps in the expression of his eyes, his lips, those facial wrinkles that betray, against our will, by their position and depth, the furrow etched by sorrow. As soon as lunch was over, they set out on foot to visit the property. Mrs. de Chantal stayed at home, but Jane accompanied the 3 men. "Have you made him more cheerful, too?" "No," Hector replied with a smile. "We'll keep her just as she is. It's always been the dear little white goose who has stolen my heart. With a bit more art in arranging her plumage, and a bit more passion, that's all. And for you, my poor friend, how are your affections?" Paul shook his head sadly. Nothing new. A stubborn child resisting. Nothing can turn her. Insisting. I dare not even. She might end up not receiving me any more. Yes, my dear old friend. Dressed in a brown drape suit that hugged her slender figure, with one of those small straw hats with a lined canvas base that were in fashion that year, she went ahead with Maxim. Paul said to his brother, "She's beautifully improved. Through the hospital where this poor woman is finishing her life. Hector took her arm and squeezed it tenderly. "Have faith in the future. Go ahead. Everything passes. Everything is forgotten. At 40, I am a man who spends an hour or two every day with a lovable girl he loves, and who loves him, yet has never kissed her cheeks or forehead. The Suzanne matter is over, though we no longer speak of it." He continued, "It's over. One day you will thank dear little Etienne for resisting you, giving you an intact woman, making your marriage with her truly significant. Oh! You know I am no more than you are enthralled by conventional respect for social institutions that time modifies or abolishes," he concluded. "But during the years of transformation, the wise must reserve a shelter in traditional morality. Only the careless move without having chosen their new abode." Jean and Maxim had reached a sort of wooded hillock, and there they waited for their guests. When they were very close, she said to Hector, "Show this in detail to Mr. Paul, so that he loves my country." And her eyes, illuminated by that incomparable flame which is romantic innocence, said to Hector, "It is your assent that I seek from you, my only master. I want my country to be loved." The sight they had at their feet was an horizon of vast plains and gentle hills, peculiar to Poitou, whose peaceful charm is only felt after a while. He detailed it to Paul. The river that so beautifully borders the slope turns at a right angle in front of this leafy and cheerful village. It's a modest tributary of the Vienne. It crosses the south side of our property after that bend, and the cheerful little village is a historic village, ravaged by war and English sieges, by the struggles of Protestantism. I don't know why. Its name isn't glorious, though. It's a Zayla, a tale. We'll visit them. Are there any remains of the old defences? Paul asked. You'll see. Unrecognizable large stones. One no longer knows. He spoke with serenity, without joy, without gaiety, never laughing, having returned to his life with such a will to silence about the past that it imposed discretion on even those in his own family. He is our family head, isn't he? He ordered us to return to Viaziris, and we obeyed. Oh, we've had sad moments. How could that woman have caused pain to a man like Maxim, who loved her so much? After a silence, she asked, "Is she married?" Jane, having returned to the front with Paul Laetitia, confessed it ingenuously. Neither she nor her mother had dared to question him, nor even hint at their suspicions about the causes of his deep sorrow. We left Paris despairing. Maxim gave us no explanation. "No," replied Laetitia. "Perhaps one day she'll get married, but for now she's absent from Paris and no longer part of society. We should stop talking about her." "Ah," said Jean, without blushing, though she hadn't quite understood. Yet, after a few moments' reflection, she added, poor woman. They reached the village of Azay. It was the midday rest time for the men and women who had worked in the grape harvest. The legend tells that 1,000 men were burned along with the donjon. Today you can see vegetables growing around these ruins. Even the soil is better there, maybe because of the terrible charnel house that fertilized it. They returned in joyful bands, with the blood of the vine on the lips, in that peculiar daze that the picking of grapes puts peasants in. Maxime, sad and peaceful, recounted the story of the placer. These big stones are all that remains of the castle. An old peasant passed by, his back bent from years of ploughing, his face seared by the sun. Maxime called out to him, "Isn't it true, Father Laurent, that the earth here round the castle is good?" "Oh!" "Of course, sir," replied the man. "It's even better. Because of the battle, no doubt, that took place there before the Revolution." He gazed with envious eye at this fat and rich land, enriched and fattened by blood. But Paul and Hector, observing Maxime, who was no longer speaking, isolated by his dream, divined that dream for an instant. Their brotherly hearts beat in unison with his. Why, on the devastated human soul, does life not also drive away, by an irresistible law, hope, love, new harvests? Jane smiled at this fertile land, at this sun, at the future, forgetting in the egoism of her own happiness and the recent miseries of those she loved, and the tragic past of her homeland, 1893-94. The vast expanse that had been the scene of these legendary slaughterings was calming down, returned, by force of circumstances, by the inherent wish of nature, to the regular business of the year, to sowing and reaping, to amber wheat, to purple vines. The small village, once crossed by war, year after year advanced further into the nameless, unhistorical tradition, into life that has no name.
Stars come here. It Duclerc's life in the line psychological embrace with Henry Espions.
Duclerc found herself in an unlikely psychological embrace with Henry Espions.
I think gonna mingle ladies away. Guess who guilty as shards coming? Hector part leaning against the doorframe where non-dance. The doorframe where non-dancer sought refuse indignation. Accused generous also charges by the couples distracted the recognition. Children of the Slavic code dresses.
Hector apart, leaning against the doorframe where non-dancers sought refuge, already forgetting his earlier surge of generous indignation, pleasurelessly observed this flight of couples distracted by the women, chiefly curious about their modest décolletages and soft-hued dresses. Duclerc found herself in an unlikely psychological embrace with Henry Espions. Hector, apart, leaning against the doorframe where non-dancers sought refuge, already forgetting his earlier surge of generous indignation, pleasurelessly observed this flight of couples, distracted by the women, chiefly curious about their modest décolletages and soft-hued dresses.